Well, folks, less than 24 hours later, we are back here again to see who is going to be promoted into Challengers. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America Promotion Relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined today with Roy, the strongest legs in the business. Roy, welcome to the desk. We're bringing it home today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. My legs are also feeling strong, and they're also great. I'm excited for some Valorant as always, Liz. Always excited to yap about Valorant with you as well. So I'm here for it. I'm ready for the show. I'm ready for some cool action, and I'm ready to introduce some of these players to the world.
Well, Roy, do you know what day it is today?
What day is it today, Liz?
It is September 7th. You know what's special about this day?
Ooh, no, hit me. I don't know.
Okay, so it's a full moon, but it's a double full moon, which means it's a total lunar
How much more full can it get?
You can have it's a total lunar eclipse today, and that brings energy of new beginnings, of hopes and dreams, and I could not think of a better day to start promotion relegation, the actual promotion on.
Okay, I like that.
Right? It's not a bad day to have a full moon, double full moon. And yes, we will be doing this again today, audience. But I'm so glad you're here. And if you're just joining us today and you missed yesterday's games, you missed a whole bunch of fun and a whole bunch of serious work from the teams that are participating in promotion relegation, four of which you will see today. That is Alliance Guardian and Burger Boys. But Team Slat and SAD Esports will be competing on a different stream with no casters. But yesterday we said goodbye in a sense to Shuffle Rebellion, Gold, and Prosperity Esports. And Roy, I don't know if you saw that game, but things got a little silly.
Yeah, things got quite silly. Honestly, I love it. I love when it devolves into that. It's just a good old fun between both of these teams. Obviously, commiserations to them. It's an unfortunate end to things, but I'm confident they'll be returning in some form or another in more recent history. But yeah, let's focus on the remaining teams, Liz, because I think we got some good Valorant going on here.
Yes, of course, I'm sure we will see them eventually soon. But today, my friends, it is Premier teams versus our almost relegated teams from the original Challengers League. It is Alliance Guardian, that is singular, not plural, not Alliance Guardians. Alliance Guardian versus Burger Boys, and Team Slat versus SAD. Again, like I said, these will be happening concurrently at the same time. So Team Slat versus SAD, I would encourage you to put that up on your other monitor so you can watch both games and get just all the Valorant that you want. But today on stream, we are going to see if Alliance Guardian or Burger Boys qualifies into Challengers in North America, which is, it's crazy to think that we're almost at Champions Paris, Roy, but we are also still working on the Challengers League here, and there's literally still motion happening here.
I mean, this is the roots, right? We got to solidify the team for VCL. These are potentially some of the stars that will be competing in VCT eventually. So it's only fitting that we have this before the champs. Obviously, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. There's gonna be a lot of cool plays today. There's gonna be a lot of introductions to some awesome players, Liz. We're here for it. Let's go.
And the first team that we will be seeing, or we will introduce to you today, because I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this team, because they are the premier team that we will be bringing to you. It is Alliance Guardian. Remember, that is singular, Alliance Guardian. And this is
because the rest of the Guardian.
I kept saying it wrong for so long. I was like Alliance Guardians, but no, it is Alliance Guardian. And we have some folks here that you might recognize, but also folks that people might not know, Roy.
Yeah, I think the first person that comes to mind is Sci-Fi. Obviously, we've seen Sci-Fi around. I believe he's competed in VCL before. But, I mean, yeah, some of these players might be new to VCL, Liz. But, honestly, I feel like I've been seeing them around a lot in the Tier 3 scene. I've been seeing them a lot in the top Radiant lobbies. Not that I'm there, but I do see their names. I've seen them compete. And whenever you look at their, their VLR histories and kind of their match profiles, like, man, they have a serious, extensive, long, like, competition grind. Like, these, to call them amateurs, I feel like is almost a disservice to these players. Like, they have so much experience. They've been competing nonstop in the Tier 3 Valorant scene. It's just, they also have a lot of, like, notable wins as well in their Tier 3 leagues. So I don't think these guys are not amateurs. We should be careful not to say that, and we have not said that, but I just want to make sure everyone knows these players, they're legit, they're good, they're solid. I think we're gonna see some good Valorant coming out of them.
I mean, these are the teams that qualified to be here, right? These are the teams that made it out to be here, and they beat plenty of other teams to get here. And like you said, you recognize some of the names, but just because you don't know the names that you don't recognize does not mean you have not seen them, or how you should, count them out is what I'm trying to say. But we want to introduce you to Alliance Guardian because they are the team that you probably have a little less knowledge on, and so we do have something for their performance all together, which is something super duper exciting because we were able to do some digging, scrounge around, and find some of the stats. And here is one of them about Riker from Alliance Guardian, who just played a tournament a bit ago. And I mean, that is right away on the raise. That's pretty impressive, Roy.
Yeah, 1.6 KDA on the Duelist, almost 170 damage per round. Yeah, I would say it's a little impressive. Those stats are insane. I was actually having a look at all their VLR profiles just to get fully acquainted with them and kind of see some of their match histories. But dude, yeah, this player specifically, he's had so many good performances against a lot of VCL teams. Like there's Legacy Kingdom, there's Sad Esports in there, there's Burger Boys in there as well, Prosperity. Like these guys have competed against several VCL teams, and Riker has put up decent numbers against a lot of these teams. Like he's a solid duelist. I think he's pretty much on par with some of the VCL duelists that we've seen so far, and I think it's going to be kind of cool to see him up against the Bonnie, who we've kind of glorified as an insane duelist. Obviously, he's had a phenomenal performance in VCL, so I'm excited to see the Riker sci-fi head to, or sorry, not the sci-fi, the Riker Bonnie head to head.
Yeah, and that's something we will talk about a bit later. But again, we want to introduce the audience these players, because this is who we want you to keep an eye on. We'll talk about it a bit later. Obviously, during Challengers, I've been with Roy when we've highlighted Bonnie, we've highlighted so many other players, but it's important to give time to the folks at Alliance Guardian so you guys can get to know them and maybe find your new fave. You know, you could find your new favorite player here, or your new favorite player's favorite player. You know, whatever it may be. But they today will be facing, you know them, you love them, and I know you guys love the name because I see you in chat. The boys, it's Burger Boys with a Z. Don't forget, it's with a Z. And I mean, this is just, I've seen them play so many times, Rory. It is crazy to think that they're in this promotion relegation tournament, because they are just kind of like quintessential challengers.
Yeah, I'm also surprised they're the Burger Boys, by the way, with a Z. And honestly, I'm surprised they're not just Burger Boy, since we're all just going with singular names these days. But no, I completely agree. I think this is they're a very solid overall team. I do want to remind us that this team was the third place finisher in Split 2. Like, it's kind of hard for us to forget that. Obviously, their Split 3 results haven't been great. They had some unfortunate turn of events, obviously making some kind of last minute changes to their team dynamic. But I feel like overall, this has been a solid overall team. The amount of experience this team has, Liz, is actually just so crazy. Retro he's still kind of young. He's kind of in his early 20s, but he's been competing since he was like 15, 14. Like, they almost have a decade of experience at 25, which is kind of insane, right? So this team is definitely very experienced. They have a lot of firepower as well with Bonnie and Practo. Nanners is in there, a ton of experience also in the FPS world. So I feel like the level of gameplay that you can expect from this team is pretty good. Like, fundamentally, they have a lot of good ideas. They have a good interpretation of how Valorant should be played, and I think we're going to see some awesome Valorant coming out of them in this series as well. And
I think you saw that Neon sliding, being a little cheeky over there, and that was Bonnie, who you hinted at as someone we want to keep an eye on. And Roy, anytime I watch this person play, I swear to God, I like throw my hands up at least 4 times a match, because he gets away with ridiculous things, Roy.
Yeah, the mechanics this player has is just insane. And I feel like when I'm watching him, there's something, okay, my marker for like excellent players is when I'm watching a player and I'm like, wow, this player makes the game look so easy. Even Ravish might actually go positive in these matches. But like, it's just insanity just watching this player play. Like, his mechanics are so stone cold. Even in chaotic situations, Liz, you can expect this player to just be so solid. Crosshair placements on point, the jet, the Yoru, the Neon, all of it's there. You can just clearly tell this player's got it. He's a superstar in the making. Obviously, the recent results does not justify that statement, but I'm very confident that we'll be seeing a lot more of this player in the coming years.
I think you mentioned about just like, you know, this is the groundworks, right? This is the roots of Valorant. I have no doubt we will see Bonnie in VCT, because you can't teach these mechanics. He is just literally built different. And also, I'm glad you're starting off Ravish to immediately roast you in the beginning of this cast. But Retro is someone else we want to focus on. I don't know if you saw his ace yesterday, Roy, because this man, he was on one yesterday.
Yeah, and I think the crazy part too is he's sort of he's extremely flexible with. He's playing everything for his team, whether it's on the chamber, whether it's on the initiators, like no matter what the team needs, he's playing that role. And he's IGLing. He's IGLing, flexing, dropping pretty solid stats overall for his team. And also, a super fun fact for everybody, this player, Retro, he has the most officials played in the world. Like, I think he still has it. I have to double check my facts, but about a month ago, he was the top most played officials in the world on VLR. He has so much experience. He's been competing even before that in previous FPS titles. He has a recipe for insane fundamentals, insane mechanics, and I'm not surprised to see him dropping aces in his matches.
Well, I mean, you talked about that experience, right? This is a team that has that wealth of experience, and you know that in a best of 5, especially when that tests your endurance, tests how much you know, tests how much you're willing to give. That is what you need in moments like these, because I mean, Alliance Guardian, I don't know their best of 5 experience personally, but going up against a team that is so as experienced as Burger Boys, that can be, especially someone like Retro who may have or probably does have the most officials on record of any player in the world. Those literally, you can't teach that. You have to gain that. It is, and that could be a real boon for today.
Oh, absolutely. I think the match experience is like I think feeling comfortable and not stressed in matches is almost like 50% of the mental battle in matches, right? Like that's the more comfortable and the less stress you can feel, the better you're performing, the more in a flow state you feel. Obviously, there's a lot of other factors like team, calling, etc., all that stuff, mechanics. But yeah, I completely agree. I think the experience is going to come very handy here. And the other cool thing with these teams is they both play a lot of officials, so I don't think there's any lack of match experience for either of these teams. They're all grinders, so I think we're going to be seeing them be quite comfortable here. So
you're saying 5 maps, right, is what you're saying?
It's possible. I would not be surprised if we saw 5 maps, Liz.
And for those of us, if you're like, wait, 5 maps? Yeah, this is a best of 5 today, y'all. So I have my coffee next to me. I said that the most Jersey accent way I could. But we will be heading we ban out Haven and Abyss. Thank you, Alliance Guardian, for banning out Abyss. I'm rooting for you always. But Lotus, Corrode, Ascent, Sunset, and if needed, Bind, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not surprised to see the pick coming out. I'll just go on the first map, right? Let's just go in order right here. The Lotus pick, not surprising by Burger Boys. They've had a fantastic results on the map. They've played it about 37 officials since the beginning of July, and they're 27-10 on the map. They have a 73% win rate. They look fantastic overall. Obviously, this includes tier 3 tournaments, not just VCL matches. But yeah, they play the map a ton. They look very comfortable on it. Their composition suits their playstyle. So I'm not really surprised to see the first map. And obviously, we jump into Corrode. That map has been quite solid for the Alliance Guardian side. They've had some pretty notable results on it. Also, I feel like the map is fresh enough where, the meta is starting to kind of settle on that map. And I feel like if they have a good read, which it seems like they run quite a meta composition on the map, they probably, they're comfortable taking it on that map. And I'm liking the first 2 maps, that's for sure.
Then we have Ascent, which I always say this about the maps in general. Just like Ascent is kind of like I call it a plain Jane map. And I
cookie cutter.
The cookie cutter. And I felt bad calling it a plain Jane map yesterday. I was like, ooh, maybe that was a little harsh. But it is like a very, default isn't nice either. But you know what I'm trying to say?
It's a standard map. Every team plays
standard. Yeah, and so it is, I think looking at that map pool that we're going to, it has kind of the wide variety of, styles, strats, and etc. And it is like a perfect test to see where who will make it to a Challengers League after this best of 5. And again, guys, I'm staring at my coffee right now. I hope you are strapped in, because we have been strapped in since the beginning, and we have made some predictions for you all. We talked about them yesterday. I was right, just want to say. And I believe Roy and you and I went different today.
Oh,
and I think I might be the odd one out today. I think I might be the keg of today. Yes, I went for Alliance Guardian, and then Ravish's photo is incredible. And Roy and Nerds went with Burger Boys. I mean, talk to me. Why did you go for Burger Boys?
I just think they're a solid team. They have so much experience together. They look fantastic in the last few matches that they've played. I know their split 3 results are bad. Okay, I recognize it. It's not been their best moments ever. But whenever you're watching them and the ideas that they're running, like, they have a lot of good setup ideas. Like, even from a calling standpoint, they have a good read on how the game kind of flows. They understand the VALORANT formula. And I feel like, Bonnie and Practo have been so solid. Retro on the IGL has been very solid as well. But honestly, Liz, I'm not surprised that you picked AG. I think this map's going to be a lot closer than people might expect, or at least I think it will be. I think Alliance Guardian is a very, very good team. They've been, playing together for a little bit, so they have a lot of reps under their belt, and the potential on the roster, the untapped potential, if you will, is quite strong. So I respect your pick, Liz. I respect it.
I respect my pick as well, and I do think we're kind of at a point in this tournament where you know when like when horses are at the paddock, you know, they're ready to go and they're just waiting and waiting and waiting. This is what Alliance Guardian has been doing. They've been waiting. They've been waiting these past couple of days to see how this will shake out coming from the Premier side. And so it is definitely, I have hope, or I have a belief that they will just come out of the gate swinging. And also they've been watching them, Roy. I think that's super important. They got to watch them yesterday, and I talked to Dan about this. You know, would they run a false flag comp or anything like that? You could, but the odds are that they didn't, and so they have such recent tape on them, and they're tired. They're coming from a loss, so I have all those compounding factors. Again, this was a very hard prediction, but I think Alliance Guardian may surprise some people today, because I think I'm looking at chat right now. Hi guys, in the future, and you're looking like you're leaning Burger Boys out there. So, but yeah, I do agree with Roy that this is probably going to be a much closer match than you think. So I hope you have your coffee, your energy drinks. You're gonna do some jumping jacks, burpees if you want. Unless you're in an apartment, please don't be that upstairs neighbor. But
for VALORANT.
No, don't do a burpee if you're. Don't be that upstairs neighbor. Are you that neighbor?
I will.
I
don't think that's a thing where I live, to be honest.
Oh, my bad. See, I literally can hear the whispers through people in this hall. And meanwhile,
I think my building is just made from like bricks. I don't think there's like the.
Look at what's the, oh my god, what's Little Red Riding Hood? No, wait, what's the fairy tale with the bricks?
Actually, I can't save you. I can't save you. You're alone on this one.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
The Three Little Pigs?
Right? Yeah! And the house is built of straw. Yeah, see? Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America, everyone. We are smart and we educate you here not only on VALORANT, but on classic English literature. Who would have thought?
Nice.
But again, if you're just joining us or you're not, you just to kind of reset the stakes here today. This is a best of 5, and yesterday it was a seeding match. So yesterday there were no stakes. The second game was just for fun and for bragging rights. This is where the meat and potatoes is, like I was saying yesterday. This is for promotion into the Challengers League. And I think if you watch Challengers this year, you've seen teams just dramatically improve, like the TSMs, just over such a short period of time. And so getting into this league is just the first step, right? Like you are facing some monsters in Challengers if and when you get there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say honestly, Tier 2 is the beginning of most people's careers. Like everything up to that point has sort of been the tutorial, right? Tier 2 is where a lot of the hungry upcoming players are, a lot of the experienced players who are looking to get back into VCT. Like it's kind of just a mix of so much talent and just such a massive wide pool of players. So yeah, I completely agree. I think Tier 2 is awesome. I think getting into Tier 2 is a huge step in the right direction. It puts people on the map. And then that's from there is kind of where, you know, things start to get a lot more serious and people need to lock in fully to get to that next step.
I mean, I've spoken to Gimon, who just won Stage 3 of Challengers heading into the first seed for the Ascent tournament in Brazil, and this is something that that is something, that he has worked to for so long, literally years. And so to see that these teams, you can say you were here when, you guys, when either Alliance Guardian or Burger Boys took their first step into VCL, VCT, where their careers go from here. I know maybe Challengers isn't the most, like popular thing in the world. People are like, oh my god, Challengers, I'm not gonna watch it. There's a reason you're here, and there's a reason you're watching it, because you can say you were here when, and you knew Bonnie when, you knew Riker when, etc. You knew Retro when. You can say, you can pull out the fun fact that Roy brought up about Retro, and everyone will be like, oh my god, I didn't know that. And the reason you knew that is because you watched Challengers and you were here since the beginning. But Roy will be heading to Lotus first. I think this is a prime Bonnie neon map. You see the man sliding all over the place, so it could be a moment. It could be exciting, but we will be heading into Agent Select soon, which I'm super duper excited for. Anything that our audience should look out for as we move to that?
Well, I think if as long as everything stays the same, if the composition, maybe I don't want to speak too soon, but if the compositions are the same, we're going to be seeing a double duelist versus a double initiator, right? So Bonnie has so much utility to get set up, but that also puts a lot of pressure on a single person popping off, right? Whereas for the other side, for the Alliance Guardian side, they have the double dualies, they have the Yoru and the Raze, which kind of opens things up, which allows them to kind of have, multi-pronged and aggression without so much reliance on a single duelist. Also like the fact that they have the Raze, the Omen, and the Yoru. I feel like all three of those agents kind of pair well into the Vice, where they can kind of like bypass the walls and bypass a lot of the utility. So I think that will also play a factor. So I think there'll be a lot of layers of strategy and kind of like meta understanding type stuff I don't want to use too many big words here, but I think there's a lot of cool things going on between both of these teams that will be pretty fresh for us to watch.
I just said we're educating them, Roy. We gotta educate the masses. We gotta use the big words, and we'll tell them what they mean too. We're not gonna quiz them. You know what I mean?
I mean, I might quiz them.
Oh, you deserve a little quiz, you guys. But I think definitely, I mean, I know if you joined us yesterday, you saw kind of silly comps coming, especially from the Shopify Rebellion Gold and Prosperity game, and that was needed for them, and they talked about that, and that was a good thing for them. Again, this is where you're not going to do that now.
Yep,
You're not going to. We are locked in. We are so serious. We are so for real. I'm sure one of them is giving a speech of some sort, you know, to hype the rest of the boys up and just, you know, give something. I'm not really an inspiring person, but I would, you know, like, I probably play, like, you know, some inspiring music and say something.
A little soundtrack?
A little sound.
Your little Eye of the Tiger?
No speech is complete without a soundtrack, Roy.
That's true, actually. I feel like life is a lot more bland without music, honestly. So they're probably gonna play the music bot in the Discord, and then they're gonna, you know, deliver the speech. My friends, today's the day we prove ourselves. Also, you are very inspiring, so don't say that about yourself.
Really? You think so? Oh my god, thank you. In fact, I'm so inspiring that the tech had to be like, oh my god, she's so bright, because we now have a tech pause, which honestly, par for the course. We love that here. It gets to we get to talk to you guys for a little bit longer. Roy, what would your, like, if you had to listen to a song, or when you did play, or what was like your inspiring song that you would listen to?
I don't know if I have inspiring songs. I try not to get too amped up before. I know it sounds kind of contradictory, okay? I don't like to get too amped up because I feel like I get maybe slightly overstimulated. Like I don't want to be too, like, worked up and shaky, and I want to go through the motions emotionally. Just because I'm an IGL, I want to remain cool, calm-headed at all times. So I prefer, like, you know, chill music, a little lo-fi, a little chill type music. Kind of keep, you know, keep myself leveled and grounded. But I know some people that will, like, blast their metal music. I know some people, you know, will blast some EDM music and kind of just get hyped, get amped up. Everyone has their style. All of it's valid also. For me though, I'm kind of in the lo-fi, you know, like instrumental type stuff. That's, you know, and that's your process. And we're not here to yuck anyone else's yum. You know, I feel like if that works for you, you will have the strongest legs in the business. So I would not be so surprised to hear that. I feel like mine, as some of you guys might know this, I trained in ballet for 11 years, and I know a lot of ballet scores. Certain ballets get super duper intense, and like especially like these big moments, and you feel like you're a part of the moment. You're like, wow, this is so emotional. My thing I probably listened to was the Sugar Plum Pas de Deux from the Nutcracker, which is so beautiful and so intense. And I think the rumors is that Tchaikovsky choreographed it to represent his grief when his sister passed away. And so I know, right? And like it's like this beautiful ballet about like Swedes, and all of a sudden like you hear this backstory, and you're like, oh my god! But it's such an intense. But it's such an intense song that I feel like it like would help me get into the moment. Okay, a little zone.
A little zone moment. But sometimes I forget. I think that's my favorite thing about like trying to get hyped, trying to get focused on something, is I have forgotten something, or I have like blanked on something, and I have to like go get it, and then I can't listen to music. That is a classic Liz move. I used to listen to like
I like it.
The Sunset Boulevard on track. That's a niche.
Oh,
that's a niche one.
Okay.
But from for America's shows, and then I kept forgetting things in my room, so I have to go back and get stuff to well, just, you know, make sure I was doing my job correctly as I was paid to do. But again, guys, we have a bit of a tech pause here while we wait for Alliance Guardian and Burger Boys. We just got word from my producer that we will be getting started soon. So
awesome.
So thank you for joining us. I would love to hear. Thank you, production. I'd love to hear. I'm getting chat. I have you guys up. Say hello first of all, and I want to hear from you guys what your hype song is when you hear and see this. What would you listen to if you were an Alliance Guardian or Burger Boys' position? I think Ravish said in our production Discord he would listen to Bet on It by Zac Efron. A solid choice.
Nice.
A solid choice. And I would hope
rocks a Katy Perry sometimes too.
Taste. Oh, especially some old Katy Perry. You know, like, you know.
A little Taylor Swift for Ravish.
Oh, you know, because Ravish has taste. He's also not likes EXO like me, so I know that man has excellent taste. And we are heading into Agent Select for Alliance Guardian and Burger Boys. Thank you so much for your patience. It has been a long one. Thank you for listening to us yap a little bit. Roy and I love to yap together, and you guys got to experience that. Because we said so. But we will be heading into Agent Select between these two teams. Roy, I think you said something about a double duelist comp, and if you want to reiterate that for our audience.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's actually happening before I yab too much about it. But if things are the same, it should be the Yoru, it should be the Raze. Obviously, they do pair kind of well into the Vice, right? Especially like, you know, harassing the Vines, kind of destroying them with the paint shells. And you also have the Omen, the Raze. Yep, as expected. This is exactly what we've been expecting from both teams. But yeah, like I was saying, so I think the Yoru, the Raze, they pair very well into the Vice when it comes to their attack side. But I think the defense side is where things are going to be a little bit tricky, right? Because Burger Boys, they have so much utility to kind of, you know, if they want to slam the A control, if they want to take the A main control, whether they want to, you know, overrun the C site, there's going to be a ton of that. But I think the kind of the tricky thing here, Liz, is Alliance Guardian, they don't really have a Sentinel, right? They're running the double controller, double duelist. So really the only thing that they can do is kind of just challenge space. So I'm looking to see how they're going to be challenging the space on the defensive side. They can't be too passive, but they also don't want to be too over aggressive. There's a fine line for them. And obviously Burger Boys, they got to try to do the push and pull, figure out where that aggression is coming from, and make their way onto these sites.
Well, folks, it all comes down to this. Will we be promoting Alliance Guardian or Burger Boys? I have some amazing casters to send it to. It is Nerds and Ravish.
Thank you, Liz and Roy. I am excited to go ahead and get right into it in just a little bit. First, some things to clear up. First and foremost, Roy, a lot of houses are made out of bricks. In fact, most are. So just a little FYI. Second, that's mean. I'm actually pretty decent at the game. I'm not good, but ouchies. My feelings are hurt. Yeah.
Well, honestly, Ravish, if this has been a tale of straws and sticks, which one of these two teams has the brick house built is it's gonna be the question, right? And none other than a best of 5 to experience it. As things are gonna get started, it's just a bit of a default, but we do see the initiator and the duelist set up for the mountain control on C here for Burger Boys.
Yeah, we were expecting a pretty aggressive start off. I remember you and I were talking about it before as well, Nerds, right? Because considering both these teams are actually pretty familiar with themselves on Lotus, as Alliance and Burger Boys played this map not too long ago, and it was Alliance who got the better of them just most recently in front of a tournament. So we'll see how things end up shaping out. For now, is just Bonnie looking to enter in a couple of seconds. Smoke to get put down, not in yet.
No, they're going to cancel that. And it does provide time for a rotate out of Alliance Guardians. Now both of the duelists are set up. Now for Alliance Guardians, I kind of half expect them to play in terms of some retakes, maybe even going for those aggressive plays early because they have double duelists on the defense at the start. I think Burger Boys are cognizant of that and trying to avoid getting run down. With the noise being made by Neon, it draws away the duelists. Wait, this is an early fake coming out for Burger Boys.
Yeah, Bonnie was kind of meandering over towards it to see anything could find, but just a quick walk in as well to Retro. Trying to get any shots that he can, but Foreign instead plays their lives. We'll go ahead and give it the side as well too. Should look to be a 5v5 retake on the pistol. Oh, already.
Expected.
Let's get it.
Expected, right? They want to play retakes with this composition for Alliance Guardians.
Indeed they do. Spike gets put down though. Wait for the rest of Alliance to go ahead and bunch up right towards Waterfall. Paranoid gets put in right towards the back of the site, but no actually found around there, so they managed to clip some sort of space. At least Sci-Fi goes down. That's the first thing. Taking second contact. Lee Nanners in the corner. Oh, beautiful concussion. Nanners and Bonnie collapse immediately on the rest of Alliance. The Burger Boys come out with the first.
Honestly, seeing so early them going for this sort of map control, sending Neon towards the A set, allowing Bonnie to explore that and drawing a little bit of the pressure away from C. It's pretty interesting, right? Because sometimes you'd expect teams, especially, you know, coming out of it, to just go really fast on a pistol when you have Bonnie set up for the spearhead. But no, they are going to be going for that more cerebral, like, okay, we're going to try and trick Alliance Guardians. And showing that respect early is going to set up Burger Boys for not only a lot of success, but more than that, it's going to make a very interesting match. Now, talking a bit more about the match, the buy-up, it's going to be a 3-2, meaning that they just need to keep 3 alive here, Ravish. And if they can, it's going to be a really solid eco for them for the attack. They're going to use that Outlaw, have 2 rifles, that head tap potential for the 3-round conversion. They're setting themselves up for success.
This is where we truly see the epitome of cringe in terms of just guns in this game, is between the Outlaw abusers and the Odin abusers. Right? And remember that was that's the big question that a lot of people have to think about. Like, you know, what is truly worse? You know, pros can say, you know, Outlaw is crazy because it's one shot on eco, but like the Outlaw afterwards, hey, not that good. Odin. Oh, that's good every round, baby. You can do whatever you want on that with the paper thin walls. Speaking of which, the walls will be set up around A.
True, right? And it was NRG famously Octagon here on Lotus dealing a lot of damage. So for Alliance Guardians, they're the one that needs to have it. But this plant's going to go down. They're going to try and go for the 5v5 retake here.
Yeah, Sci-Fi managed to actually go into Mound. Meanwhile, 2 taken away. A quick concession. This is actually not too bad. The Poseidon coming out on top. Pacto gone. This is somewhat hairy for Burger Boys as they managed to lose so many on their eco. But it is just Poseidon left. One shot should be able to do it. 3 bullets. Not gonna happen. Bonnie to clear him out.
Fair enough. They're trying to go for it. They do end up keeping 2 of those weapons, and I talked about how they're trying to build up that steamroll. Realistically, I expect maybe a buy out of Tillo, who has the economy for it, or dropping towards another teammate. They are also really close to Bonnie's ultimate, so it's a matter of are they going to get that conversion. On the flip side, Alliance Guardian were teetering on the idea of getting that Odin, but haven't picked it up just yet. Realistically, Alliance Guardian need to win this round, and considering that we have 3 players on light shields, the choice to save this outlaw from Practo, it's going to provide some value.
Yeah, you just don't want to make sure to just stop the snowball. Oh, clean
Spoke too
shot
soon.
from
I
foreign.
spoke
Yeah,
too soon.
yeah, it's not necessarily gonna go anywhere past that, sadly, but a good shot nonetheless. Though 4v5 will force Burger Boys back into the site. Tries to force the way in to see if they can, but there's 2 players waiting for them. That being Foreign and Sci-Fi. Trying to find their entry in though, but they'll just meander on the side, just look through the entrance. But a flash to walk in, but they're just keeping them held here. Spike is still holding firm around C. They have not made the entry just yet. There's the paranoia, along with the concussed double in the corner. Nat has made his way just in. Sci-Fi watching the entry. Bonnie's so clean with it. We're talking about the Neon all day on that desk. We're seeing how Bonnie does ridiculous things, and it comes to fruition quite quickly. Oh, unlucky from Retro, but cannot shut out Dunk on the flank onto B.
Still 3v3 retake. There's a little bit of utility here for the defensive side. We have that paranoia, a TP in, 2 flashes from Foreign. It's a matter of how they use it, how they can break through Burger Boy's stall.
At a time, though, second paranoia does go in, but they're all not holding good traditional angles. There's one by the Spike as well. 2 on the other end. Oh, Bonnie with these swings is disgusting, and an ace in the 3rd round from Bonnie. My God, this guy's an animal.
Yeah, something utility doesn't connect analysis. Bonnie just absolutely going huge. It doesn't matter what you have when you have an X factor like that as a player here. And honestly, wow, an immediate timeout as a reaction here to probably my best guess would be to reset some of the mental, because that probably feels bad. And more than that, maybe talking about their strategies, considering that the ultimate economy is going to be favoring Burger Boys in the long run. They start to build up that sort of regular economy, as well as those ults, Bonnie having his, as well as I think if I'm not mistaken, who's planting? Tillo was planting most of the time to try and get that Rolling Thunder. I might be wrong on that, but regardless, the plants have been going down for Burger Boys. And that, on top of the fact that they're starting off on the attack side and getting a lot of those kills, means that they are going to have a very good half so far. And I don't mind the early timeout. It prevents them from getting to 6 and hopefully sways it back in Alliance Guardian's favor.
Exactly. Because you want to stop the snowball early, right? That is the big thing that we were talking about and highlighting earlier, to ensure that we're not getting taken 5, 6, 7-0. Although in a map like Lotus, I have seen some pretty decent comebacks. Specifically, we mentioned it previously as well, right? Alliance Guardians, this is a map they're quite familiar with. They played our Burger Boys against this map twice now already, and they've come out on top as well too, most recently, albeit it was the same core with just one person being different, right? But nonetheless though, the ideas are the same, but Burger Boys have continued to evolve. They've been through the ringer, and we'll see if that continues. From here though, will the snowball favor them, or will Alliance put the first round on the board? As right now though, same C mount check we've seen, but finally a lean towards A.
More than a lean towards A, we have a stack little trap here. Bonnie's gonna be caught off, but catches Poseidon.
Yeah, that's a big first pick. Once again, though, the slide is disgusting. How is he getting to there, bro? Shoot him, man. Oh.
They can't even recover the rifle because it's dangerous. You still have Retro there. Tillo has already managed to get onto the A site, has the plant down, one away from an ultimate of his own, and you have Nanners there for even more protection.
It's impressive so far what we've seen from Burger Boys as they continue this streak. Spike gets put down the paranoia to stop them in the corner. Riker again trying to look for any sort of other pick, but remember, it's a save, right? So the timeout is for the next round over. That is unlucky, as Burger Boys will clean up the rest of them.
Weapon here.
And I mean, yeah, the utility was just there. Nanners managed to blind the player out from Alliance Guardian as he tried to enter and take the fight. The fight against Chillo was just a little bit unfortunate. You know, gotta get those sheriff death matches in to not have a little bit of panic. But this is kind of the round that I think Alliance Guardian is really talking about. Obviously, we did see a new look from them trying to go for that C pinch because they have had C mound control issues. But now that we do see the Odin out, we finally have the money for it, as well as full rifles and full shields. Should be a different look. Immediate Odin spray.
That's what we're talking about, right? Well, they'll play fast and loose over towards A. There you go, mount control again, and it's all in their favor. Around goes Weary so quickly. And although they take 2, Alliance finally get on the board.
Just fighting for the extremity, right? On the other side of the map, they kind of realized, okay, well, we fought towards B in the previous round on our eco. They went towards A. Let's just fight towards Mound with the Odin that we have. And such a clean round victory early on is going to not only prevent the snowball and the bricks being laid for this house, but also allow them to start laying the foundation for themselves here for Alliance Guardian.
Oh, we talking about breaks again. All right, cool. Okay.
I don't know. You gotta keep the bit going. Just wait until map 5, as they said on the desk, and I'll bring the bricks up again.
I'm stopping right here. Nonetheless, though, like Flash to clear them off early, though. No, you know, just amalgamation of gunfight right up against A main, but instead they'll just slow walk their way over. Sci-Fi watching him, body taken away, and that'll be a decent hit to Burger Boys.
Just take the challenge and it doesn't go in Bonnie's favor. Seems like a bit of confidence regained, and that's what I was talking about. A bit of anti-tilt on that timeout is also necessary here, as it looks like it's a swap up, a B hit instead.
Yeah, those immediate tilts over, but as a Nightfall, you guys get information on the rest of the team. They all see they're in the paranoia to stop them entry, but it'll be a couple seconds before they actually all manage to make their way in, because we realize the site is there. The spike should go down here as well too, and Alliance, let's see how they move their way into here.
Well, they have the player advantage as well as a good chunk of utility still waiting, probably for those refreshables off of Sci-Fi to get the haunt and trap them in towards the B site.
Foreign again, that can make a massive difference well too. Coming along across the flank, using the fake to just delay them, but one taken away to 1-for-1 by the end. Nanas goes down inside of the smoke. That's what's the second Sci-Fi, so clean. The double for him is 1 by 1. They get taken away. Burger Boys cannot stand against the retake of Alliance.
Trap and contain. And I think I said at the beginning of, you know, actually during the pistol, where it felt like the composition for Alliance Guardian does favor retaking, and just this map in general favors playing a more exec heavy and executing, re-clearing into space, going for those re-challenges. And that's exactly what we've been seeing out of Alliance Guardian when it comes to the way that they retake. Specifically in that round, they just trapped and contained. Their entire MO there was to contain the players. And yeah, even though it did go scrappy and there was some gunfights that went in favor of Burger Boys, because they had that initial player advantage, they could afford to just go in for that and maintain their momentum here. Now they actually have 2 big power weapons. They have a Guardian, a Op and an Odin.
They're also going to choose as well Op along A and the Odin again. No early spam this time, but instead we're back towards the same conditioning that Burger Boys have been putting forward, right? The same triple lean, but instead we're seeing a much further play by Practical, who goes really deep on A. That Op, then where Foreign gets the first pick immediately and being down with no smoke, trying to enter into C, and no paranoia is going to be a bit troubling. But the side of Burger Boys, they're going to have to rely on Bonnie to make this space until they get a nice flash off, but the concuss there to get down 4, and Poseidon by Waterfall immediately executes Bonnie. Late Burger Boys against kind of floundering to see what they can get done. They get the spike down, but that should be about it.
I mean, they do have ultimates if they want to invest them, but it's a matter of getting picks first, and they don't get contained, but it's still a 5v5 retake. It's gonna be a 5v3, sorry, retake.
Yeah, as they'll put the ult down as well too, right? That's 3 right behind Paranoia. Tello has no idea he was there. And systematically, all gamers reading every play, and again, it's retake after retake after retake. And it's just been cleaned 3 rounds in a row, and with 2 taken out so early as well too. All gamers have almost tied this up. This is impressive.
Yeah, for Alliance Guardians, it's a really nice, that timeout really worked for them, right? It's like the timeout efficacy of like how it fixed some of their problems. For Burger Boys, though, they seem to be trying some of the same stuff in terms of we're gonna go for a little bit of control, take some solo fights, take some solo peeks, and trying to play that contact up into the choke points hasn't really been working for them. So I think we are going to be hopefully seeing a change out of them. If it is to try and, you know, take fights together beforehand and maybe go for that initiator utility early, or whether it's just a force buy up here. We'll see. I mean, it is a force up for Burger Boys, so they have to be trying to win this round very dominantly also.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, right, you want to make sure that you can save as much as you can for this one specifically. No early picks taken. Speaking of which, though, Riker, that was beautiful.
Nice trap.
Oh, man. Just, yeah, like you're saying, combination out with the fade that sees alongside that nade, right? Just cooks two of them. Damage done across the board. And again, Burger Boys are left with 3 on this retake. Riker, if things shut down Niners, that means that they've effectively shut them out of the round once again. But trying to delay where they can. The fault line is nice, but Doug and Riker again come back around, clear out the sights, and Burger Boys just cannot contend against anything AG are doing.
Yeah. Oh,
Nanners.
spam on 2.
That's nice. Paranoid to stop him. He's just running on in. He's defusing, and he can't stop him.
Okay. Almost went a little south, but unfortunately for Burger Boys, unfortunately here for Alliance Guardians, they have at least one Guardian Angel looking down above them. Duck manages to come in at the perfect time to get the just to maintain some of it. But the fact that they lined up their Foreign and Rikers was a little spooky. Now this is interesting because it's a broken buy here. They bought the previous round. They didn't go for a save on account of the fact that they had an early lead that they started dominating with. And I think that it's a bit tough, because you're going to try and win this. I want to see what they change. They're just stacking players towards the C site, leaving one out towards A. It's the Vise. Just Practo alone. I mean, they don't have any big ultimates, Ravish, to try and like sway it in their favor, other than maybe the Steel Garden.
Yeah, I mean, Steel Garden would be the ticket though, but oh, the pop out, 1 for 1, but Bonnie managed to stay alive long enough, takes 2 in quick succession, and now Burger Boys have a chance to get back in the round. They know they have to fight early and fight dirty. And Alliance got a bit overconfident, not playing back. Now for this, it's a 4v3. The match on the side, that's the Steel Garden that you were talking about as well here too. And
they're waiting for that to dissipate. They're not only waiting for dissipate, but they're also waiting for the retake protocols for AG.
Exactly that, but should have come in. No, the op is still a factor they have to maintain. But looking around, Nightfall also available if they want to use it.
Anti-retake.
From Retro, right? This was to make the way in. Double ult invested. Nightfall stopped. Tees were all 3 yards and maintain themselves on the sites. And seeing 2, the crossfire available. Right to our entrance. The slide is clean. Duck gets 1. They have to try to make their way in onto this too. With the spike is planted, it's not favorable for them outside. One more taken, and Doc again. This Odin and Op combination, these power weapons, remove them so quickly as they're on the outside.
And I mean, they had a plan for it, right? For Burger Boys, they tried to play anti on the retake by using that Nightfall, and initially they had the Steel Garden, and I felt weird being like at the beginning with it. I mean, they don't have like, oh, they don't have such ultimates, and then they use those ultimates to demonstrate it. But the problem in my mind is that those ultimates, while really powerful, they couldn't really play off of them because of where they were positioned. And I think that's a part of what Burger Boys in this timeout is going to be discussing, because you saw the Nightfall go out, but you didn't really see a follow through. They played back towards Mound. And the composition that AG is running, the Guardians are running, is really good for retakes. That's not to say that Burger Boys haven't been doing well, though. They have been getting it down to one player. It's usually been Duck on that line. But at the end of the day, if you're losing rounds, you can't just, you know, sit back and watch. You have to make sure to close them out, even if it is, you know, 1 round difference between you and your opponent.
Exactly, right? And with 5 now in a row it's being taken by AG, you've got to think, right? Because if you're Burger Boys, that was a double investment ult round as well. And the big thing for that round too was that the spike just wasn't planted for them. They're playing outside by a mount to try to contest it, but they're getting taken away in A main, and they realize that, like, yo, bro, 2 of the guys we have on site are donezo. We have to walk into an Odin and Op? Nah, that's just not happening. Yeah. And so, unfortunately, they'll just once again get taken over. This has to be the round where they start to come back here, though. Like we're talking about, they were forcing up pretty consistently to get their eco back. and stable.
Seems like a stack towards the B site and A for the defense. And I mean, this is a really easy pivot here for AG, especially once they get a whiff of what's going on.
Exactly that, as those run right on him. Bonnie taking away, no support on his end. Unlucky take. Oh man, it's 1 by 1. They're walking into them. They can't win because they're playing like these ones by themselves, walking into open sightlines, dry peeking into perimeter. AG taking full advantage of that to take the round 1 by 1.
I mean, just a really easy pivot, right? The moment they got an understanding that Burger Boys was going to try and go here post timeout, they probably discussed what Burger Boys was going to do. They're like, okay, well, they haven't been winning. They've been getting it down to 1 when they go for like a bigger stack. So if they go for a stack, let's either play anti-plant or even just same retake protocols that they've been running with. Having those big weaponry purchases work in their favor ever so consistently. And now that we're down to yet another eco here, it has to start, you know, the question has to be asked of like, you know, were the first couple rounds just a bit of Bonnie go kill?
A little bit seemed like it, but perhaps they can recover something from here. Although sci-fi taken, they have, you know, 2 sheriffs, a stinger to make some work of the rest of the weapons that are there on AG.
Oh.
And, I mean, last time they faced in this half, it was a 6-6. He can try to come back. Beautiful shot from Nanners. This Odin can be taken here too. This is massive. Maybe they could get control of the site. Come back, an unorthodox round. Stingers and sheriffs to be able to take away from Odins and Ops. But I may have spoken too soon. Tello pipes up. Gets taken away just as quickly, and it's just Nanners now. Offensive in hand, 2 up against him, and Spike nowhere close by. This is tough. Does not want to get spammed. Needs his timing. Could walk his way through 35 seconds left here.
This point's just a matter of playing that recovery, but you don't really have much to work with. Paranoia is the only piece of utility left.
I have the spike.
And Spike at least taken, he's gonna have to try to walk through and get past the wall. They're providing perfect cover, and he gets away. He has to sprint, and it has to be on B when he gets the plant down.
10 seconds left.
But then again, it's just going to be a pretty solid pivot here for Alliance Guardian. It would need to be perfect for Nanners to take this risky, to take this eco round back into Burger Boy's hands.
He has the ultimate, so he could use that for a potential fake if he needs to. Just has to watch one angle, his baby door. That's the fake, and he knows that he has to play his time. Make sure he doesn't get taken away. That's 1 for Nanners. Really well done. Now stuck at a 1v1 as well, too. He's waiting for the defuse, watching. He's just sticking, they're sticking. And Foreign does it again. AG up 7.
Ooh. Talk about sticking. That was sticky. I mean, Burger Boys, they managed to do really well. Like, during ecos, I'm always here like, you know, they're gonna lose. But they managed to do so well in terms of catching their timings, getting it down to just Nanners. And the way Nanners played that 1v1, you gotta give the stars and stripes to them, as well as the rest of the roster. They are still feeling themselves. They are still having that and showing that mechanical prowess. But at the end of the day, AG's and all Guardians' way of playing this map and going for those retakes with their composition just works in their favor ever so consistently. That round specifically, though, that was just a lot of aiming.
Cover going out.
Yeah, I mean, Burger Boys came up on top early on too. They got 2 quick picks. They took out sci-fi on the close angle, but from here, they've got to find a way to at least make this 7-5. Now, albeit Lotus on defense, you know, maybe a different story once to get their weapons online, but nonetheless, for now, though, for AG, holding similar angles, a triple push shot onto B, though, a bit more unorthodox what we've seen from them previously, as they want to completely flank them on a.
This looks a little like the only thing similar was probably that second round when they, the third round or something, when they try to go for an eco play, but I wonder how it's going to play for them, because if they are trying to play to contain towards the A site, get the plant down, use some of the ultimates that they have, potentially the Yoru ult, potentially even Duck popping theirs for that, there's a bit of a chance for them to, you know, contain Burger Boys, keep this burger in its wrapper.
Right. For again, though, there's a dimensional drift used to find out what the rest of the team is, though. Duck now gone. Poseidon's to contend with the rest of the team, taking away Body, ready for the pop-out this time. No Paranoia for the support. And Practo and the rest of the team finally managed to find something there. So, clutching it by a hair's length, a triple kill, and Burger Boys keep themselves in the game.
You ever been to a nice burger joint? Yeah, you open that wrapper up. The moment it opens, something always spills out when you take your first bite. And that's kind of what happened in that round. As soon as, I think Burger Boy started to figure out, okay, these guys are going to try and contain us onto the site. We need to kind of fight up ahead. And they did just that. That plus, it was a little funny. Bonnie missed some of the utility, but Bonnie's still Bonnie. Just goes in, kills the rest of them. Is that pickle that slips out on that first bite and just manages to take over that round, giving them the 5th, which is exactly what you talked about that they needed to try and even out the scoreline. And now, if they pick up the pistol, it should be even better in their favor. Even out even more. Well, words. They could be hard sometimes, but should even out better in their favor. For AG, though, they want the pistol so they can maintain their dominance here. The 6-ish rounds that they picked up in a row.
Right, yeah, which is quite an impressive streak for themselves, but we'll see. Burger Boys can hopefully stop that. They find Bonnie close. Has to run away. The concuss now lands. 3 now in. Bonnie again. Good shock bolts to stop the immediate push in and repositions back in the exact same corner angle, but AG, no. They're a bit smarter this. They don't want to commit to this here right now. So instead, they'll keep their attention and instead open the door, but pushing out for fake as they'll just move themselves outwards.
Making a bit of noise towards B and dealing some damage and then rotating out here on the early pistol to try and secure it because they have that wall. They can threaten the walk up is so nice. And now that they just 5-stack into A for making that noise, they kind of read it right that Burger Boys does stack more in favor towards B and C side of this map. Retro's the only one here. Has a bit of utility to spot them, but it doesn't use it, and that's gonna be a bit tough.
Spike planted.
Let's buy this time, wait for where their position once needed, once the team does come in though. But there's Retro with a pop out, Poseidon gone, outside the smoke as well too, I believe. So now from here, those all face forward. And 1 and 2 take quick succession dunk. Beautiful work. Be able to take out 3 as the rest of the team was right in front of him. A triple kill, he's saving this pistol on pick by a pick over by a mountain. Retro's trying to find 1, can't do it. And a leave Tillo by himself, no flashes, no util. Have to clear out the second, don't clear in the corner. He has 2 bullets and the time is against him, unfortunately. It has to go to half, he runs out. And the pistol goes in AG's favor.
Dominance continues, right? Round previous was just a call it a little slip up is what they're gonna say, at least the people who win write the narrative. And at this point, AG, and honestly, because AG is now, on that attacking side, they have the double duelist. They have shown us that they are really good at getting into space and re-clearing and fighting. Honestly, it should set them up for a lot of success. They're trying to do the same thing Burger Boys did and pick up the 3 rounds early. The thing for Burger Boys that I kind of wanted to say about it was like, I talked about this with Sideshow of like the meta currently being a bit more plant denial, and part of me thought maybe Retro was gonna try to do that with the Haunt and slow them down, but because you're alone there, you really can't do much. And as soon as they got onto the site, it did get a little muddy. But with AG winning the fight and stalling out that timer as much as they did, it just goes to show that that's why it's part of the meta right now of you don't want the plant to go down because teams can just win the round off of timing and making sure that you not only go into a muddy fight but also stall out those players as much as possible.
Right, and we saw that from AG previously where they were playing pretty heavy-handed and forward against Burger Boys to deny them a plan, but even if it did go down, they were just so good in the retakes that the factor wasn't necessarily even prevalent. Nonetheless though, full save except for Tillo on the side of Burger Boys, where previously they were able to actually almost get a bonus back for themselves here too, but 1 here would be phenomenal, but does not seem to be in the cards. Again, AG full over towards A as this gamble stack on C not working out. A wide open. Burger Boys about to move in as 5. Try to get something back here.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds, they're just gonna get that plant. They put a lot of respect on Burger Boys here trying to play that. The thing is, Poseidon is down towards B, so it's just a matter of taking a timing, and they have the better weapons. So.
Okay. Speaking of timings, that was clean. No one actually even looked at Poseidon too, not even aware that he was there. So it'll leave them fractured with 2. And with 4 to go up against, they'll I mean, they'll have to walk their way in. They might be able to get one, but like for Burger Boys, it'll be all about next round. They have to plan to try to get something back here. Remember, we were saying previously they don't want to get snowball necessarily, and a 9-5 scoreline is not ideal because they do not get the next. Then things look really tough. That's one though, but it'll be a consolation prize.
Just a little
I'll fix him up.
something at the end, I guess. At the end of the day, though, we talked about this, where it's like Burger Boys are pretty solid on this map, but AG's composition, as well as the fact that, you know, Alliance Guardians were really solid in their own right in the previous time that they went up against each other. It just goes to show that I don't think Burger Boys have, you know, had the time more than ever to play and like plan against Guardians here.
Right.
Guardian, my bad, Liz. I'm sorry.
They'll take early as well the orb to try to build up bodies off they can, which I don't believe we actually saw any of in the previous round either. There was a chance to use the overdrive, but Rakto facing first, a fake TP, gonna make him look, but just playing mind games with him right now. Burger Boys are kind of flinching at every instance of this too. They'll walk their way out of C, right? Just keep the intention still triple stacked up and no early rotations. I mean, AG again have the time.
And because they have Omen so far up towards A, they're going to know of those early rotates. It's
Right.
on AG to try and work this map a bit more. The timing for Retro to fall away is going to allow Viper to slip in.
The smoke though, but a rubble fight might be imminent here as well, as we're looking at Nanders to go in, walk up against 3 as he pulls the fake Yoru play. And I believe he might get no, that's fine. That was the clone.
30
He
seconds.
Retro
actually
didn't spot
TP'd all the way
Poseidon.
over.
Poseidon's going to be able to backstab here. Wait a minute. This is so interesting because it's like a double flank on a flank.
He just wraps around again and again, but two still taken. Poseidon's still gone. An idea that was great, but execution not able to land. They kind of overcooked a little bit.
I was like, the timing on that, the moment it didn't get spotted, I was like, wait a minute. So Poseidon needs to pop off here, and then it's going to be another round for Alliance Guardian. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that. A bit unlucky. But regardless, because they've had such a couple of rounds in a row, they managed to win them out here. They still have the better buy going into round 16.
Isn't too bad. I mean, we were saying previously that this was a necessary round for Burger Boys, right? They needed this, man. They at least get guns in their hands, and now they want to stay in this map. They gotta make their stand. Nanders has to pretend he's 10s, fight Rubble, get an ace, but what it up here, bro. What do you got for us, man?
Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. But they're going to have to back out because of all this pressure.
Yeah, just trades taken as well. Bonnie takes the first as well, too, after all the initial Utah was traded, but Duckna gone, so I mean, the Burger Boys can actually play a bit safe, but still watch his door angle, spam through, no one around. Instead, we'll use all the fade Utah to walk past, into the smoke they go. Nanders with the first. And Tillo alongside Retro to find the rest of them as well, too, as they make their positioning very well known, unfortunately. They'll have to move over to B, but the audioless is happening, but Pacto can't stop it.
And now they're going to be able to get this plant down. There's still a touch of utility for Foreign. And I'm looking at Scythe. He has uses the tether already, but he's very close to his ultimate here.
Oh, Bonnie, this timing is beautiful. Complete wraparound sandwiched in. And I'll see Swarnigas as well, too. Oh, tries to get with the classic. Not going to happen. Still lands a headshot, though. So, but Foreign, one body shot away from being taken away. Can make some difference again, Retro, but a double swing will secure the round for Burger Boys as they continue their streak.
It's really similar to how Alliance Guardian, when they played, they always had like one player alive in the end on their retakes, and it seems like Burger Boys is taking note of that and not, I mean, yes, you do have the setup here for Bonnie to go and kill and take that forward momentum, but even in that round, Bonnie was allowing AG to kind of push into them rather than going for early aggro, and because of that, they are rewarded with a round here. 2 in a row means the economy's booming. The Odin is gonna be in full effect here as well. I saw it right before we went to the replays, and I love the Odin, but at the same time, It's going to be very funny to see how Burger Boys is going to implement it.
It's time to play the real Lotus. As we get scored. Man, Bonnie with the first right away. Okay. Poppy got a B, taken 2, albeit to save, right? So we're not expecting a lot from this round from AG, but I think if they take 2, it's not a bad time as Eagle is a completely stable for Burger Boys as of yet. Good shot. First taken 4 and gone. And Sci-Fi alongside the Util can't contend against the rest of the guns that are there and present for Burger Boys. A full stack. They read the play and they keep on going.
That's gonna be very close here. It's starting to get caught up for Burger Boys specifically. That timeout really helped them, and it seems like for both teams.
Yep.
And as I say it, it comes on through. For Burger Boys, they are close. They are 1 off for 2 ultimates, not only for the Rolling Thunder, but also for Omen Ulti, the mind-blanking one that I can't remember. From the Shadows. There we go. Got it. It's a skill check right there. On the flip side, the thing that I was going to say is Riker could go potentially for a Raze Rocket, but they managed to just get taken out super soon. And I mean, at this point for Alliance Guardian, they've been doing a lot in terms of trying to get into certain spaces, and you know, they had that Overcook round where they were working the map. So I think this is just going to be resetting part of their game plan.
Yeah, I think I need to see a bit more mid-rounding from AG because it's become pretty consistent with what we saw in the previous round, right? Which was like, all right, they'll probably go C, they'll probably go A, they'll trade a couple dogs, maybe a haunt, can't do it, go C, right? It's just like, that's what ends up being acceptable one round, like we were mentioning. So I want to be able to understand like how they actually maneuver on the map. But to be fair though, Burger Boys are doing a really good job of being shut down, you know, like any close movements that they possibly had. But nonetheless, we'll see what the pivot and changes for AG. This is the round that they took the timeout for. They have 3 ultimates online. This should be big.
So, by the way, Sci-Fi, sorry,
Yeah.
Sci-Fi is the IGL, but Duck does go for the mid-rounding a little bit here. So we're talking about that mid-rounding. It's a bit hard because Duck has been one of those standout players. He's been going for frags. So it's going to be falling on Scythe a little more to go for mid-rounding calls here, especially on the attack side of this map.
I mean, well, speaking of mid-rounding, here it is, right? Well, they'll try to move themselves around B at least as they work the map as they have previously, right? But playing a 2-1-2 at this point is they'll inch closer to C. And Burger Boys have already kind of read into this as we're moving Bonnie over to C as well. Once again, the smoke early on up top on Mount. Riker, I believe, has just spotted him, triggers the wall. They have to move away. And Spike already moving towards the other side as they're trying to move up into A. But again, Nat is up by rubble. He's maintained the position so consistently. The timing's gonna be massive. Sees 4 and he's gone. The second also there, Poseidon as well. And some trouble, but he has 2 there. The dog clean and Poseidon now also taken away. 2 members removes effectively and efficiently from AG. Burger Boys have finally found their stride on this defensive side.
30 seconds left.
At this point, what can you do? You have to fight into it. Bonnie's the last line of defense, and at this point, it's a matter of just finding that last player.
Easy.
Oh, winnable, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, but, you know, albeit they got
No. I'm hard trolling when I say that, but it's 9-9 on the board now. That's going to be the key thing for Burger Boys. The fact that they brought it back. Another huge component of it is that they really didn't invest much in terms of ultimates. It was a lot of fighting and timings. AG did go for the slow play, but they really needed to find an opening pick, which seems like Burger Boys knew. And Burger Boys, they have, I mean, I don't want to say too much, but they do generally have players that have proven themselves to be stronger individually. As for AG, that is, we've seen a couple of stars shine, but it's a little bit of a different dichotomy.
We'll have to see how this match is shape up, though. But unfortunately, same A lean, use the overdrive. You can right off the rip, just remove them. Right, it might as well be an eco ult at this point because he couldn't fight back against all of that. Zip, zap, zooey, and they're gone.
This was a smash burger with how fast it was cooked. That round. That's all I can think of. I literally have no analysis. It's just like, yeah, no, he literally went and Bonnie legitimately was like, I'm going to be the laser that turns you into a delicious meal, like, brr, and done. Op in play, another op for Bonnie. So we're going op Odin yet again for the Burger Boys.
I mean, you might as well, right? You got so much money, but considering, let's see where Bonnie is actually placed, though. Again, it's early C, start to peek out words mound with no one seen there, but Odin also same span after lean towards back to where they should be afraid as they get taken away. The dimensional drift is nice. Sees Bonnie close. They have to see what's happening. So at least remove Bonnie for the angle, so no early picks from their end. A good play at least. So that could have been disastrous if they all walked into him, but it's at this time to play it safe and rotate.
So now they should know that there's Bonnie. Bonnie, I don't know if they know if he has an op exactly, but they do know Vise is there. I think that's the main reason why they don't want to fight this. But Nanners, they were an X factor in the previous round. Can they do it again?
Yeah.
No, they get caught.
Yeah, showstopper though. Ooh, finds him at the corner. Nice first pick by Riker, and the investments are working out so far. Those double investment in terms of the ult from AG. And they'll go right back to C as they know, okay, you know, they've moved themselves over, and the rest of the Burger Boys have already gone towards A. The side is wide open. They can do whatever they want at this point.
I like the fakes that they're throwing here. It's going to really throw Burger Boys for a loop in terms of the mid-rounding. But the ultimates are still here and available for Burger Boys.
Exactly, and there's the Nightfall alongside Poseidon's Pit. 4 ultimates put into this round to ensure they get this something back. Pacto now gone, Riker taking the third, and Retro and Bonnie left. I think they know that it's the power weapons. They can try to get one maybe, but with the Odin op, they probably want to save this. Honestly, can't get a spam kill, so they'll wean themselves away.
Oh.
Player standing.
Of course, Riker's now gonna slip on into here, and he gets the ace. That's beyond a consolation prize. That's when you win first place, and they are like, oh, hey, we have extra stuff to give you now because you won first. And it's like, here's your prize money, and on top of that, you get a cherry sundae. Delicious. But the fact that they managed to not only lock down the site, but also prevent Burger Boys from using any of those ultimates by fighting into the face of these players, just being like, Rikers, stop them from ulting us, please. Just send it, is going to be awesome. He used his ultimate, got an ace, those ult orbs are back up. What more can you want from your duelist?
I mean, you know, maybe you know.
Maybe you know.
Oh, wait, no way Foreign doesn't get punished for that. He stayed alive. With the shot outtaken, that is huge from them. They put down so much pressure now here, but Riker early in, the paranoia is good. The takedown almost too. But still being taken away does not necessarily remove the threat of Retro either, as they'll make the way past B into C, but it's just a door fake at this point. Haven't fully committed here either, nor should they, I think. They realize that the pressure now early on hasn't necessarily been removed, and with Burger Boys, they're playing a lot slower this time. They're not necessarily moving all the forces over early either.
Is Poseidon gonna go for it? No,
Shouldn't.
I thought he was gonna go for maybe triggering that wall and getting back into it, but the stack is moving towards the C site. The problem is you still have Practo on the site who can stall out this site hit with the Steel Garden.
Bonnie early as well too. Flash now pop, and they're just watching both angles. Either one could swing. Bonnie getting confident. And with the smoke now down, is going to look to play right up front. Flash is clean. And Foreign takes away the threat of Steel Garden, but you're right up close. Switching weapons, the wrong timing. Practo unlucky on that, and we'll just be down to 2 by the end of it. Retro and Anders trying to spam, and Burger Boys know they have to fight this. They have to make the way back in, but with 4 alive in the round, it's unlucky times for Burger Boys not able to find much at all. See, good comms, that's huge. Well, Doc taking paranoia should be next. Well, they gotta find a way out of this, but he finds himself in the smoke, and Matters can't maneuver his way. Retro was close to getting the trade, but with 3 up against him, it's almost an impossibility. AG finally move up.
Practo, the ultimate prevents your opponents from using weaponry, whips out the classic at the wrong time, and at that point, that little card falls and the rest of the tower crumbles upon it. And I think, unfortunately, right, when you make sure, you got to have the base of the bun, then maybe lettuce or something else, but like, you got to make sure you have that structure there, and as soon as it fell apart, AG was able to capitalize off of it. And at this point now, it's getting so close to it. The rounds are going back and forth so often that they could start taking this early lead. It's a full buy here for Burger Boys. They have to force up into this.
Not wrong, and a crucial round right for Burger Boys. But for AG, some solace finally given away, but both of them, right? The eco looks rough. Both of them have to survive, and both of them need this round if they are to take Lotus, which is Burger Boys' pick, mind you, but one that Alliance has come out on top of consistently over Burger Boys. They'll take the ult orb, and again, similar positions. They should know to check Fernandez by Rubble. And alongside Retro there for the setup, the paranoia now there, and gonna use the ults to skate out a lot that does not want to be caught. Retro plays heavy-handed, he goes up front to center, but Sci-Fi found the timing. There's the Odin taken away. Unlucky, but 1 from 1. The wall not being is not gonna be great for the rest of AG, but at least a moment to breathe.
The worst part here, though, is that you have these rotates coming through. Tillo has gotten up to his ultimate. And for Burger Boys, it's going to be crucial to play off of that for the retake. They try to go back towards C. This is where a lot of muddy fights have happened. We'll see if Practo can hold this time.
Practo decided. Yeah, no, he wants to move away. They died to the spikes. Oh, that is unlucky and not what you want to see out of Sci-Fi, but still the advance find out is keeping it close. Bonnie now in. He gets ready to get some action. Wants to get active on the side, allows Pactor to move in. Bonnie up when it matters most.
Yeah, sorry, my brain did not function when I saw Bonnie's first kill. No, but how did Bonnie get the first kill? How did Bonnie get that first kill?
Slide and glide, baby. That's it.
Slide and glide, literally, Ravish, literally, because that first kill opened things up. Bonnie taking out Duck and then just dominating and being the star of the show here on the spearhead push, just being that tip to enter and break through the Guardians is just lovely to watch. And I think that was literally the way that they won that round. It's just like, all right, we're just going to send this ultimate and you're going to go in with the support of the rest of our team. You can also say Practo finding a little spike factory if anyone's a balloon tower defense enjoyer, but yeah.
From here, those made the win to beat those watching this too. Second will be crucial, but unfortunately not able to stop it. Nonetheless, from here, they know the B being an option, they'll at least get some space back for themselves. And this is a classic AG move. They'll probably take 1 for 1 and move immediately out of the site. They just remove it as an option and maybe double back here, but instead, A seems to be where they want to move in.
I mean, Foreign does have this ultimate to try and clear out a huge chunk of the front of A site, allowing people to get set in. So it's a matter of how well they can hold on to the site once they get the plant down, because it seems like Burger Boys is going for that retake. Maybe anti? No, they might be pulling up for the anti.
Oh no, Hans is nice. He has to actually shoot it. Unfortunately, it was a 1 for 1 by the end of it. But Pacto and Retro actually makes this even. We also even have Nanos also waiting around the wings. He has to move in now, though. Offside by Tree. It's clean. Move themselves back. Get the spike down, but really at what cost? So 2v1. Nat is again waiting for his timing. Pops out when needed. And Burger Boys on match points.
I should do such a good job on that retake. Nanners waiting for the timing. Forces Sci-Fi to pop forward. Unfortunately, teammate wasn't able to capitalize, but Nanners was, allowing them to get to match point here. I think more than that, I just love the way that Burger Boys is able to bring it back. Like the mental that they didn't need a timeout to reset themselves. They just were like, okay, we're gonna try and play a little bit better, play the basic Valorant that we need to play off of our ultimates, play off of each other.
And here is where AG must make their stand. They're 1 for the showstopper, at least so. And they've seen that be used to great effect as well. To move creep players on Burger Boys' side, but if you're Burger Boys, you want to send this home. Practo, this timing could be a little bit dangerous. At least spots 1, so.
I mean, look at where Bonnie's already pulled up.
Yeah, he's already done that, right? Yeah, like I said, Bonnie looks to sandwich them in if he can, but they'll give up B, playful retake. They don't have any big retake ultimates, if anything, but they want to try to make sure they keep them close. Shorty up. So there's the trade angle. Riker actually gets Nanners. So no trade has to need. This shows what we're talking about. Tillo actually traded that, but for now, for Burger Boys, you're in a 4v4.
We're gonna go for the retake. They have this more or less contained.
The spam's a little close, trying to find anybody around the smoke. You have to play this so carefully. One bullet as well remaining for Bonnie. Shock bolts in the sensor. Now they can make the way in. Bonnie and Retro clean with it. The spam not working. Cypher left alive, and he wants to run in. He wants the triple. Bonnie closes it out, and it ends as it starts. Burger Boys on top with the first map.
I like how both of these teams have extremely similar strategies in terms of the way they play retake. Not going for anti, instead just being like, okay, we are going to allow them to plant and retake with it. But the difference is that they have a bit more utility for Burger Boys. And I think that utility allowed for the flexibility and adaptations that we saw in some of the mid-rounding. Other than that, though, both teams did exceptionally well with their strategies in terms of the way that they hit and played onto the sites.
Exactly that, right? We were praising the retakes from AG, but eventually once defense flipped, right, we found that Burger Boys suddenly knew how to play the game again. The defense was supposed to be their side. They managed to find their way up on top, even past getting bonus and pistol well too. But end of the day, this was the map pick, and we do have a lot more game to go, right? So we'll go ahead and take a couple minutes, right? It's a full BO5, and it's a spot and back in Challengers up front. So you do not want to go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Well, folks, the Burger Boys take down Alliance Guardian 13-11 on their map pick of Lotus. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy on the desk. And that was Roy. It was weird for a second because we Burger Boys, and then it was Alliance Guardian making it 7-5 at the half, and then it was 10-10, and then Burger Boys just kind of very slightly edged away with it.
Yeah, at one point it looked like Burger Boys were just gonna run away with the game, right? Started off amazing. They got the pistol, they got the eco, they got the bonus, they got the second eco. I mean, 4-0 start. That's pretty good, right? And they bring it back. They actually, AG ended up bringing it, finishing the half 7-5. That means Burger Boys only got one round after their 4-0 start, Liz. I was like, oh my God, what is happening, right? Are things about to go wrong here? Are they about to do this? Because if you slip a hot start like that, and then ending in a map loss, like that's gotta feel terrible. Yeah. Then a couple things happened, right? Bonnie happened. Bonnie went crazy this game. Second half starts, bro was dropping 3Ks, bro was dropping aces. I mean, he was doing so much for his team. Obviously, the team play that was coming out from Burger Boys was actually just so on point. But I do want to give a shout out to a few things that were happening for the Alliance Guardian side, Liz, because they clutched up so many times. Duck was clutching up left and right. He won so many 1v1s for his team. There was just so many times where, like, you know, it came down to a 1v1 and it went in the way of Alliance Guardian. And I feel like those clutch moments are what made this map so close. Obviously, they had a lot of great ideas and their retakes were also super on point. But that clutch factor that was coming in from Alliance Guardian was so nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think my mind immediately goes to that ace from Riker, just kind of holding it down for everyone, along with the ace from Bonnie on the side of Burger Boys, which we expect that from Bonnie. You know, yep. Bonnie kind of goes nuclear, like you were talking about. But yeah, that clutch factor is so interesting that you bring that up, Roy, because that is, you really can't count them out. I mean, we were a little surprised in the green room. They took a timeout in between round 3 and 4. You know, it was 0 and 3, and they took a very quick timeout. But you know, they got their stuff together and they made it work. I mean, if you're Burger Boys, you won your map pick, right? You won Lotus, but that could have gone really either way at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much by the end of this game, it was kind of hard to know which way it was going to go, right? The momentum was just swinging back and forth between them like a clock. It was really hard to know, but yeah, I mean, just the Burger Boys pop-off, the Bonnie pop-off specifically, was just so on point for his team. It was very much needed. I feel like that was sort of the difference maker from this, what could have been a 13-11 loss for Burger Boys, but it ended up 13-11. It was their map pick. You know, obviously, they would have liked this to be a little bit more dominant considering the start that they had, but I mean, a win is a win at the end of the day. Like, they close out their map pick, and that's what matters.
A great philosopher, Effie's, once told me, we don't ask how, we ask how many. And but I mean, if you look at that timeline, if Burger Boys had won the first pistol and bonus, this is a different game completely because they won the second pistol, right? And so you know, while Burger Boys did win, you know, there was a very pendulum esque game going back and forth. I mean, I really would love, I mean, I brought your attention to the timeline. I would love for our audience to focus on that. That was back and forth. It was a battle for both teams. I mean, shout out to AG for making it close, but also Burger Boys, you know, digging deep, making sure, specifically Bonnie. I think Bonnie went 28-17. The next person on his team, Nanners, went 17 and 15. That is 11 kill difference between the first and second kill leaders on the side of Burger Boys, just to show you how well that team is going, but how much Bonnie was doing, which was great to see from him, and it's exactly what we hyped up in the beginning of the pre-show. And we also hyped up Riker as well. So like Bonnie and Riker really kind of just showing exactly why we were hyping them up, Roy.
And I think the cool thing is, like, both duos are kind of feeling hot right now, right? They had a really good first map start. I feel like whenever that happens, whenever like both of the duos are popping off in the beginning of the series, it ends up becoming a much more interesting series because you know, like, obviously when the duelists are feeling it and they're getting a lot of these entries, like the rounds become so much more different, and every duelist, you know, they're trying to one up each other at the end of the day. So I feel like the fact that Riker had a really good start, you know, despite the map loss, and obviously Bonnie having a huge series for his team, I feel like this is gonna end up being an insane battle between both of these duelists. I
mean, we all know, as professional broadcasters, performance can vary from map to map, and maybe someone like Poseidon, who maybe wasn't as active as we would like him to be, could absolutely turn up the next map, which, you know, it's possible. It's stranger things have happened, but it's definitely, you don't want to count anyone out, especially if we had done a 13-11, which literally you cannot get any closer unless you go over regulation. So, I mean, I hope chat, like I said, I hope you have your coffee, and I was not kidding about that, because I think we are going to be in it for the long haul. This is a best of 5. If you were just joining us, this is not the best of 3 that you saw yesterday or just are used to in Challengers. This is both teams fighting for promotion and relegation. Or excuse me, promotion. They're not fighting to get relegated. They're fighting to get promoted. Yeah. But you know, this is again, it's going to be a test of stamina. Can Bonnie keep this performance up? Will Riker, you know, turn up even more? Who will turn up? Who will cool down? We ask a lot of these players in best of 5.
Yeah.
We ask a lot of them in performance, in stamina, in skill, in strat, and you know, we're going to our second map, and it is something that, you know, will Bonnie and Riker keep up the performance? Will one outperform the other? Do they have an answer for the other one, Roy?
Yeah, I don't know if this was intended to, but they literally have the same pose, which actually this looks so cool. Like they're both we're just getting mogged by 2 insane duelists. Like, okay, you guys chill, please.
Oh, guys, I'm not good, I get it.
Legit, and then you look at their stats and you're like, whoa, okay. What just happened? 2.4 KDA for Bonnie. He's 215 damage per round. I mean, that is actually insane. In 24, like, to see that stat in like a 18 round map or like a 16 round map, like a kind of blowout, it kind of makes sense, right? Because the kind of numbers are inflated due to low rounds. But when you're talking about a 24 round map and you have both of these players dropping like way above average stats, like that is an insane start for both of these teams. I mean, that's just going to make this a lot more exciting to watch for us, that's for sure.
That's what we want to see here at Challengers. I was shaking, you guys can't see it, but I was like so excited that I was about to you. But this is exactly what we want to see from both of them. These are 2 players we highlighted in the pre-show, and we wanted you guys to keep an eye on. And dare I say, they rose to the challenge, excuse me, that's what I'm trying to say. And if I had to predict, I think, you know, we are moving to Alliance Guardians map pick of Corrode. Dare I say Riker will do Riker things, because I think, you know, you had your first map, you played well, it wasn't your map pick, but you did know what we expected you to do. But now you're going to go to your comfort territory of Corrode, Roy.
Yeah, and I think he gets to play the Neon on here as well, which is going to be pretty interesting. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a Neon head. Yeah, it's a Neon head-to-head on this map. So that's going to be extremely insane to watch, I think, especially with how good they came off in the first map. But the one thing that I have noticed, Liz, and it's kind of, you know, on a side tangent, I guess, but Alliance Guardian have actually a lot of really good ideas. I actually really like the retakes. This map's going to come down to a lot of it because the site dynamics are a little bit different on Corrode, right? Like the A site's a little bit more different. There's a lot more open space. Like you kind of need to be on the same page with how you're holding, you know, the deep space and also the site, because there are many ways for the defenders to turtle on that site. And when it comes down to the B hold, it can be a little overwhelming, right? Like it's a tiny little box. There's so much utility in both of these compositions. Yep, as expected. This is exactly what we're expecting from both teams. But I think, yeah, like I was saying, I think the double duelist that's going to come out from the Alliance Guardian side, the Waylay plus the Neon, when you combine that with the Omen Flash, it's just a lot of utility to try to hold against on the defensive side, like when you're the defensive, you're Burger Boys. So I want to see how Burger Boys are going to maneuver kind of themselves around that, you know, the double dive, the pretty much the overwhelming amount of utility coming out from the Omen, the Fade, and the Vice Flashes as well. There's just so much util that's going to be on the sites. So I want to see how Burger Boys are going to be dynamic on their defensive side. But when we swap, Liz, when Alliance Guardian are on their defense side, I want to see how they're going to maneuver their space as well, right? Because it's the mid's going to be a little bit more different for them. They don't have as much util to defend it. They're going to need to be brawling it quite often, and they're also going to have to brawl on the sides as well. So I want to see Alliance Guardian being very proactive on their defense side.
Yeah, and I mean, for our audience, if you did not join us yesterday, this was the map Retro got an incredible ace on, and that is the player that has the most reps overall total of all your players. Your favorite does not have as many reps as Retro, if you know the streets are not lying to us with what we see. But yes, the streets Riker on the streets lying. The streets lie. But you know, you see Riker on the Waylay as well. That's something, if you didn't join us yesterday, Dan was talking about how she often has to be convinced about Waylay, and let's see it happen. Ravish, nerds, take it away.
Thanks, Liz. I mean, look. If we look at things statistically, you can't tell, but obviously pull my glasses down to see them more nerd-esque.
Okay.
It's Corrode is a AG favorite map. The Alliance Guardians have played this one more time than Burger Boys, right? You know, they have a better stats on this map, and I'll be honest, I like their comp more. Neon Waylay, that's kind of sick. I'm a Waylay fan, so I do enjoy it, but Burger Boys aren't too shabby themselves, nerds.
They're not. They're not. I like Alliance Guardians comp because it's the speed and the slow. The Waylay and the Neon. The Waylay and the Neon. Which means, jokes aside, that does allow them to kind of set the tempo, right? If Riker is going to make space with Waylay's utility, Foreign can capitalize off of that. Riker can fall back. Foreign becomes the first entry. It discombobulates a little bit of what Burger Boys does. That, along with the fact that we're starting with a 4-stack on B for both teams and 1v1 Sentinel duels, this is going to be a doozy of a map.
Oh, I am excited. They actually do get a ping onto Tello, in fact, but the hunt on the other end from AG does not get anything. And the Senti duel doesn't actually come to fruition. So I think they realized what was going on. Paranoia is traded on both ends. Also, the wall put out. But it's just shot to the smoke as Tello falls immediately. Unlucky as well for Burger Boys' side, but they still maintain the composure. They'll run all the way to A and try to get something back here.
It's just going to be up to Retro to hold it down at this point, but it seems like Burger Boy pushing in. Part of me liked that. I was like, oh yeah, you know, get aggro, but when you're on the defense, it's a little over aggro.
I mean, he's just stuck, right? They're just running over the side as well too. Retro can take it away, and they can't find much more, though. A good on body to get something back, but it's AG with complete control of the site. They get the spike down from here as 3 of Burger Boys make the way through, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Ooh, ducks right away with this shot. Bonnie being low enough, it does make it a bit harder, but unless from here, it's 2v4. So, Practical Natters trying to find anything they can, but the knife going wide, that being shot, the right click not gonna land, and Practo, last one left to take something, but no consolation prize for him.
Really good for AG to just immediately rotate off. They had the Sentinel already pushed up into it, along with the fact that they already had the number advantage going from the first fight. They were like, okay, yeah, we're just gonna take fights, work together, and do kind of what I said, control the pace of the way that they're playing, and control the pace of the game as much as they can, get ahead of some of the things that Burger Boys is trying to do. And it's good for Alliance, right? If they can, they didn't start, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't start as strong previously. So having a stronger start here is going to hopefully build some of that confidence throughout the rest of the series.
For sure. And I find for Burger Boys, right, we're expecting a decent reprieve when it comes down to the defensive side, but remember they have to hold it down here. And actually AG made for this attack with the compositions, right? But Roy is highlighted on the desk too, right? He wants to see what kind of adjustments they make, especially as they switch over to the defense, because the ideas were good, as you mentioned. So, you know, definitely AG does have a lot behind them in terms of planning and execution. So, see how things manage to plan it out right now for Burger Boys. As currently, you know, they're just chilling.
I mean, realistically, they just have a really solid mid-hold, and they're going to try and adapt to whatever AG does, right? Like, if AG is going to go one way, they're going to try and go another, but realistically, with a better weaponry, this should be falling in the favor of the Guardian.
Yeah, they just span through the wall. Tilla once again the first to fall, but the Senti duel at least, you know, decided to be taken away. So A, not as gonna be an option, then they have to move over towards B. Find the rest of the team. It is wide open, and again, Burger Boys will take the chances of trying to retake this.
Now the plant's gonna go down. I mean, they do have, you could say, some utility. The 0-point flash for Practo, but you're alone here. The rest of the squad is kind of far off, so might be just either get a consolation prize or die to the spike. And this start early for Burger Boys, yes, is going to be a bit rough, but it's not something that they can't bounce back from, right? Because we've seen a lot of Burger Boy resilience and the ability for them to sway it back in their favor. When they lost the lead on Lotus, they managed to bring it back and take the series. Take the map. So here in this series and in this map of Corrode, they can still do some damage. They can still push forward.
Do something, right? Because realistically, look, this is it's a bonus. You're hoping to maybe get 1 or 2, and Practo's hunting for at least that one. Oh, dies before he can get it. But 2 ain't bad on a save. And now for Burger Boys, like you mentioned, right? This is where they'll have to make their stand, walk the way back in. I do wonder if they hold the same positions here, though. Yeah.
Tillo, yeah, I'm reacting to Tillo going for that. Tilla's like, you know what? I'm done being the first blood. It's time for me to deal the first bloods with an Odin in hand. But like I was saying, is like they have the ability to bounce back. They have a lot of good adaptations out of timeouts, out of little breaks, and hopefully, you know, with a buy up with weaponry, they'll do it right. We already saw some mid control, and they're gonna go for that same look again here.
0 point actually managed to get one tag so far, being the wheeler, I believe, so it'll allow Body to move in kind of fearlessly, but Till already, like you're saying, right, with the Odin and paper thin walls here on Corrode, so you know the spam kills are going to be imminent and consistent if they can find the angle. Right? For now, though, again, not the same B hold we saw previously on the save, but a similar triple hold that we saw, though, where they're waiting for the rest of AG to kind of move against them.
Rikers.
Riker. Oh, damn, he's better.
Rikers finds Retro here, and Retro on the holds has not been finding as much impact. Bonnie, though, is going to be the next in line to try and take these fights to some degree. The question here, though, is what does Burger Boys reposition? Because they've already lost a really crucial part to their puzzle. Oh my god. They lost 2 pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, Practo being taken away is also really unlucky, so now without your flashes, you can't necessarily defend against any rushes that you have, so you're thinking that A is probably the take for AG, and you will be correct on that, as they can smoothly walk their way in, unless Body's let us say about it. Paranoia, nope. Remove from the angle, and instead they'll look to try to re-peek again over onto Elbow, but he's up against like 5, man. He can maybe get like 1. Never mind, not even 1. And yeah, AG should be able to just stop this here.
Man.
And they get him. Oops.
And that's just free upgrades. Rikers picked up the Odin, so the once purchased up power weapon, I feel like we're talking about a different game when I say power weapons, but having that bigger weaponry to say, having that on the attack is going to be really solid. They're going to drop it to Duck. Poseidon, I believe, has enough to buy up as well. So this is going to be a very nice start for AG. Sheriff, Eco, a little bit for Burger Boys. Ultimates are going to come in. But realistically, Burger Boys, I think they either will need a timeout or a really lucky round for them to win. Maybe a couple of ultimates or something to really sway it in their favor. Because right now, it's just AG kind of controlling, like I said, whatever they want to do.
It onto the side. So this match is taking quick.
Riker beat him first. They're so fast that Riker was like, no, that's my kill. I'm taking that. Yoink.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, as you double peek at him, right? But then Sci-Fi as well to removing Bonnie from existence, and so although to save, right? But you've got to look at Burger Boys, hoping to probably plan for the next round and what they can do to stop them. Like you talked about before last map, as well, nerds, right? You're like, you have to stop them from planting here, right? Because their post plant holes have just been so strong, and Burger Boys, they only manage to get some rounds back once they switch sides, and also, you know, once they just we're able to fire back, bro, which isn't happening here.
True. I think the fire back is probably the biggest one here. Nanner's firing a little bit. Gonna go down just straight to the spike to try and not give up an ult orb, but with 4 rounds down, it's expected. This is where the change really needs to come through. They're going to have rifles, they're going to have better weaponry, and they need to deal with this pacing problem, right? Whatever it is, whether it's putting in Retro, giving them an op so that they can shut down and be that, you know, chamber op or reposition or have that on a line for an extremity. Yeah. It's going to be towards the B site. Maybe we'll see them pushing out a bit more. But Alliance, like I said, have been really controlling it, right? The previous round on when it was an eco, they went really fast. When it was a rifle round, they had a little bit more map control. They played a little slower. And I think that having that dynamic and really tripping up Burger Boys in the mid round is what's just giving AG so much potency here.
True. Right, and speaking of the mid round, though, this is where Burger Boys need to make their stand here as they look towards mid once again. It's not the same 3-4, but just 2 body spotted close. This is unlucky as Riker's already made his way in. Bonnie taken away so quickly. Was forced Practo at least to try to get something back. Just 1 taken. Practo's stuck in Tilla with the Odin to hopefully force them back a little bit to not just run over them on the site. A Paranoia to allow, and that's move into the corner to maybe get a cheeky kill off, but for AG again, up 3 now, unfortunately. Good trade, nice shot from Retro, and a moment to breathe for Burger Boys to 2v2.
Manners has a bit of a gut call, like, hey, they most likely are going to lean towards A. It's up to Retro, though, to find the first.
Player standing.
I can't do it. Wow. Poseidon with an incredible peek stops the up so quick on the flick.
30 seconds.
There's Duck now left. Otis still alive. 27 seconds left to go. And he can just chill, take his time, move all the way over to B. But I believe Nanners is right into this, so he should be here in time for this.
Yeah, but the plant's going to go down, and you could TP potentially out back towards safety. Duck is going to try and get ahead of it, but it's the wrong area. At this point, it's a 1v1. Who's going to get the read first?
He's going to have to check every single angle here, right? Just to ensure that he can make sure that he doesn't get flanked, taken out, shot in the back, anything. He has to check outside too to make sure, but
Cover going out.
that smoke is going to be clutch to cut off the back of the site, but from here, I think if you're Duck, you just take your time on what
no tap?
you want to do. Yeah, like you're saying, but is a tap though here? Nanners timing and Duck better with a swing.
Dude, this guy's crazy. 3Ks leading the team, managing to clutch this out from Lotus. Like, it's been time and time again that Duck has risen up to it. They haven't died a single time this game. 5 rounds, 5 kills, 0 deaths. Is that the thing that we need here? I just want to point out that insane statistic. At this point, it's another eco, so I can just keep yapping about the fact that Duck is crazy. Rikers has been really good individually. They're still going to go for the outlaw abuse because they know it's going to be an eco. If they just press tab, they can see the economy. And even though, yes, you have ultimates and you potentially have some other things coming online for them, they're not able to find those X factors. I yapped too much.
Nice shot by Nanners World here too, right? It's clean take, so at least they'll get something back. And Woon Riker as an option, like we're talking about, top fragger as well from the side. So they'll need to maybe try to get one more. Spike still in neutral position for Burger Boys. The same middle hole. It hasn't worked out so far for them, but at least now it's holding power angles for for it. Again, comes out on top.
I wondered if Duck was going to try and grab the orb here and then TP and pick it up. But it seems like, no, they're just going to be rotating back into A once they make space. And the goal was to see who gets the most amount of space to find the gap on the eco and then just play off that.
For now, though, at least they'll take what they can, at least in terms of space, right? Which I'm being right now, which is all onto A. There's the flash. Slowly make their way in, but since the flash didn't actually ping anybody here, it'll be on Nan to stop them. Nice paranoia. Still the corner. The thank you, Bonnie. Tekken taken.
Oh my gosh.
And an eco round is where we see Burger Boys come back. It's too quick taken right off the rip, and they'll stop them on the entry. And I think they realize the secret. Just chill. Wait for them to come to you.
I was about to ask, like, what's the secret sauce? Where is it? And I think I agree, right? You're on the defensive side, right? Yes, you can fight out and take space like you did during the first round, maybe even during some of their ecos when they take space out in mid or out towards B. But realistically, with the composition and the way that AG has been playing, they're really good at just being able to get in and playing that plant and getting fortified positions here for the side of Alliance Guardian. So countering that works really well. On the flip side, though, we do have, like, now the ultimates matter even more because we see a foreign laser coming in.
Yeah, their laser again, though. Foreign has made his way all the way into sight. Riker gone again. Big first pick from Tillo to get himself on the board, at least. And Spike now drop once more. Burger Boys, it took a bit of time. It took some adjustments, but they're finally adapting to what AG was doing. Right? Allowing themselves to... Oh, unlucky. Bonnie tries to go for the brands, but not going to happen. Still a Garden. Almost pushed out, but not going to get the chance.
A little too late on that timing. He's going to get surrounded and taken down here. The second for Burger Boys as they bring themselves back in. And honestly, the fact they won the Thrifty, by the way, is a huge boon to the mental and the structure for Burger Boys, right? It's going to give them a lot of hype here as they start their steamroll. They did have to use that ultimate I was trying to set up, like, you know, Practo has his, Foreign has his. It's going to be a clash of which one gets popped first. And as we saw Practo using his a little bit, like, into Foreign's ult and being on that right side, just managed to allow them to just win. Not allow Foreign to take that space.
Yeah, dog in though as well, close on to their corners, and they'll move his 5 stack once more. as a dashback finds early info, and that's paranoia as Bronny and Practical make the win again. Dude, this is so clean from them. Right, the setup is beautiful. The Flash get to move forward to mid, and again, there's all there lined up, waiting for the taking. The 5 stacking on A. We saw this from so many of the teams, but Burger Boys are ready.
I think the rounds have been really good about their stacking, and the idea most likely in concept is you're going to be retaking a bit on one site and you're going to be stacking on another, and it's a couple of stacks that have been pretty solid out of Burger Boys. Alliance Guardian going to take a timeout here. They did have a lot of rounds where they were controlling the pace of it, and now with this sort of stack, they're unsure about, okay, like we can't, if we run into a stack, we seem to be losing. If we go for a bit of a default play, potentially, we might still get taken down by the stack. So it's about trying to adapt to that. On the flip side, Burger Boys is going to try and, you know, of course, ante to some degree, but they don't know exactly what AG is going to do here. So out of both of these teams, who's going to have the stronger adaptation? And Burger Boys, they've shown a lot in terms of their adaptation. So I'm going to give them a bit of, you know, leniency there.
Fair enough, right? Like we were saying, it's the adaptation points, right, that we saw out of BBs from what they've done. But for Alliance so far, they've kind of been stopped in a rut where previously they were able to take probably 1 to 2 early on, right, against Burger Boys, or they managed to get spam kills from their side. Like Tillo, I know I saw was like basically unlucky, right, where he got taken away pretty early on in these rounds. But now for their end, right, where they have their 8 Russians, 2, they were stacked in S5, but the Burger Boys really into it. Again, they also changed a bit of their own setup, but the paranoia alongside the Flash should still definitely be there to catch them early if still evident.
Now they're still gonna go for a 3 and then 2 into mid, probably an ace split with how they're pushing it.
Considering with 4 now in the no actually looking to catch him either, body on the corner, he's so ready. The shock bolt is there. Oh my god, Nana's there for the support. Even he gets 1 the second, now they walk into him. Nanners is disgusting. Burger Boys 4 in a row.
What a hold. That was just a good hold from 2 really solid players. The concept from Alliance Guardian was good, right? Go for a split, right? The stacks were a bit tough for us. Try and catch them off guard. The Burger Boys were prepared. They had a crossfire. They had the utility. And you have the Bonnie Nanners X Factor. Simply put all together, it's the whole package. Everything you could want in this moment. Also, just the fact that Bonnie immediately, like, gets 1. Nanners is spraying them down. Has to go for the reswing. The timing for them. Being able to work hand in hand. It's lovely to see.
Well, it's gorgeous, right? The paranoia setups alongside Bonnie with the shock hold, with shock bolts too, to get 1 almost immediately as well is really impressive with how Bonnie's been able to maneuver the early stacks in the map. But speaking of which, they go A no more. It's mid seems to be the take.
It's gonna be the plan. They're playing it a lot slower here for AG's okay.
No
Spam.
shot, dude. Not even off the hot. Those use the knife and find 2. The spam is so clean, but again, these stacks are getting punished so heavily by Burger Boys. Might be the case here though. Right, AG do a really good job of finally firing back, but they're decently low, and Riker's only one with full health. He has the ultimate if needed, and Nanners and Retro ready and waiting.
At this point, though, you have an op as well as Nanners at full HP. The op can be drop picked up in mid. You can go for something, like you can even see Retro spots out the Odin. So there is a possibility here to not only deal chip damage, but also to prevent them from being able to win this hold on the A site. Retro on the B site. Retro already has a line into it.
Exactly, because like they know exactly what we're walking into. The line should at least be
I like
stopped
that
because
smoke.
the smoke that's clean. The timing might be really crucial here as they just shoot early. All right, Retro knows the shot goes a bit wide, but Riker in tries to spam this, but some chip damage is all he will get, as the op will unfortunately be not that useful, as he's super slowed down. And Natus with his full wraparound, he cleared everything else, so he knows exactly where they are. Dunk up top, and to maintain his cover. As Riker over by the side, You know, they don't know where either person is going to be down to 1v1s for both of these duels. And Riker wins his, and now it's on Nanders. One up high, one down low, and he's going to try to just stick it to. They have to face into him. He'll get it to half, sees the timing, 17 health, as Nanders pops out. Then the smoke, he gets one more. The counterpart taken. Now Riker, he has to save this. It's at half. The spam is clean, and Riker gets the clutch.
Right in the nick of the moment. The timing on some of those plays was brutal. The ultimate coming out, as you mentioned, as well as the wraparound here, especially peeking out Rikers, just hiding in a corner, being the turtle that they are once they get onto that site. It's interesting how it can kind of go both ways. But the way that it started was fascinating, because this was an eco round for Alliance Guardian. This was a round that realistically they wouldn't have won, but they managed to. And more than that, they managed to do that while taking out some really heavy hitters and some really heavy weaponry out of Burger Boys.
And it's huge for them too, like you're saying, right? They're both pretty unorthodox wrongs that both ends to that they managed to win, right? Considering how it looks so good for Burger Boys right off rip. But this time though, they're not getting caught in chokes or just, you know, leaving themselves these easy points. Nando's actually gonna look to dodge away from the flash and allow himself to move into the corner. But unfortunately, with all the youths held up, they become wise to what Nanners and Bonnies have done. So they won't allow themselves to get caught this time. And a systematic takedown of every single angle they've been caught on previously. The paranoia and the dog leaving him alive at least. But for Tillo and Bonnie, they know they have to make the stand here to keep Burger Boys in the game and possibly make it 6-6 half.
Plant's already down. You have two players that need to rise up to the occasion. Can Bonnie and Tillo do it? They have good ultimates.
Two up front, but how do we take this stage is the question. This is a tough task to try to accomplish, considering what they're facing, and it's AG ready for wherever Burger Boys are coming from. Tillo and Retro looking to do this all by themselves if they can, but it's looks like kind of slipping out of their hands, and they'll try to come back for the final round, but may not happen. Unfortunate.
Last round before the switch.
No, it doesn't happen. It's a bit tough though, because I think it felt like Tillo and Retro both didn't know what they were doing. Tillo was sort of leaving out of Link, whereas Tillo was pushing in, and that kind of makes me think that maybe some of the comms were a bit rough. Not to read too much into it, maybe they were just trying to catch a timing or something along those lines, but that plus the fact that they've been losing a couple rounds in a row makes it seem like a touch disjointed for Burger Boys on this defensive side. That being said though, they are very comfortable. Last time we saw them on the second half, they started heating up insanely, and they were really, you know, doing better on that second half of the map. So
For sure.
that's something to take note into a pattern. He's got to give some hype for Burger Boys.
We'll find out, right? Like you're saying, but especially with this double duels composition that we're seeing out of Alliance. So they needed to make the attack round there naturally the strong side, but it's Corrode, so things can't necessarily just go wary within a matter of seconds. Nightfall already waiting for Tillo. Not gonna pop it just yet, where the rest of the team does come in. He hears the footsteps, and they all go in now, but there's too much up for Bonnie to deal with. He's full flash, especially in the corner, two taken right away. And off and already, the rechamber, and three now gone. Mid removed as a factor. Spike also dropped, and Burger Boys finally find the fight that they needed to make this a 7-5. Just one. It's Poseidon. He's blinded. And he's gone.
It's almost poetic how similar the rounds were. It's like there wasn't necessarily a timeout or like a big shift in terms of the way that, you know, teams have been playing and the ideas that they've been throwing around, both on Lotus and on Corrode here for round number 12. It just comes off of like a big round for a player with a solid ultimate. For Retro specifically, being able to find that through all of the chaos, making sure that they can, you know, lock in on the first and get the second with the headhunter just shows individual prowess. But regardless, it is 7-5. Burger Boys last time did not win the pistol. They're looking to rewrite history here, and they're on the attacking side. A 5-stack towards B, where the Sentinel is awaiting their open arms, I guess.
Yeah, and they'll run on in. It's similar to what we saw previously, but instead it's AG this time looking up and taking the space of mid. Oh, Poseidon's scene. That's not ideal. So they'll have to give up the space, and they know the beach should be taken now. Hans is so clean, and Poseidon does not even have a second to breathe. Plays forcing one by one. The rest of the team comes in. Body in the corner. He's inside nest. It'll take his two. Right, ups his damage. His stats are so clean. We're talking about all day. This guy is a monster on this Neon. And you can see he needs to frag one by one, a double peek and a jump shot. That is also continuing forward. His pistol prowess is just duck left. He saved them before. Can he do them again? Can he do it again is the question. One in the corner, the flash lands. And Duck knows time is not on his side. Have to find something, but there's a trade angle. The corner is nice. Duck there, and Practo peeks out. Ready.
There it is. Burger Boys is going to be able to capitalize off the pistol. Yes, there's only one player left alive, but Practo was the one that planted. Practo was the one that gets those kills, which is going to be a huge big up for them. On top of the fact that Bonnie just seems to activate a lot more in these attacking sides, a lot more on the second half, and specifically right now, being able to go in and just deal a huge chunk of damage. It's going to be evening out the game here, considering we have Alliance Guardian going for a full eco, one shorty for Riker, probably going to go for maybe a cheese play in mid or a hold in mid. We'll have to see as the round develops.
I mean, usually we see, like, you know, these triple push ups, right? It's exactly what we saw the Burger Boys previously that they were doing. But we'll lead them to kind of think, because previously it was just jumping off of fade util and flashes and trying to find any spam they could. But for AG, you know, they'll hold. They don't want to give any spam kills. Like we saw that happen to Burger Boys where they were down playing 4v5 so consistently. But for now though, they'll look around the site, see who they can find, take a nice little stroll as they run onto A. Okay. Yeah, a nice first, but Dunk actually evens it up. And instead we'll make it the Ares game. Spam through, two gone. And Burger Boys left up this one.
Everyone talks about the Odin, but I feel like the Ares does not get discussed enough here.
I love the Ares.
A little bit of a rough fight, but Nanners is going to clean things up as we wrap things up 7-7 for both sides. And they do manage to keep a fair amount of weaponry here. The Ares is it's still a high penetration weapon, so you can go through those walls. And it is on the initiator, on the attack side, meaning that, you know, an Odin is, you know, the main choice for machine guns, but it's still very good. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tillo's going to be able to get some value out of it. Looking at the position, he is going to go alongside the duelist stack. They're just going to be fully into mid here.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well be right, because they know that this is where AG been playing previously, and this is how Corrode goes, bro. You know that if you either fight mid or you fight side, and those fight. Oh, nice TPOA. Like, gets out immediately, not gonna give up his life, but I managed to see where they're holding. So it's that Spike will instead be looking towards the base side, which is decently open. Flash through should be clean. Foreign there. Riker first up, but they'll actually check the corner, and Foreign takes two. Massive for themselves. And a bit of an oversight allows all gamers a chance to come back in the game.
Oh, man. And at this point, for Alliance Guardian, the fact that they have so much in terms of weaponry and the utility, the paranoia is still there. Two Prowlers, this retake should not only be a piece of cake, but they could even try and go for a stall and a stop. Separation. Whoa,
he's
no!
though. I mean, he is fine. Ideally, you're looking to spike down as soon as you can here, right before the rest of the team does come in. But you got 35 seconds. You know, as soon as you do, they're all gonna rush in. This is rough right now. Retro has to take at least 1 to 2. Beside, unlucky that he's gonna take it over. Yeah.
Oh, man, and that's going to be, I mean, it makes sense, right? Alliance Guardian picking up that third round. I thought they had some pretty solid weaponry, but you always have to go for the upgrade. Doesn't go for it. Nah, doesn't go for the Odin. But in terms of the economy and the ultimates, we are starting to see some close. Tillo is close to his, as I believe Tillo was getting those plants and taking those early engagements. Bonnie, not as active as Nanners, but still getting up there. And this round looks like it'll be another, like, mid to A kind of hold split. They do still favor this mid position, especially with the duelist on the attacking side.
For AG here, though, they've at least, you know, got their gun round. So they feel comfortable on this map, but we're expecting close games between the both of them. And now for BURG Boys, I'll have to see the adjustment from their side, because they've been pretty good about trying to find and, you know, seek through where Alliance holds. And with no early peek this time, Bonnie gets taken. Practicing on their spam. He's walking through the paranoia, hoping to get anything. We're just... And they station themselves where AG can take them down in quick succession.
This
Rider
Alliance
side
Guardian,
chokes one by one. They just get taken away, and our Practo and Anders, I gotta say...
Yeah, no, they're going to get the plant down. They're gonna try to do as much as they can. But the thing is, for Alliance Guardian, they have them surrounded yet again, and they have all the pieces. It's gonna be up to BURG Boys to get those early fights.
Yeah, and Practo outside, right, with no coverage by himself, and so they'll just leave Nanners alone to try to delay. But that's up against 3. It makes it so hard without any 1v1s. AG, bit by bit, round by round, want to stand on their map.
Of course. I mean, we talked about it, right? This is not only is it their map pick, but it's also the map that they were favored on. The map that they had really good pacing and control. And we see that here again. Right? As soon as they find any pressure, their understanding of when to pull back and when to take fights is really fluid. And having that ability and that confidence in themselves and putting players like Riker and Foreign on those duelists, allowing them those get out of jail free cards or even the ability to reposition, really shows how well the Guardian is able to work together. The alliance of them, as some would say.
Ha!
But
that makes sense. But for BURG Boys to say once more, they've managed to find these cheeky save rounds previously to, you know, put the pressure on AG, but considering where they are, it's full 4 on A, and they'll have to get past Riker first to leave them hanging. Oh, shot whiffs, doesn't matter. He'll get out ASAP. Sci-Fi next, and he shoots the dog first. Unlucky, doesn't matter though. It'll leave Riker with at least one match to get out and dash away, but from here, there's the ultimate also invested to stop them for anything else they can do and slow down the push that will come in and give AG a chance to breathe.
At this point, BURG Boys need to go for this stop. Maybe debating on the re-hit and what position they're going to take. But if you look at Foreign's position, this could be so close to a trap, a sandwich, a retake, one that we've seen countless times before by Alliance Guardian.
3 all set up, waiting for the chance to pounce. And on the other end, it's the same with AG. Only a matter of seconds. Foreign goes around, looks free, clear, gets the space back.
Face your fear.
There's a Nightfall to go in. They managed to get 2 as well on the site, so they know they should be holding right off, but they do not know where Foreign is. He could be the difference maker, but instead it's Riker. Those one shots a bit too deadly. Tello with no shield, it may not seem matter. It's 3 for him for the round. He needs to plant. He's waiting for the timing, and Foreign has to come out. Plant goes down. Tillo not looking. And Foreign, like we said, timing is everything. This man has every clock on hand.
I think that's perfect what you just said. They have like the clocks of every single player locked down, because the way that they've been able to find these positions have been insanely cool. And it was so close, right? Tillo was absolutely popping off in that moment, having really good individual reads. But just at the end of the day, when you have a team that's just feeling like in that flow state and you give such... I'm trying to come up with a word here. I'm losing my mind. Such individuality to these players. I can't find the word. I genuinely can't. They're feeling so hot individually, and they're managing to find timings that they need to.
But Tillo himself, right? A triple kill to definitely should raise his confidence himself, but simply not enough. The one away. Duck spot in the corner, so they'll at least get the space as they look to move towards the A site, but made it firmly in the control and leaving Retro to watch around B as they don't want to get flanked again. There's that little EMP to stop them. The spam is nice, but Bonnie gone. Foreign's watching. It's one tap short of just him. This guy's playing DMs, bro. Hey. Although Nanners takes him out, it's still 3v4 on the side. They had to get the spike down here, which is the problem last time. And now that a stop for the rest of AG of just conversing on, convulsing on them? Conversion. There you go. Very good.
We both need dictionaries, but at this
Yeah.
point, it is a retake for AG.
Yeah, and retake not gonna happen. Pacto covers the angle. Leave it to just Riker to that op. It looks dangerous. And then Arthur face up against him. Riker's still confident enough on his shots. Doesn't want to give the op away, but the drop is there. And Practo will pick that one up. Burger boys get a much needed round.
This is gonna be, it's great for them, right? Like, it's gonna build up some of their economy, but Alliance Guardians still have, because they won so many rounds in a row,
Fine.
the ability to buy the op, the ability to purchase up in here. But again, even when you have a lot of really solid individuals, it does mean you need to like rely on those hero moments. And once it's broken and Burger Boys is able to do the same thing and they're able to like get in onto the site, actually, it shows that AG might have a harder time, especially with Burger Boys figuring out how to do a better job on those holds and holding the extremities early on those
sure.
deep lines.
Speaking of which, though, lines here so far are currently in their favor, but Retro watching it really looks to peek towards elbow. Shot traded between the two of them, but not knowing where the op is, I think if you're Burger Boys, you do not want to try to peek past the smoke. As they're just all faced up, all shooting forward. Bonnie looking to search for one. Pacto also swings. The shot will close, and he slides on him. It's disgusting. He's waiting for the rest of the team. Oh, but the electricity not enough. Riker barely managed to get out. It's Tillo versus Riker. We're down to 1v1 once again, and Tillo wants the clutch back. He wasn't fruitful last time, but he wants it this time.
I honestly need it here if they want to tie up the game, Ravish. But look at this ultimate.
He'll dodge it, but just barely.
Ooh,
So he's fine. Gonna
there's
use the
also
dog
more
to
time.
Yeah. But check if he's close, if he's not. He gets a safe plant down. This is big for Tillo.
I mean, because you had more time to kind of potentially go for this, you saw Waylay looking. Riker was like, okay, maybe there's a rotate towards B here because of that ultimate. But no, they now need to converge on each other.
Tillo holding close in the corner. It'll just be Riker who has his peek around and waits for his timing. Has the teleport as well too, so he could just go refrag back. That's a tap, and we know something about AGs that they love just holding. But Tillo, ready, ice cold, and clutch is in the back.
Hey, that's redemption. That's redemption for the previous round against when they played against Foreign. And you know, it's got to feel good here. Especially because it's going to put AG down to an eco. Alliance Guardian do not have the money to buy up here. That's what I meant when I said you need to win this round to tie up the game. Because the fact that we've seen Burger Boys starting to step up to the plate and really push the buttons of Alliance Guardian, they now need to take a timeout. They now need to go for this eco. Theoretically, right, the game is going to be evened out here. And all of this is happening while Burger Boys, by the way, haven't taken a timeout this game. They still have 2 little pips on that timeout counter. I see that. And all I can say is that just goes to show how individually as a team, as well as how as a team they can play together really fluidly and change up the way that they're playing without needing to go for a timeout to reset a lot of the macro decisions or the ideas that they are going with.
Exactly, and I want to highlight some players as well here too, because like Practo in this map, I find, has stepped up in a massive way, whether it be the early knives and the flashes to set up for the scene, right? He's looking at 7 assists to it, but Till specifically 15 assists on that trade, right? So he's getting, my man's getting haunt after a haunt. The dogs are landing as well too. He's playing a phenomenal game, a slow start as well from his end, but nonetheless, alongside Hernandez with a paranoia of 12 of his own, so Burger Boy stepping up in massive way and doing a really good job of playing off of one another too.
Seems like, yeah, there's a tech timeout. Honestly, I want to add on to what you're saying. Other than just having the insane stat line of 15, Tillo has been put into clutch situations, and the first one wasn't as fruitful. The second one starts to show, and in those clutch moments, Tillo does have that individual, play style. Also, just to say, like, Tillo was at one point, I believe, the coach for Burger Boys, then stepped in as, some of the roster shifted around. So he's been working with this squad a fair bit, and putting them and slotting them in right here isn't an easy feat, right? We saw that with Sad and Style yesterday. If you were tuning in, viewers, I believe the Desk and Dryad and Liz talked about that a fair bit when, you know, how Style's playing into it, how the roles shifted, and as a result of that, how they play. Burger Boys doesn't seem as phased by that. They do have a lot of fluidity still, even though if you saw yesterday's matchup, you know what happened and who won. It still goes to show that here, you know, they're managing to do really well. And it means a lot here actually as well, right? This is promo relegation. Whoever wins this is staying in. Whoever doesn't is unfortunately going to have to sit this one out.
Exactly, and you do have to kind of feel and look at AG, right? Where Alliance Guardians have, you know, moved themselves from Premier, right, to have a chance. They've finally managed to make it here, and they're grinders as well too, right?
Yeah.
We were talking a bit about them on the desk as well too. Like both these teams, but like AG specifically, they're playing in like a bunch of different opens, like a bunch of Mr. Fun Evans, right? And any other chance they can get to just make sure that they're not slacking off as well too. And they've also, consider the fact they've also changed one of the players as well most recently, so they're really showing up as well without like, you know, a ton of time to necessarily mesh together as a team. But the fact of playing this well is truly impressive.
I'm also expecting, by the way, for AG to retake with some of these ultimates that they have. Something I wanted to mention was the fact that they have the overclock, overdrive.
Yeah. But finally we see some one taps for their end. Riker now gone. Shockbolt and Paranoia as well to try to get some stun back, but no, just face up into them. Donk is so clean, but Bonnie not able to find him with those AD peaks, man. And now Foreign, he's come up big for AG before, and he needs to do it again. Watch the angle, playing it safe, but Burger Boys are holding.
They're going to hold him to probably try and wait and call the bluff, and hopefully AG rotates off a little bit and they can catch a timing onto these players. But again, like I said, we still have 3 ultimates here for AG. Not only for a retake, but also for a stall if they try to go for this fight.
Exactly, they'll use the knife to try to see who is currently on site with 2 still holding, like you're saying.
30 seconds
Right,
left.
but Rifle's right in the middle, is Retro up top, in the open angle, can't find him, and Foreign managed to get away with the Nightfall also as well on the rest of the team. So now they know exactly where they're holding, but they still want to come back to this. They got 17 seconds. Burger Boys have got to ram their head and just bash their head into the wall. Let's try to get the spike down here. There's still a guard Poseidon on the outside. They're not looking at him. Tiller now dead. Spike goes down, but at what cost?
And they try so hard to pull a Fnatic, but unfortunately they are not them, and they just get crumbled upon, right? AG, they've been really good about swarming, surrounding, and pushing through. Those ultimates coming in super clutch, the Steel Guard and the Nightfall going out. And at that point, Burger Boys, unfortunately, they fall and falter. And honestly, you gotta, you know, give some praise to the the timeout that they took right beforehand, and they managed to talk about it. AG able to bring this back is going to not only give them a lot of momentum here, but it should potentially give them the 12th, right? Like, you would expect the momentum to carry forward, but if I know Burger Boys, I don't think they're gonna do that. Even though they do have a weaker buy, they still have 3 rifles up here.
They also invested, they forced up into this round as well too, so they want to make the stand, they need to here and now. They're duck up top, and Riker also playing the trade angle for himself. The smoke now landing, so they'll probably look to flash through if they can. That second smoke as well too, to cover the cross angle. That's really well done for themselves, but they haven't been able to find anything either. As they're both to spam through. Doc again comes out on top. The close corner, Riker finds the timing. It's all falling apart for Burger Boys. What was a clean shot, what they needed to do, but it's not just Retro, the IGL, to do anything. And AG are 1 round away from getting their map pick.
Match point.
Makes the game a lot closer, brings it down to the wire. And more than that, by the way that Alliance Guardian play, that I want to give a shout to Rikers, because Riker popping the Whaler utility to slow them down, it really disjointed the way Burger Boys was trying to get onto the site and left Nanners alone. The rest of them started to fall. The chip damage is undeniable, and it kind of collapsed upon them. Burger Boys needed to win that round. They bought up into it, and now every round is a round that they need to win.
Exactly. I mean, not too true, trying to bring it to OT, but the buy is kind of desolate, and things seem pretty rough right now for Burger Boys. No ultimates on their end. They've used Pactos last round, and If you're AG, you can chill. You got everything in the world you could need, the resources, the money. They can slap them with the wallets, man. That is easy here, bro.
Dude,
Burger Boys, yeah, this stuff.
they also have so much mid control right now that they can do the same thing that they did previous round in round, I think, 21. Sorry, round 20 when they contained them towards B.
Right, which, speaking of which, they're once again contained right onto B, though. Bro, oh, Bonnie runs out of bullets still. Managed to make it one
Look who's
for
flying.
one, but the rest of them caught in the choke. That's to take some prize back before and again, coming around, gonna sandwich them on the sides. And Alliance Guardians will take Corrode.
Honestly, it felt like we almost watched round 20 again. The only difference was we didn't go for waiting until the last 20 seconds to pop. Alliance Guardian, this is something that we've said since the beginning of Lotus, have been really solid in terms of being able to play that retake and even allowing some of that space to get taken before collapsing on them and being good with their mid-round calls. Like, hey, we know that they're most likely going to end here. Let's start to swarm them. And it's shown even more on a map like Corrode, where mid is so important and you can flank so much faster when you have a setup with two duelists, one that can flank like Neon and the other that can, you know, just literally change the pace of the game. You're slowed, I'm fast, you're slowed. You never even know what you're gonna get with Waylay.
Exactly, yeah. Trade rounds across the board, and Burger Boys could not close it out that right at the end, but it was a phenomenal effort where they managed to push through, right? But like we were saying, we knew this was going to be close, and now finally, we have a series on our hands. So look towards Ascent for what goes down. As remember, this is a full BO5, so we might be here for a while. So y'all strap in, get your snacks. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Well, folks, I wasn't kidding about bringing your coffee or your energy drinks because we are in it for the long haul. How do I know that? Alliance Guardians take their map pick of Corrode, 13-9 against Burger Boys. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy on the desk. Now, Roy, it was the 7-5 half again, like we saw on Lotus, and then the Alliance Guardians slowly but surely, they won the pistol and they just took it away.
Yeah, and they had a pretty comfortable finish too, right? The 13 on their map pick. That's got to feel good. But man, things that are coming to my mind right now is just the approach from AG, right? Like the double dualies, the way they were utilizing it to their advantage was just so sick. I'm particularly a big fan of how they were using the double duelist to just like devolve the rounds kind of early, and it allowed a lot of their like clutching and a lot of their like kind of late rounding to kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting for them, where they seem to find honestly just a ton of value. So I kind of like their ideas, right? Just like send a duelist in. They had a lot of cool set plays on their attack sides. And when it came to the defensive side, they were just so relentless in the way they were, defending sites and the way they were kind of just fighting and kind of watering down the numbers. And it felt like a lot of the late rounds were just so controlled from their end, right? Like they're really running Burger Boys for their money. They're like devolving the rounds. They're making these rounds, like these late rounds, last so long. So many like a split-second diffuses, if you will, and that's just a sign that like obviously AG is doing a really good job at just like slowing things down when it's time to, but they're also really good at kind of playing the explosive parts of the round as well.
I mean, looking at this timeline, kind of a story where we saw once again, previously on Lotus, this kind of push and pull from the teams. The pendulum, I think, is the word that you use between both teams flying back and forth. And folks, if you just joined us or maybe need a refresher, Lotus was very, very close. It was 13-11, and this is a little less close, 13-9, Roy. But I mean, we saw, if you're talking about like the double duelist come out, and it was just, I think, very quintessential AG pick and way of playing this map.
I think it suits their style too, right? Because the way they're utilizing the double movement on to their advantage was just so sick. And honestly, I'm kind of a big fan of it. Like, I really like the way they were approaching it, to be honest. Obviously, there are some flaws and there's some things that could be tightened up with every team, literally in the entire existence of Valorant. But I feel like just like the overall ideas were there, right? Like the crunches and elbow, that like the Waylay flying through heaven and the Neon running it down into elbow on their attack sides was just so sick. The way they're popping through smokes and kind of using the mobility to their advantage. A lot of that is really, really cool and kind of honestly very difficult to coordinate in the moment sometimes. So the fact that they make it look so effortless obviously shows that they're very drilled and they're very like kind of sticking to their identity, and it seems to be working quite well for them.
Dan talked about having to be convinced on the Waylay, which we saw a part of the double duelist comp. Yeah, but she like eventually was like, yeah, I'm convinced. This is what I am looking for. I think it didn't seem like you had to be convinced at all. You rather, this supported your already strong thesis that Waylay is a viable pick on this map, especially.
Yeah, I think she's a lot more than just viable, to be honest. I think she's like definitely one of the better picks in terms of the duelists. I just feel like a lot of the engagements on this map are just so nice for Waylay, right? Like being able to get into heaven on the execs, being able to bypass the elbow hold on the A side of things. Like there's just so many areas are just so nice for her movement, like the fast mid plays as well. So I think honestly, just like the way AG was utilizing both like the Waylay and the Neon was really sick, and it helps a lot when you have a player like Duck who's, I mean, the guy's just a clutch god. I'm not even sure how else to say it, to be honest. Like he's winning so many late rounds for them, Liz, and it's making these games so much more comfortable for them.
I think that ability to dig deep, though, is something that we've been harping on this entire broadcast, is that, AG have such a clutch factor within them. It's a stat that we care about in VCT and VCL. We talk about the most clutch players there are. We had a whole stat for the top 5 most clutch players in the league, I think, like around finals week, or I think playoffs week 1, excuse me. But to have that is round changing, that is momentum changing. We're talking about these momentum things, and this, especially when you have, you have to exec with a double duelist, and sometimes things go very, very, very wrong when this happens. It is really important that you have people like Duck able to come in and have those clutch genes.
Yeah, I mean, I think having like players that are strong on almost every front, like your duelists are really good on the opening, right? Having players that can trade very well, professional duelist baiters, like you kind of need all these players on the team. And then when it comes to like the late rounding, yeah, like you need those players, right? Like you need the IGL to be experienced, you need your controller player to be on point. But like, just look at Riker. Like this is the second map in a row he's dropping 200 ADR this time, Liz. Like he's just having a series right now. He looks very comfortable. Hey, honestly, it feels like on the eye test, like things are constructed for him to succeed. Like there's so many situations where he's getting a ton of support from the team, and there's so many situations where like it's very drilled. It looks extremely drilled on the team's end and for Riker.
I mean, we talked about how he you know, felt like he was warming up against Bonnie in the first map of Lotus, and here absolutely took off. And an agent that has kind of awkward, I think Waylay has pretty awkward movement that you have to learn. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the thing I have to be convinced on, I guess, is that Waylay isn't an awkward movement wise to play. But Riker is someone we highlighted in the pre-show for a reason, my dear audience, because when he gets going, I think you can literally see it in his eyes with this photo when he's just kind of mogging us down, that he is unstoppable when you give him a chance. And I think now that we have him on this kind of momentum and on this role, especially what Roy is talking about, how he's being set up by his teammates with the utility and just the set plays that they have, the understanding. I think when we go to our third map of Ascent, which is Burger Boy's pick, there's a world where kind of Riker takes off, Roy.
There is a very big world, and especially when you consider the fact that they're starting on the defensive side with a double Sentinel composition, but not the traditional double Sentinel, not the Deadlock Cypher. They've been running the Deadlock Vice. It's a bit of a different kind of spin on things, but I feel like the double walls can be very suffocating to play against. Like Vice alone is already a little suffocating. But when you have a rechargeable net that can sometimes stop a full execute, when you have those stun sensors that are well placed, and you have a second kind of wall that you need to get by, things can feel a little bit weird. So I feel like this map, although it is picked by Burger Boys, and you know, don't get me wrong, they've had some decent results on the map, it still is attack side Ascent against a very Sentinel heavy composition, and things could get very weird very quickly if Burger Boys are not able to get enough rounds to make their second half comfortable.
I am reminded of a certain TSM 7 on Sage, just kind of what are you gonna do? Like literally, what are you going to do? Because it's just, especially now with the meta, especially like the Cloud9 comp, I think they were running like a Vise Deadlock at one point. It's a duelist test, I like to say, because you better have a game plan when you are on attack to send your duelists in and let them do work, because there is a lot of utility there to stop them on Ascent specifically. But AJ will be starting on defense. So I guess good news for them is that they can figure out what's going on and kind of come up with a plan as they watch Burger Boys attempt attack. That sounds like they're not going to do well, but like attempt their attack and hopefully get as many rounds as they can, seeing their comp. I mean, that could be copium, that could be great analysis for me. We'll never know, but it is the third map between Alliance Guardians and Burger Boys. And I told you guys, you would be in it for the long haul. Do I lie, Roy?
No, I was, hey, you took the words from my mouth. I was about to say, Liz, I've never seen Liz lie a single time.
Literally. I know that the L stands for literally can't lie in Liz. But I also see you guys in chat, a very actually even mix of Alliance Guardian fans and Burger Boys fans. Make sure you let us know in chat how you are feeling, who you are rooting for, and who you think is going to win the match. I see the prediction up right now, and here we are into Roy.
Okay, that is a huge change of things. We're shifting back to the double initiators. They've got the Waylay out as well. Obviously, this is a massive change for Alliance Guardian. I actually kind of like their previous composition. So, I mean, I can only imagine they've swapped this comp because they found some kind of, you know, win condition or some kind of counter to the meta. So I'm kind of excited to see how they're going to be approaching it. But again, for the Burger Boys side, I feel like with their composition, it's not as fast, Liz. Like, they have to be willing to work to grind out these attack rounds, play slow, work the op, kind of work towards the cat where Chamber gets a ton of value, and then just allow the Yoru to kind of comfortably dismantle some of the gadgets and kind of, you know, try to, you know, put pressure on the map, use the TPs to push and pull. And obviously for the Alliance Guardian side, you need to figure out a way to shut down that pace. You can't let Burger Boys play too slow, but you also can't let them play fast. So you got to figure out like a nice little comfortable, you know, a kind of balance between, you know, holding map state, but not allowing them to break down the rounds with their, what is objectively a worse attack comp.
I mean, Waylay on Ascent, have I ever seen that in Challengers? I don't think I have.
I think we saw a little stint where some teams were running it, and some teams in VCT were also trying it as well on the Ascent side. So I think it's not that uncommon. It's becoming a lot more meta as Waylay picks up steam. But yeah, I'm excited to see how things are going to shape up in this first half.
Well, folks, Map 3, we could be going to map 5 later. Who knows? It is in the hands of Alliance Guardians and Burger Boys. Casters, Ravish, and Nerds, please take it away.
This is gonna be fun. Awesome, thank you, Let's Run. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I mean, I know we were all excited about it. We were looking at that way late, looking at what AG has to hold down for us, and I think Roy is right? It's like for BB, they have to work the map a lot more. Meanwhile, AG, run it in.
I love it because you have the ability to use the double initiators, and the reason they became so meta was for just the amount of control you have, and then you can set the waylay up for so much success. That just sounds like it's going to be a little similar to how we saw Corrode being played out, with the added element of now Bonnie's on Yoru. They have the flashes from Practo, Nanners, and more than that, this is a more solved map. People are more comfortable on this map as we get things started with a B hit. It looks like a mid to B.
Yeah, I mean, the split away 3-1 at least, so they'll have time to actually scale up into mid, but Riker again holding by pizzas with a frenzy. We got frenzies back in this game as well too, man. I'm excited. He took the corner. No, he doesn't. Jug peeks out. It's clean. Gets a slow as well. Nanoza takes one, but Tillo peeks back in. So he finds timing onto two and makes sure that Burger Boys are not out of it just yet, but they've got to get past Sci-Fi next, and he's holding this. He has the flash. This could be big. Oh! Retro finds the first before the flash pops, and that puts it down to a 2v2.
But again, they're pinched up into this corner, potentially. Foreign backs up, does not want to take the fight. They're trying to flip the map a little bit. Look at how far up Cypher is already. Poseidon is going to try and cut them off in mid.
And we'll see if they actually manage to find him here. There's the question, as they'll take the time to scale back over towards A instead. So it is just the Omen there.
Oh my
Poseidon
gosh.
finds his timing. That's his big from Poseidon. Massive come around. And AG once again get the first.
I need to figure out what watchmaker they go to. Because, like, I was going to say, like, you're looking for the timing there. You wrap out, you take the fight. Poseidon's going to try and cut them off in mid to make sure that they don't get towards the A side. If they're dueling towards B, you can at least get that info. But manage to just find two staring in the opposite direction. And for Alliance Guardians, that's awesome. That's got to feel great. Because Burger Boys, they're pretty solid on this map. Getting things started early. They started hot last time, they won. They start hot this time and they win again. Same thing.
We'll find out. I mean, hot is right. That's a 4K for Foreign as they jump into his crosshair. Just gift him that.
Yeah. Foreign was the duelist last time, so the aim, impressive as always. Just hunting for it at this point.
Indeed it is, my friend. And so we'll leave Foreign as they set up the rest of the team to give him the ace to try to find where Practo is. No idea. He's chilling in spawn. No one knows this, but they're gonna try to probably pop around, see where he is, investigate.
Where's Waldo?
Yeah, I mean, they should find him here in 3, 2, 1. Bada bing, bada boom. That's the ace.
Truly out here farming the eco aces. I mean, that was a crazy start. They all jumped out. The whole 4 inches, boom, 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 boom. Fast rounds coming out. No pacing, no nothing. Talking about how AG, right? They're starting off on defense, which means that they're gonna have a pretty. Not only is it defense-sided map, but they're generally pretty solid on the defense with the way that they kind of surround, contain, the way that they go for retakes, and now with the added monkey wrench of having Waylay, I think those retakes are gonna be even stronger because Waylay, she's really good. I kept saying this, like a broken record, controlling the pace of how you want to play the game.
Ooh, I mean, speaking of which, that's one from Riker right off rip. The body taken away. And they'll just manage to pinch them and pierce through them. Leaving Burger Boys kind of listless. Right? They were hoping to scale into B if they could, but I mean, we got Retro here left alone, bro. What is he supposed to do, man? Maybe tries to find one, but they're all looking towards mid. And the rest of them are split up in a 1-1-1 to see what they can get anything done.
Yeah, it's just, you've already lost so many important pieces for the entry and the info that, what are you gonna do?
He's dead. I mean, he's already seen Practo, and he cut off Nanners on a main. Sees, okay, well, Practo manages to get his, but just one, unfortunately. Has to be as singular as the rest of the team will encroach upon what our Burgers wants to do. Yeah.
With the spike down though towards A, they have to play recovery with 35 seconds. It most likely will have to be an A hit. I just don't think that with the
30
time
seconds
and
left.
with the utility that they have, that it's even possible. So going for this save early makes a lot of sense. Not only is it giving AG the third round, it's denying alt orbs and you keep 2 rifles, but it does put in a precarious spot for Burger Boys going into round number 4. Are they going to be going for an eco? Are they going to be trying to buy up with these 2 rifles?
10 seconds
And for AG, they want to win the round and maybe even get rid of some of these rifles, but they're nowhere close, and I don't think they even want to challenge it themselves. They're just getting upgrades, it seems.
Yeah, they might as well, right? Because they know that they get the 3 up to, and look, it's a set. Attacking side on Ascent is always going to be where you face the most troubles, especially just up for any team at all, as with how the map is shifted in terms of the actual meta. But unless for now, Burger Boys not getting the pistol, maybe will cost them overall, and from here is if they can get a save, huge. But we're looking at probably a runaway game for AG.
Honestly, that would be really solid out of them, because they're last time we saw like them play against Burger Boys, if I'm not mistaken, Burger Boys won, but it's a slightly different the core 5 out of Alliance, so they can bring it down to a 2-1 in terms of map score, get them onto relegation point, I guess. Get Burger Boys to relegation point.
Right.
It's good for them.
That AG, you know, they faced this team a couple times before, although with the different numbers. Duck again. Oh, the flash doesn't even matter. Sees him right before that pops and a trade for Practo, but for the rest of the team, they can just shoot the rest of just shoot them down, man. It's just clean.
remaining.
Like one by one, 4 holds his own at the back of Boathouse as he peers around to see where Practo is left. They find him. It's Riker to do so.
And there it is. 4th round picked up. I mean, Burger Boys did have to go for some investments, but at the end of the day, right, this has been
Need a drop.
kind of a rough start for them, having to save super early on in the game, having to even go for a slower play style in general when you have someone as talented as Bonnie. You can see Bonnie like can't get as activated, I think, as he would like to, and it's got to be not only a bit frustrating but also just, you know, a rework of the game plan of how we are going to be, you know, playing into this double initiator defense.
Right. Overall, remains to be seen what they do want to do, because for Burger Boys here, they don't want to necessarily just get snowballed, because like this can easily just be a 6-0 if they don't get this round, unfortunately. And like we were saying before, nerds, right? It was AG to take the lead previously, and they held that pretty firm, and a lot of work being done for Burger Boys. Taking a step back to the game for now, though. I'm gonna look to scale up through mid, find some control around tree, a little trade paranoia as they run their way, settle themselves into A. Nanner's now gone, and no smoke to hold a sight. It's gonna be that much tougher. Have to find having control and try to drop down from there if they can, but Sci-Fi's watching it, so have to walk right into him as well. The rest of them waiting to see and find an opportunity. As he drops down, Retro has to be the savior. The finest one, a second taken, and Retro, the IGL, is doing it all by himself to give Burger Boys at least a spike plant.
Ooh, and the fact that they took down Poseidon as well means it's a free
Massive.
site. They have it locked down. I mean, it would be very difficult for AG to break into it, but it would have to start with
Last
4 and getting that
player
opener.
standing.
I mean, it's starts from, maybe he gets one here, but I think he's just stuck. There's just too much firepower against him. But again, 4 and gets his one. It's a 1v3. This is impossible. Yeah, there we go.
Nah.
And Practical will take his. And again, that round is all Retro there.
Okay, not going for the Odin pickup, and instead just going to be going for rifles on the attack side. And the fact that Practo got that also means the Steel Garden is up. Tillo's one away from his. We're going to start seeing the ultimate economy brewing for both of these teams. And Burger Boys seeming to find a better pathing towards how they want to play this, going for the backstab. But you can't always go for the backstab. If some of the gaps get patched up, or if, you know, things kind of shift around on the defensive side for Alliance Guardians, and that plan kind of starts to fall off. So I want to see how they play it this time. Another sort of defaulty play. The spike is leaning into mid.
They've shown this kind of propensity to just kind of scale up S3 through mid pretty often as they lean towards the A side, and and 2-3 that they it's 2-3 that they take control of A, and with Sci-Fi now gone, unfortunately being picked off will mean that A's finally opened up as an option, but they haven't decided to make their way in just yet. They're still waiting to see if AG push against them.
They just got that opener, and last time it's kind of how it started. They lost the opening duel, but managed to claw their way back in. AG looking to do the same thing as Poseidon pulls up to reconfirm that space in mid. Make sure to cover that gap. The Sentinel utility is on B. They're comfortable, I think, with leaving it for the retake.
Here.
That time, at least, right? Because we know that at least we have Foreign watching A push the paranoia to stop them, and Retro ready and waiting. Leave them with one more on the side, not letting them fall towards the masses.
30 seconds
As
left.
Duck will find his one. But for the rest of the Burger Boys, though, makes it to push it down to 3v3 by the time Spike goes down for AG. They're gonna find a way back into the site because all is punched up here. And still a Garden alongside the Hunter's Fury will mean that they'll be stopped even further. A lot of investment. What can they gain? Patrick peeks around, sees one, and Duck also there for the trade. But they've gotta find, oh my god, just a quick peek out. These are what they can get done next, and that having control, although not unfortunately not in their favor, will mean that AG can take over the round in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and it was all off of, I think, Rikers finding the first, swapping off, managing to push on in, picking up that steam, and they waited specifically for the timing. Practo could have gotten the kill off on Riker if, you know, if and when they managed to push in, but it all comes down to, again, some of that initiator utility, the dart, the recon dart goes out, stops him, perfect replay timing, and that is their ticket in, because from then, the rest of the round collapses. Riker was able to get in and do some damage on that waylay, and again, right, they are shining right now. Foreign is at 12-1, by the way. 12-1 as the Omen, like, pseudo-duelist almost.
You want to play? Let's play.
Playing a fantastic game from his end. Riker with this off has been dangerous previously. He's found Bjorge's timings. And Practo being caught on the other end of that barrel is what you've been his fate for the past 2 rounds. Hopefully not his this time, as again, Burger Boys, that same sort of mid lane that we've seen previously, but this time no heavy mid push though. They found a way through trees more often, but this time, we're saying Practo not gone. And with Spike dropped, we'll see if they commit to this again.
The paranoia timing is here. Viwa.
Oh, gorgeous from Foreign, but although he gets traded, it's that same sort of play we saw previously. They'll go up through heaven, they'll break down, they'll walk through tree, but they don't know about this Owen, and Dunk is ready. Stops them right on the entrance and leaves Nanners alone and listless.
It's just so hard to break through, especially considering now that AG is like, okay, well, you guys want to go through tree, we're just not gonna let you go through there. And they try to exploiting other gaps, trying to find other gaps, but we haven't really seen much of that out of Alliance Guardian. They're pretty solid in terms of not only the way that they retake and how they play together, understanding the key ultimates that Burger Boys have, like the previous round with Practo, but also being very confident in controlling the pace of the game. Even in the replays, it shows Riker pushes in, gets the shot, gets on out, and they're just going to continue to hold this line, because why not?
It worked right before, right? This time, though, he got aggressive and pushed out, but Practo playing much farther back and much safer as well, and allowing putting on the wall here, too, so allowing themselves to at least get a trade back, and Practo being ready on the angle is they move themselves and scale through mid. This time not going to go for the tree lane, but looking to flip the map this time, as we have Dunk ready with the Odin, the spam waiting, and the trade being set up between Nanners and Bonnie. They don't want to let Duck just get away with it and run free. Also get flanked previously. Oh, Bonnie, a sliding hits. A disgusting shot from him. With one being taken back. AG looking to wrap all the way around again to take away the rest of the power that Burger Boys have. They'll make their way into B, but with just 3.
They flipped the map yet again, and now they have a 2-2 pinch onto the B retake. The only thing is that they're still worried about mid.
Oh, push out the ult. He's inside the smoke, and Branners is ready. Bro, that's it. He stops him so quickly that no one even checked it. They just die. Oh, just the retro shot goes a bit wide. Then retro again tries to do something, but Bonnie for the cleanup. Burger Boys to get their second.
Tanners, that's how they won that round. Just immediately catching a great timing and finding those picks to prevent Alliance Guardian from getting anything. And I think this is an Alliance Guardian timeout to try and, prevent the slip that we have started to see. And taking it so, I mean, you have too, you might as well go for them to really try and ensure that they can finish this half out, not only in a really solid fashion, but even more than that, you know, reset some of the way that they're playing. But honestly, I do want to say it might help Burger Boys a bit more in the sense that they could rethink how they're going to play. There's a chance that that happens, but more than that, this is just to break the momentum. Like, so genuinely, it's probably to break any momentum that Burger Boys can pick up after this round.
For sure. And we've seen Alliance be really good about these timeouts as well, where Burger Boys may, you know, look to... They're really stringent with theirs, but AG, as soon as they see anything happening, as soon as maybe anything goes wrong in the columns, they're like, yo, I mean, let's go scale it back real quick. Let's talk about this. What was all that? Why are we not checking the corners? Answer is, y'all should be. So, but
This goes here.
it's just one round, simple as that. But for AG at this moment, we've seen that they've been really good about stopping a lot of these mid lanes that Burger Boys have done. Although some get caught up by tree, but this time it's Burger Boys up 3. Riker comes out on top.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I feel like when your players are doing that, you get a nice little reset. You get yourself a timeout. There's not much to analyze or say. They're just shooting well.
Yeah, exactly that, but at least, although even with one, though, those just started rushing the site. Although they just get one, but AG 4 strong. Duck putting out his ult. The Heartless Fury just gets 1 ping.
Cover going out.
And Foreign as well, alone holding the back of the site. As Spike has not gone down yet. We know that for Burger Boys, like, they just gotta clear out the rest of them, and they can't do anything at this point. Foreign dodging the headshots, takes his one, doesn't get found. Practo manages to get a little cheeky to rush at him, but just him left alive, and he has to plant. Right, the timing here is gonna be massive. Peeks around, Riker finishes it.
I think Foreign going for that cheeky, like, I'm just gonna stand right at the very edge of the smoke to the back of the wall, to the back of the smoke. The right little the millimeter further out you would have seen his back. And then just going, getting a pick there, leaving Practo in a horrible spot to clutch it out. And now an even worse spot for Burger Boys, because their economy is gonna be even rougher here. It's just gonna go to show how I love this replay, how bad it is, because you tag up Practo, you put him in a 1v2, can't really win it out. This is just an Alliance Guardian that is so utterly confident within their game plan, and it's such a solid game plan in terms of the way they retake and play.
Yeah, exactly.
So, big chillin'.
I ain't mad about it. You know, just take the time.
You know who's mad about it? I think Burger Boys would be frustrated, and some of the fans I would even assume in the audience who are like they're rooting for Burger Boys, right? And they're just not able to figure out how to break through here.
I'm FC fans on both sides of the chat right live the same as well too, but I think AG fans right now popping off though, ducking Poseidon hand in hand. Stop there, but the choke, the A main becomes a bloodbath with 2 fall, 3 minutes to make their way in. And Sci-Fi puts his name on the board. Dude, I was gonna pop off just yet. I'm glad he's getting his time to shine. But AG are running away with this game.
Nice little eco up for them. Burger Boys, though, I'm going to give them a little bit of praise here just because they are kind of the underdogs right now in this specific map, and say that they do have the Dimensional Drift available, and Bonnie has found some pretty good impact off of those ultimates. Honestly, they're also really close to Practo having his ultimate, and there is a chance that they could sway it in their favor. But it's all going to come down to, can they make this A hit worth it? Can they get it double TP up?
Oh, 4 rushes in, he gets up. I was about to say, bro, if you guys don't kill him, bro, he is in front of you. But somehow managed to get away with that, though. But it's rough. Meanwhile, Practo falling as he gets peeked out by mid. Tries to punish the person in tree, not gonna happen. Dimensional Drift into the sights. We see Cypher fighting up against him. He's alone by himself. He's up against 3, and he doesn't want to peek this. He knows he can stay safe. He can just stay behind Jenny. Doesn't get caught. But Retro, again, the IGL stepping up to save the day again. A triple kill to remove them one by one, and single-handedly keeping his team on this site. But can he get the round?
He needs to get the spike planted, but Poseidon, he knows.
Wait for timing. All he has to do, Poseidon's wait for timing. He peeks him. Poseidon a bit better. Angle off. And Alliance Guardians are looking incredible.
This feels just like a tidal wave, a tsunami, a storm, whatever you want to call it, just crashing upon the shores of Burger Boy's shack, and it's just been breaking, right, ever so consistently. And you even see, like, Retro knows. Retro's very much like, I think that we are gonna get flanked, because we have been so consistently flanked and encompassed and encroached upon. And even then, the confidence for Poseidon is high. He swings, he shoots, he scores. Whoa, what happened?
I'm Forrest is dead.
I'm sorry.
He's just dead. He just can't find anything there, unfortunately. So he'll leave them. I mean, got this broken once more. Ford felt a bit confident. Still Garden to push them off the side, but no one's really even there. He's just spamming and spraying. And Duck, although gets caught, live with the spikes. At least AG now here. Go for the retake as Duck is good enough, as he's safe and sound. Spam is clean with that ping. Burger Boys are, again, just stuck on the side. They're going to play 3 on, well, 4 on, I should say. And leave Nanners outside waiting as the rest of the team looks to walking one by one. It's back to under control. Oh, being flanked here. Tillo the first time, taking the first contact by one up top. Tillo not gone. Both pinged by Jenny. Dice not cleared away. And AG Duck specifically. That Odin in heaven becomes everything they fear, and Sci-Fi pops up, bro. Stops them. He has just enough time to push them to 10.
Wait, I just want to say it was a way better round for Burger Boys. They did a good job. They had someone tucked in wine so they don't get flanked on. They had really good control of the site. But when you have just an Odin in your face, you could just spam, mow these players down. That's just it. That's all that happens. And at the end of the day, it does get down to a 1v1 where the Burger Boy player has like a bit of a read, has a bit of a positional advantage. They're like, okay, I think I know where this player is going to be, takes the swing, and just loses the raw gunfight.
It's incredible as well. Like the fact that we land here after AG's, first couple of games, well, too, like you're saying, raw gunfights, pure prowess, and having an idea on exactly how to face the Burger Boys. And right up for BB. This pistol round is essential. Dare I say crucial? Because if they want to maintain the strategy in this game, they've got to come back here. Alliance Guardians have been really good. Oh, getting the pistols, but let's see, it's a rush in. Retro, no one's even looking. The whips! Oh, it's fine though. It's okay. He'll take 3 once again. And it seems like it is just Retro at certain moments to save his team. Riker in a 1v2. He's got to find where the rest of them are. They're both waiting inside of the smoke. Sees one up top. A third taken. That is ridiculous from Riker. But he's playing up by Jenny. He's watching the angle, and Riker with the 4K!
No!
Are you kidding me, man?
No way. I mean, I think you had almost every advantage there for Burger Boy. And then you just see how Riker is like, I'm gonna isolate this fight. I'm gonna TP back. I'm gonna make you second guess everything you've known about Valorant, and then I'm going to get a 4K on you to give us 11-2 scoreline for the side of Alliance Guardian. This is just a matter of a team doing exceptionally well. The only analysis is that Burger Boys is going for Stingers, meaning that this could be a bit more eventful of a round. It doesn't matter!
Bonnie's dead.
It doesn't matter!
Yeah. Bonnie is dead-zo and will leave them hoping and waiting for possibly another round as they gotta play this 4v5 again. And remember, it's been retro in these past couple of rounds to get 3Ks to save them, but I don't know if you can save them here. Stuck in the corner, Tillo down, and Nanner's now stuck as well too. Paranoia to stop them, but there's only for a couple of seconds. He'll take his one. Push it down to 3v2. So not impossible.
Oh, but Poseidon, so low on HP, he's gonna have to fall. Puts it back into a 2v2 scenario.
This force is essential for Burger Boys. They know they have to get this here. They know they have to get this right now, or else going up against 12-2 with barely any weaponry is deeply unideal. Ford and Duck, their health is awful. But they got 2 Bulldogs that have to come back.
30 seconds left.
I mean, more than that, Foreign's at low HP. Duck is also at low HP. With these Stingers at a short range towards the A site, this might be the key, the secret sauce to this burger puzzle, I guess. I don't know.
It's fine. I mean, A's open though, so it's all good. But for now, at least they got the spike down and probably double hold hell, if anything. But you've got to also watch Heaven. If you're Foreign, they put the smoke. They should know where one is at least. Ducky's not looking at A main. Natters can find the perfect timing and remove them one by one. Pacto peeks in. He's not looking at it. Duck gets one, and there's the second to fall. It's Foreign. It is Omen v Omen, and Natters saves Burger Boys.
Woo! There it is. No map point just yet. Takes it to the third. To pick up that Bulldog to have some better weaponry here. And like I said, Ravish, it was the low HP that came back to bite them. The tags that we saw super early on out of Burger Boys working in their favor. And now, knowing that this was a round flipped, they're picking up the Outlaw, which is going to be very solid, I would say, for the incoming lower buy that Alliance Guardian is probably going to have, considering that they invested a lot more in here. And yeah, not even a single shield, not even a single full shield for Alliance Guardian, 1 light shield for Poseidon, and a buy-up, considering that I think he had the least amount of purchases in the previous round.
Right, yeah. I mean, they'll just try to run at them if they possibly can. They'll TP in the corner and see if they can get any sort of cheeky initial picks, but with no one peeking out, they'll, meander their way past spawn over towards A perhaps. But considering it's AG, they're okay for now. Right? They'll take their time to go back into A. A tree lean though might be what they need.
At this point, though, for Burger Boys, they also are playing off of a weaker buy, understanding that AG is not going to have a lot of money here. So they're going to try and bonus as much as they can so they could build up that ultimate economy as well as regular economy to push forward. Just do as much damage as they can.
Easy enough, right? I mean, like we're saying, body will the farm is Odiko's. Although Deck gets his one, though, Burger Boys just clean up here. Easy does it.
You're just bullying Duck. I feel a little bit bad, but... And Bonnie does get rightfully punished, I guess, to some degree, but when you want to try and build up some of that confidence, some of that momentum on the mental warfare, it makes sense for Burger Boys to push in. Talk about the state of the game, though. Riker has that ultimate in the back pocket. We also see Duck on the Hunter's Fury as well, meaning that we have some good ultimates here for the attacking side to combo off of, and unfortunately not the strongest of buys. Some light shields still. I think full utility? Yeah, it looks like full util though. Except for Foreign doesn't have a TP.
Should be fine. But for AG, they're finally gonna change up the side they look to attack and run on them on. As it look, it's a full push out from Burger Boys onto A as they cover through wine, but they want to just rush it onto B.
And all.
Yeah, there you go. Tillo and Bonnie going to be the first they're gonna have to try to face up against all this. There's Hunter's Fury as well, and with Practo and Bonnie doing a fantastic job of stopping them on the entry. Right, AG just get taken away and dismantled. A pure Russian strategy does not work out at all. And leaving Duck. He gets his 2 though, impressive.
I mean, Duck alone for the hunt, but realistically, at the end of the day, AG, I don't know whether it was a read or an anti out of Burger Boys exactly, but it definitely felt like they had it planned out. They knew that something like this was going to happen. They saw the ultimates and were like, they're probably going to try and combo off of them towards one of these sites. And as soon as they found out that it was mid, they were like, all right, we're just going to fall back onto the B site and just let them come to us. It's a little bit of a slip from AG, but I'm still not going to be believing in it until we see a tighter scoreline between them. It is an eco this round, meaning that it's going to be another round for Burger Boys, but with Sheriffs, a Bucky, and a Stinger, it could always slip away.
We'll find out here though, to see if they get pelted down A main or if they do actually get through B, but I mean, yeah, it's just stuck right at the crossfire of 2 different players. Practice should be able to try to find another, but with Tillo on the back end, they can't do any wrong. Right, yeah. And Tillo gets his 3rd. Again, next round, gun round, so we'll have to watch for that.
It is a gun round, but just looking at it, they used up their ultimates to try and get around for Alliance Guardian. They were trying to go for that double up, and now they don't have any to necessarily counter the Hunter's Fury, Steel Garden, and Dimensional Drift available here for Burger Boys. From the Shadows is there as well as a cherry on this 3 Ultimate Sunday. The only thing you could potentially counter is Sci-Fi has 1 tick away from the Null command. But regardless, it just seems like having a hard time on this attacking side. You know, I will also say, I really liked having KO here because it helps counter some of the Sentinel pressure that you see on some of these maps, like the double Senti comps. And so maybe that ultimate can even help them even more on the entry. Because it seems like the main issue has been getting the plant down and fighting, like getting onto the site cleanly.
Yeah, because they're just always just so much firepower and aggression against them. And speaking of which, there's Bonnie again to find them early, given away by the shots they put up by Catwalk. There's a Null command at least, so stop the option, but it's not going to go into anybody at all here as they look to rush into A, but nothing cut off. They got to walk away, and Sci-Fi falls. But like, I have to get the res back if anything, but the rest of the team is here. Bonnie's fighting Epstein with Nanos and Retro. Stop them at tree. It's a murder in the forest.
It's just shot them and managed to find them. There was... It feels like every single time that we see Alliance Guardian trying to fight into a place, it's the same kind of concept that, you know, they had on their defense side where they immediately surround on it. We haven't really seen too much in terms of fakes or pushes or trying to like work the map in some way. Every time that they go and show some sort of aggression, it's almost as if they get collapsed upon immediately. And this timeout should hopefully reset some of that, more than the fact that like we're starting to see Burger Boys, you know, come alive. They're always on that second half. They always start to show a better face. Over and over again throughout the course of this series. It has been Burger Boys coming alive on it, and AG needing to kind of reel themselves back in, and even more than that, close out the games.
Yeah, because we're kind of seeing them fall into the similar strat that we saw previously, which Burger Boys did was just ram their face into a site and hopefully they all die. And unfortunately, they did not, because the Burger Boys had done a good job of playing the wrangles and finding the timings to ensure that AG just can't necessarily trade them away one by one, which has happened far too often. And then we're back in 1v1 scenarios. For Alliance Guardians right now, though, this is where it becomes tough, right? Where you're looking at your save round here once again. You have one more, at least a gun round of the next, but Burger Boys, if they get 2 in a row here, this can easily be shifted around in terms of the momentum for the game.
Looks like they are going for something a little bit slower. The Spike and the Duelists are both on the B site. They do have Omen out towards A. This look is not so insane. Seems like they are trying to make it seem like a B hit. But the mid-rounding for Burger Boy calls them not to go for the, like, you know, immediate rotate off.
This is interesting, right? Because what we've seen right now from AG is a completely different look from what we've seen on all the save rounds where there's down just stack and running, but even Burger Boy as well too. Playing way farther back, much safer, and waiting for AG to run to them as well. They've set up a lot more trade angles as well too. But there you go. This should be where it should come to fruition. But Zuck not managed to get his one. It's tough for him. But the second out there, Sci-Fi gets second. But just be one. Practice in the corner, peeks him easy, and Silo comes out on top as well to find Riker. They'll leave them a 3v2. A save could be huge for AG if they secure something, but don't think it'll happen, especially considering where they are.
They have the opportunity to stall, but they need to get the plant down towards B. It has to be B.
Yeah, they just have no time with how they were stuck on the outside, right? They just like to force away, and it just could not happen with how they're positioned by mid. Like it's unfortunate.
I mean, Till just so close to using the ult immediately. 3 ticks up on it from the round, getting the 3K as well. The ult cycle for Burger Boys is phenomenal here on the defense. And like I said, right, they are playing a lot slower here for the side of Alliance. They're realizing, hey, you know, we have this composition. It is good for us playing fast. But I think the benefit of having Waylay is kind of what we saw, where you trip up that Vise utility and you can fall back. You can go in and kind of take some contact, take some fights a little bit, and then get back to safety. A little bit easier than something like Yoru, but regardless, it looks like another lean towards this B site.
This is where AG have to make their stand if they are to find match point. But for Burger Boys, though, this is a beautiful comeback as they've swayed momentum so heavily in their favor. Sci-Fi with a nice shot, but they only shallow control onto A, and I don't want to commit in this because previously every time they try to scale off of a singular pick, they've gotten removed. So this is a much safer and better play.
I mean, but also having Foreign fall back and not maintain that A main control is a bit tough, because now if you look at Burger Boys on the minimap, they're rebolstering the A defense. They have Bonnie as well as Nanners just waiting for players to walk in. We've seen them on their holds.
Good hit.
Ball was triggered, so Poseidon is trying to keep their attention on B, not force the rotation completely, but like you were saying, with 2 strong there, they realize the hold, especially with the knife not popping. And he's gonna ult all the way back to B. Use the garden. Poseidon falls from Pacto spamming him, and Sci-Fi the next target. Like, within a matter of seconds, Burger Boys read the play. AG can't do anything.
Yeah, for Burger Boys, they're playing defense side Ascent. They don't need to early rotate. They've had really good anchors this entire game, so I don't know whether it was them trying to sell a fake or Nanners, you know, not Nanners, Foreign just assumed that they couldn't win towards the A site. They couldn't fight into it. I think Alliance might have thought that, okay, we get Burger Boys off of the A site, we could get in towards A, but it just didn't happen, and as a result of that, they had to panic and go for a different play. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, and now it is starting to become very believable here for the Burger Boys.
Oh, this is extremely doable. Not even doable. I would say it's a definite possibility, especially with Burger Boys now looking at probably a 10 to 11. And AG haven't found anything at all substantial on this attacking round. Every play's been red. They've been stopped at the beginning. And as I say that retro falls, that's not great. But as on Man stays alive, never mind. Nanners also gone. This is getting much worse for Burger Boys. Guys, I was just saying you guys are doing so good. Come on, man. Oh, the kill trip set up. My body's gonna skirt around that. Excuse me. But Riker's ready, and he spams him through up top. He's not gonna check the second corner and dunk for the final. What was that, bro?
I just want to say, first of all, that was impeccably bad timing for us. as casters. And two, they exploited the tree gap. As soon as they could get tree control for an A split, it seems like that's going to be the thing for the side of Alliance Guardians. Their A hits towards the split has been good. On top of the fact that you just have Riker going in and taking fights that they need to win, and winning those fights now leaves us in a situation where Sci-Fi's one off ult, Riker's one off ult, and the only thing Burger Boys has to counter that in terms of ults is a dimensional drift. Bonnie's pulling up for the fight.
Oh yeah, he's ready. He wants it. Bonnie hasn't been able to get active yet for half this game, so he knows he wants it here, and to take a set would be massive, especially as this is the map pick for for Burger Boys. And Sunset being up next, albeit Burger Boys have gotten the better of AG on Sunset on 2 previous occasions, but today may be a different story nonetheless, though. We'll wait and bide our time to see what they do.
Look at the walk up here, by the way, for Poseidon. Has so much control of this mid space. And the lurks from Poseidon have been, somewhat good, somewhat bad. They've been a little bit tumultuous, to say the least. But regardless, there's still a lot of space gained.
Ooh.
Crucial fight 1.
Mm-hmm. Like we're saying, the side with a massive pickoff, Retro not being dead means that the entire mid side just becomes so much more open. We got the Waylay ult too. They'll find the Omen right at the back. The Niners stuck in the corner. The dart is massive, but they can't kill anybody. This is so unfortunate. Niners has to peek. Look at this one. A constellation prize about that by the end of it, but it may just be enough. Practo, ready and waiting. 2v3. Burger Boys need this round to survive naturally. And they're doing it slowly but surely. Another pickoff taken, that dimensional drift to find exactly where they're holding on the site and allowing Tillo to move himself and get confidence to peek into them. It's for Bonnie, 1v1. The clutch situation is so intense. Burger Boys fighting for survival, fighting to keep this map alive for themselves. And AG want to move up. They get it to half. Bonnie peeks. He strafes. And he gets a nice shot on top of him. But the body shot is there. Bonnie saves Burger Boys.
Oh, in such a crucial round. A round that looked winnable for the side of Alliance Guardians. It just falls apart. It crumbles because Bonnie's there. And I even said at the beginning, the main thing for Burger Boys was that dimensional drift. They needed to play off of it, and they did really well. Obviously, you don't want to go down to a 1v1. It gets a little muddy, but regardless, it gets to be clenched out, and you don't want anyone other than Bonnie in it. At this point, though, I do believe that the economy is not the worst for... Yeah, it's not the worst here for the side of Alliance Guardians. So they're going to have money. They're still going to have a good ultimate here. And... yeah. 2 more rounds to try and tighten things up.
Boys winning that by the skin of their teeth, but unfortunately, they're not out of the danger yet. They invested the dimensional drift, which helped them in a massive way to come back into the round, if anything. But for now, Manners spots one cheeky little peek, but retreats back into his hidey hole. As the jump spot between the two of them, like a dangerous game here.
A little peek. Who's gonna get the pick? Who's gonna get the kill? Who's gonna find who? Untilo's gonna spot out one. But again, this mid gap is here. It's just being held by Retro with an op.
Oh, he's again. Poseidon gets the first, so that means the entire B setup is null and void. Vice is gone. Retro, like you're saying, the sees one, shoulder checks in, and wall bangs him, but he re-peeks the angle. Number 1 rule of opping, get away from that, bro. Leaving them in a 3v3, the Sci-Fi knows that's a fake, and waiting for the second one to pop in. Instead, it'll just be Duck to just remove him, spam him. Nanners stuck in a 1v3, trying to save the game once again. They got a miracle round last time. Can they do it again, though? Just 2 is all he has. Let Spike goes down. He has a TP and a second smoke now up. Does not see either of them. Finds 1, 4, peeks into him. Duck left. Nanners once again has to save his team as he pops up top of the speedway. He tries to see where he can find Duck, but up top, Duck ready, crouched down, and Burger Boys will fall on Ascent, just barely.
You can see Nanners was waiting for the timing to try and capitalize on a potential misread for Duck, but doesn't get it here. The Watchmakers still ring true. We talked about it from the very beginning. That Alliance Guardian was solid in terms of their timings, and at this point, the timing goes back into their favor on when to peek and where to go.
Absolutely phenomenal how they managed to clutch, especially with 2 comebacks, and it seemed to happen to Burger Boys' side a lot. They're ready, they've got grit, they've got perseverance, but the closing factor, unfortunately, not there. And now, AG looking to make a Cinderella run to get into Challengers. 1 map separates them from doing so. We'll see if that can be possible after this break with Roy Liz. We'll see you back in a bit.
You know what? We have. Prod just said we have 30 seconds. Quick, burger topping.
Gonna
What's
chill
the
for a little
goal?
bit, in fact. So let's go and talk a little bit about this as well, because
okay.
look, considering, look, like I was saying before, right? It's AG making the Cinderella run, right? Would be such a phenomenal thing, because I don't believe actually any Premier team has managed to make it into Challengers. Actually,
I think some have. I think SRG was one of them, and they did it through the first Promotion-Relegation, but I think also Nightblood Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. But I might be entirely wrong.
That's fair, but I'm feeling more like just pure Premier, right? I'm like 5 friends in a dream type stuff, because like SRG have org back in them, Nightblood is also an org back in them as well too, right? So it's like, but like I mean, like these guys are just homies, bro. That just all got together, right? But we'll see if the homies can do it after this very quick break.
Well, folks, what do we say about that map? It was a 11-2 for Alliance Guardians, and then all of a sudden Burger Boys make the fakest of fake comebacks happening. But Alliance Guardians steal Burger Boys map pick of Ascent. Welcome or welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America Promotion Relegation. Roy, say that 3 times fast. Go.
I'm good. I'm passing on that.
But I'm Elizabeth,
Double
and
the
here
passing
joined with Roy on the desk. And I mean, Roy, we were watching this. We're like, are they actually going to make a comeback? Are they actually going to do it? And the answer was no.
First of all, there's no VCL or best of 5 without at least one fake comeback to series, Liz. We need at least one of those to really complete the ritual. So now that we've completed the ritual, we're good to go for the next possibly 4 or 5 maps. That being said, actually, that was a pretty insane game from AG, to be honest. I feel like they were mostly in full control until that kind of like the, little slip up that happened towards the end, but they did manage to close it out. But I think the one thing that I am noticing in this specific matchup, Liz, that is kind of interesting is the difference in styles between these two teams. Like, it seems like they're not approaching the game. They're not seeing the game in the same way whatsoever. And you can very clearly tell about like the attack strategy and kind of the pacing that they're playing at is just so different from each other. And it's kind of just cool to see it all play out the way it is.
I think we talked about in the beginning, we were excited to see Alliance Guardians attack, and then they dominated on defense, and you literally said to me, yeah, I guess we're not going to see it, and then oh my goodness, did we. I want to ask you about that attack, because you were talking about, setting up Riker as they were. What did you see from that? Did you like what you saw?
Yeah, I think Riker did a fantastic job in the second half, but I have to, before I get into my point, I kind of want to give a shout out to Foreign and Sci-Fi. I feel like the first half by them was just stone cold. They were just absolutely on point when it came down to it. I think, if I remember correctly, it was like 14-4 or something at one point for Foreign. Like he was hard carrying that first half. He's doing a great job. So was Sci-Fi. But yeah, Riker in that second half, he was really waking up. He was stepping up a lot for his team, and there's just so much support util for Riker. I feel like, right? Like there's the KO flashes, there's the Omen utility. There's so many of the set strategy that's happening. The KO ults, like to allow so much of the value from Riker to come to life. But yeah, I feel like the cool thing with this, with AG in this map as well is I feel like genuinely they were out macroing and out microing Burger Boys for the most part, which doesn't really happen that easily or often. Like I feel like most of the time, Burger Boys have good macro. They have a pretty good read for the most part, but it felt like at least in some parts of this game where AG was just steps ahead in the macro, and they were doing a fantastic job on the micro as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a treat to watch. I think, I think people, again, like we talk about, like Burger Boys have been known, but maybe Alliance Guardians are newer for some people in the audience. But oh my God, what a statement Alliance Guardians are making, because they've been taking their own map picks. It's been very simple, back and forth. But this is the first stolen map pick that we have of the series. So if you're AG, you're feeling great because you are now one map away from promoting into Challengers. And Burger Boys, you're a little scared because you are on the ropes. I mean, by all means, no one on Burger Boys performed badly. That comeback, that clutch factor that we were talking about with Alliance Guardians that we were so impressed by, we saw on Burger Boys half. And Nanners, to his credit, at the end, almost 1v3 to keep the game going. And I feel like that's a shout out we should make, because we almost, there is a world, absolutely, where we go to overtime and we go something out of regulation.
For sure.
But I mean, this is gonna be, I don't want to call this a bitter fight, but like everyone is pulling out all of the stops, and this map is just a great example of that, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, we're at the finish line now, right? Like there's either one map left or 2 maps left. At most, that's all they really have to play for. So I feel like everyone's just emptying the tank now. They're trying their best to kind of, find any advantage they can. They're trying to do their best to win out situations and close things out for their team. And obviously, another person that kind of stepped up in this series as well is Duck. I mean, we've highlighted him in previous maps, but I feel like he's continuing the trend. He's doing an excellent job, and just overall, I feel like Duck has been swapping up roles as well, and he's just doing a phenomenal job. Whether he's on the Omen or whether he's on the Sova, like he's finding so much value for his team, and it just feels like AG is just alternating player pop-offs.
Yeah, I mean, just here right away, you see Duck on Alliance Guardian, a 267 ACS, 1.7 KD. To be specific, he, for those who missed the graphic, he went 22 and 17 with seven assists, which is just on an, Silva's typically, they're your support agents. It's awesome to see him doing that. And Practo on the side playing the Vise, getting a 209 ACS, Roy.
And not too shabby. I mean, honestly, Practo being here, not surprising. He's extremely cracked. He's been cracked throughout the entire VCL season. Like he's done a pretty good job for the most part. We've sang his praises, so I'm definitely not shocked to see Practical there. But man, Duck's been very impressive. Like the performance that he's putting up, the way he's playing. And I think for me, another thing too, Liz, with these guys, specifically for the AG guys, is it feels like they have no hesitation or fear in their gameplay. Like they're all in on the playstyle. They're all in on the kind of their identity, which is kind of cool to see for a team that we know, quote unquote, is an amateur team.
Yeah, and I think you spoke to us in the pre-show that like this is to call them an amateur team would be like doing a disservice to Alliance Guardians. These folks have been playing for so long, an amateur in the way that they have not entered challengers yet as Alliance Guardians, but this is a team that is like absolutely something to keep your eye on, because I mean we're one map away from them qualifying for challengers. That is tension filled. That is, are you overconfident? There's a lot of things at stake here if you are Alliance Guardians and Burger Boys. But for our fourth map, we will be heading to Sunset, which again, if you're Alliance Guardians, that is your pick. You just stole Ascent, where it could have been much more convincing had their Burger Boys comeback not happened. But the overconfidence question comes into play. But if you're AG, you're feeling pretty dang good, Roy.
Oh, you're feeling fantastic, Liz. And I want to remind us that Burger Boys, this is not their best map, right? It's not their worst map, but it's not it's not been their most confident. They've not had very consistent results. And the last time these two teams played, Sunset was actually one of the maps that Alliance Guardians took away from Burger Boys. It was one of them. It was a 13-9 for Alliance Guardians. It was actually pretty much about 4 weeks ago, 4.5 weeks ago. So it wasn't even that long ago in terms of time. But yeah, this is a little scary. If you're Burger Boys, like you're entering a map that you're not extremely comfortable on, or you're not extremely confident on. And then Alliance Guardians, like they've looked pretty solid on Sunset for the most part. They've had some pretty notable wins on it. They also took down Nightblood Gaming, by the way, on this map as well. So that's 2 VCL teams that they've taken down in the last month on this map. I mean, that just goes to show a supporting point that this is a strong map for Alliance Guardians.
I mean, there's an old saying, pressure creates diamonds, right? Like maybe, just maybe, Burger Boys have come up with the Sunset formula and the Sunset kind of equation to make it all happen. Maybe there's a new comp being made. You know, we've seen some kind of innovation with comps being done today, which is super exciting to see. But maybe not. Maybe they're most comfortable on the comps that they have been playing. But again, guys, that emotional factor of just you're going into a map that is not your best map. It is definitely not something you want to see. But we see on the side of Retro a Breach and a Phoenix on the side of Alliance Guardians, Roy.
Yep, not surprising. This kind of is very similar compish for the Burger Boys. They've been running this comp. It's kind of same old, same old. We've seen this composition many times. We kind of know how it plays, but the composition for Alliance Guardian is going to be very interesting, guys, right? Like, there's no way Burger Boys has gotten practice against this comp before, right? Like, you don't go into a scrim and you see a Phoenix Neon in the scrims. Like, you don't really know what their win conditions are. You're not really sure how their game plan is going to unfold. So there's gonna be a lot of factors I feel like Burger Boys are gonna have to problem solve in the moment, and it's really just on them to kind of just get as many rounds on the defensive side as much as possible, so that we can get things rolling.
I mean, yeah, I mean, something about a Phoenix, I always feel like when you see it, there is a plan in place. They have been practicing this, they are locked in. But friends, the game is in Alliance Guardians' hand. They can bring this to the series point, end it all, and promote into challengers, or Burger Boys could bring us to a map 5. Casters, Ravish, and Nerds, I'm gonna send it off to you. Please take it away.
This one is going to be even better than the last. Thank you, Liz and Roy. I'm interested because Roy's mentioned, right? First half, it's all on Burgers, right? Their defensive half needs to be clutch, rock solid. AG, they got a Phoenix and Neon. Oh boy, let's get it.
I don't mind it, especially considering that wall can now go through other walls. Phoenix's utility isn't the worst. Problem is that wall does damage to your teammates.
Put down.
Well, I mean, through the walls, that's just one for back to past the cage in that little wall that they have there. So a good start for Burger Boys. Again, remember, we're looking at the defensive half to make sure that they're able to stand firm. And it's been on AG, and we're all for the nod. These pistol rounds have largely gone in their favor and direction, but right now, there's meander towards A.
I mean, the entire A side is empty, meaning that should be able to go for the plant. It's a retake for Burger Boys, and considering they have the number advantage, honestly, I don't think it's a bad call for them. You're gonna have that refreshable utility, the Sova Dart. Some of those early refreshables are really useful in the pistol.
Exactly that. We'll see which one does come into play more often. For now, Tilo waiting around the corner for the rest of the team to join up with him so he can try to run into the sites all as a full 5. And this is where things get a bit chaotic. Flash in the corner, Riker not seen, but so he'll just look to face him. As the rest of them now fall one by one. Nice little shock bolt in the corner, but so it stays alive. 4 now gone. Bonnie and Tilo clear up the rest. And Burger Boys get there first.
There it is, right? They have the player advantage. They have the majority of that util. They managed to get on into the site, break through the defenses here for the side of Alliance Guardian. I'm still wondering how this is going to be played, right? Because you're on that attack. Phoenix could be individually pop off. Riker was popping off previously. On the flip side, you also have Foreign, who was popping off on that Omen. It's a question of like both role comfortability as well as, you know, how flexible they are. And it seems like they are really flexible. For the course of the series, we saw them really going back and forth. Duck was on the Omen previously, then played on the Initiator, now back onto the Omen. Foreign as well. So I'm feeling that it's just map dependent, but
Naturally. I mean, we'll see where it kind of chases up though, as you know, Bonnie looking to farm some ecos for himself. See if you can find anybody else who just try to run at them, but she'll just be a haunt to gain some of the info. No one else around.
so they're gonna try and go more into mid, it seems, considering that they had Poseidon already pushed up into there.
Yeah.
And even then, if they do try to go for a hit onto a site from mid, they have worse, unfortunately, slightly weaker weaponry, which is it's gonna make it difficult. So they have to go for the death ball fight.
I mean, we'll try to find a hero the retro at least with the Stinger, stop the early encroachment, but the rest now just sliding across. You'll have to give up to the rest of the site. Bonnie's out there. Good enough, that outlaw. We'll clean up the rest of them, and in fact, it'll just be Bonnie to clean up. Taken for beautifully, and Bracto denies the ace, but Burger Boys looking strong.
Denies the ace, but gives them the flawless. So that's always nice. They managed to keep all of their weapons true. And Bonnie is 2 off of their own ultimate as well here going into things. Regardless, though, it does put into question of, you know, how dominant this defense is going to be. Even though you do have Phoenix, this is the round where we're going to be kind of seeing maybe some of the win conditions for how Riker is going to play, how Riker is going to entry. Maybe Riker's the second entry alongside Neon, considering they're both doubled up towards the A site with a paranoia potentially. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I was wondering, but Paranoia may have landed, but Tilo and Bonnie again at their old shenanigans to stop them on the entry. Riker taken away. And this is the interesting part, is that previously when they played Sunset, I think twice now as well, whereas Burger Boys will just take over the final. It's been 1-for-1 on this map, but it really just let it land down to whoever got the pistol was able to run away with their half.
I mean, pretty much, but more than that, the entire round was just, hey, Bonnie, you're 2 off your ultimate. Give your gun to someone else. Run down mid with a breach stun and absolutely blast the face of the enemies. And if you have your ultimate, probably ult. And if you don't have your ultimate and we're winning, and that doesn't matter because they started winning and just absolutely dominating, taking control of the round. This is the Bonnie that we've come to know and see here in Challengers and in Promo Relegation. 9-0 start. They have not taken this player down.
Yeah,
and this is a perfect timeout, by the way, for Alliance Guardian.
I agree. Bonnie had a quieter map last one, about 15-19 on the Neon, right? But we're gonna get activated once again, and this is the same early timeout that we've seen out of AG. Although it is 3-0 currently, and they'll be on a save again once in the next, right? Just hoping to stop it to get to, you know, the 5-0 standpoint where they were last time, in fact, when we're looking at Ascent and so on. So this may be a case of, you know, Burger Boys running with their half. Maybe AG gets a couple rounds back. We switch sides, big comeback, and we go to bye. That's what I'm thinking.
That's your prediction.
Yeah.
All right. I guess you really interested in seeing that decider. I will say Riker does have this ultimate. I would like to note that the run it back is it's different, right? It's different from the Waylay ultimate. It's basically a second life. It's similar in some cases, but you will to do a lot more with it, I think.
Sure. And with that, though, speaking of doing a lot more, that Riker puts out the ult to just run his way in. Although the ult gets taken out, all you needed was the one to make space for Foreign to run to the side. Paxton all gone, and finally, they get a plant down for AG. And on the save, mind you, as well, they get a couple of guns back. This is huge for them. And Burger Boys are gonna go fast right back into the game as well. And also check where Doug is. All he gets is one. This who take it away. Foreign clean and peaks. And AG get an incredible round.
I would have to say that was a round probably cooked up during the timeout. Alliance Guardian was like, all right, we have this ultimate, we have Stingers, we can go for an aggressive play. And I feel like the aggression for them is probably the key for Alliance Guardian. You can get really fast plays here when you have the Phoenix on the first entry, takes that first fight, Foreign can follow up from whatever happens, or vice versa. It's very dynamic in the way that they can do it. It's similar to how they played on Corrode, where they can control sort of the flow of the map. And now that they, start to feel themselves, I think we'll see more of that control.
Speaking of which, they've taken some early control onto B as well, where it's been a similar lane that they have previously on B main, where they try to just run in, see if they can find it early on. But when the Phoenix this time to brute force their way in, they'll instead just wait to see where Burger Boys are held up. No early information found on either end as to where teams are holding, but AG take a lot of space mid, probably going to be a mid to the back of B.
Probably. I mean, you already have the Riker walk-up insert into B main, so it's a matter of what damage they can find. They do want to find one before they go for it.
We'll see it here, though, as Riker's all alone, but Duck actually manages to find one. He takes away Bonnie, who's holding up pretty forward onto A. So from there, just gets a trigger. They'll make their way onto A, slides across, still gets his one. A good trade by Retro, but might be a bit tumultuous as the rest of the team falls next by next. Taylor and Retro want to get left alive. Doing the most in this round again. Riker and Sci-Fi use the Nightfall to spot the both of them. They just have like no health and no time till it gets.
This goes here.
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks.
Tripwire destroyed. Cage triggered. Tripwire destroyed.
Spike planted.
Hey,
Last player standing. Team Ace.
spot.
People pointed out. But it's definitely a fun time. I guess I'll bring this up because I didn't bring it up last time. But the burger topping questions, because I asked you what your burger toppings were, and you had a very interesting answer. I think it was a little bit of a rage bait answer.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not rage bait at all. Actually, I also checked the stream. We're not live to stream at all. It's just
just our voices.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, gamers? I want to see in chat, what are your burger toppings? While we have a bit of time, we can have a little bit of fun with it.
Okay, I think we're back. We're
Are
back.
we?
I think we're back, dude. Yeah, bro. Let's go.
I open up chat, the first thing I see, a moment of silence for our casters.
Doubles in the chats.
We're here. It's 3-3. This speed is loud.
Okay. All right, so we'll try to find one. Wait. Okay. Let me catch my breath for a second as I try to catch up on what's happening. Retro gets a 3K. Dude, this guy is actually missed 3K, man. Consistently getting this on a save run nonetheless. Poseidon gonna push his ultimate to just get one with a shot that gets the kill. The pick. Oh, Tilo was so close, yet so far.
I mean, the last time we looked away, it was looking like a 3-3, and we just come back in the middle of the round and analysis, insert analysis. I don't know what happened. But at the end, it looked a little bit muddy, and it seems like Alliance Guardian was able to win. Looking ahead, though, we do have some really good ultimates. The run it back is available now, as well as the overdrive combo, 2 off of the Fade ulti. On the flip side, you have the Rolling Thunder for the retake. It's a buy for both sides, and it's looking like it's going to be an A-slam.
Well, come on, slam, indeed. Welcome to the jam. So, one in, joke's over. You're dead. Doesn't find anybody though. But makes space to run to the side. Okay, Record sees one in the corner, so easy. Makes space for his team. 2 down. Retro is on fire, man. It is incredible what he's been able to get done here. Roy was talking about it at the beginning of the day. This guy's the IGF for this team, and the fact that he has pop-off rounds so consistently truly proves how insane of a player he is.
Truly. At this point, though, it is down to the 2v4. The numbers are stacked in favor here. It's going to be up to Nanners. Try and get into here and deal some damage.
Well, see, this is 4v2 though, so we're looking at Nanners and Retro. See what they can find, considering they're both kind of looking around the site and clearing out every single sort of corner to see where the rest of them are facing. But for AG, like, they have the corner set up too. The Rolling Thunder managed to find 2 on their end. Riker there in the corner, set up, full flash peeks around 3 rare. Meanwhile, Nanners defuses. They had no idea. Oh my god.
I love sci-fi playing off the site to play anti to the Rolling Thunder, just for them to stick the defuse. They just send the Rolling Thunder, and Nanners is like, we can win this round. We'll have enough money. Goes for the ninja, gets rewarded for it. And yes, it is, you know, a nice thing for them to win, but it's also nice that we keep 4 weapons here for the side of Alliance Guardian. So there's a little bit of a silver lining for both sides. Issue is that I think the buy is gonna be, I was gonna say, I think the buy is somewhat decent. So Burger Boys is still looking fruitful, I guess.
Perhaps, right? Considering with Burger Boys just kind of stealing the ride away from there, it's incredible, especially considering how rough it is going for them. And I think AG gonna have to just laugh the one off with how that one went. But Shopple and the fault line traded, both concusses stopped them in the position. So no real elbow control, but the slide that allows the paranoia to clear out the rest of them. And Burger Boys playing so far forward on this B side will mean they also get punished for it too. Unfortunately, they all get collided and comboed by the utility, leaving foreign. But Nanners now stuck in a 1v1 against Duck. Nanners been here before. He saved the round for this team previously. Duck now walking around. The health is rough, and Duck crosses him out.
Again, even though we did have a good amount of A good amount of abilities together. Sorry, production was saying something. But regardless, even though it did look a little rough near the end, the fact that it got down to a 1v1 just goes to show how strong both sides are. The difference is, though, Alliance Guardian, if they're picking up these rounds and they're starting to pick up some of these ultimates, the economy and everything is going to be so in their favor that it could start the snowball. But we haven't seen it just yet. With this eco, though, it might be the case.
I mean, we'll see it here, especially considering where Burger Boys kind of delayed this eco by a singular round, right? With the sneak they managed to get, but this time, though, remember, the pressure's on them. The fight for survival maintains on their shoulders. This entire game, the series has been so close. Picks like these haven't meant much, but for AG, they'll take anything they can get, especially as things go down to 1v1 by the end more often than not. Rakta, a shot goes wide, but sees enough to know.
We're stacked towards the B site here, and we've seen AG consistently going into mid. I don't think there has been too much of a response other than for Burger Boys to try and fight into mid, but with the weaker buy and the weaker weaponry, they can't really go for something like that right now. Practo has to fall back here.
Yeah,
That's
it's
tough.
spotted. Thinks the cam might, if anything, though, but nonetheless from here, but AG, pick the side, pick B, run in. Practo looking to take the first, but two fall. A quick accession. Sci-Fi has to save the round, but he can't do it. Bonnie takes it away. They has the gun now, too. The 2v2 by the end. Like we mentioned, these picks don't mean anything as it's always down to 1v1. Dunk spotted, repositions. No shield on his end, and now Tello has to find a weapon. Try to fight up against him, but he's ready. He's spotted! Dunk! That was incredible!
Just a bit, I would even say, to be critical, a touch of an overheat, I would say, from Bonnie. And yes, Bonnie has been such an exceptional player, but he had a bit of an advantage that just got, unfortunately, lost. It was on an eco as well. They found multiple picks, and they managed to take that market control. 3 peaks, finds the first peaks again, and dies. I mean, you had the numbers advantage, and he gave it up for the 1v1, and that is a bit tough. I get Bonnie, though, is feeling himself, and at this point, that was a round that we already expected Burger Boys not to win, so the economic damage is huge, but this round is one that Burger Boys needs to pick back up. They have some ultimates. They're looking like they're their usual selves. No mid control, instead just going for the mains.
Joke's over.
Yeah. I mean, again, we'll look to walk in. Riker off his ultimate. Dude, what he's been able to do past his ultimate has been so incredible. And the pressure he's been able to have also finds the 2 at the back. And Niners has to face his way forward. He'll put his body on the line to save his team. He faces the flash forward on himself as Burger Boys all come back in. Niners is able to take down 2. Team's over the corner, and now it's Duck Reft. An incredible round that started off phenomenally for AG, but goes so wrong as they'll fight in the choke. This B site becomes their life point and their tombstone.
Great call from Burger Boys to immediately go for the fight. They were like, all right, we're just gonna go and take this space back. Bonnie, though, as well, with that ultimate, allowing himself to get that overheat, right? When you have that ultimate, when you have the advantage in terms of the players that can come in with you, then it makes a lot of sense, right? You can get overly aggro. On the final round here, it is going to be a rifle for everyone on the server, and the only difference would be that it's light shields. A bit of a broken buy. It seems like almost full utility for everyone. AG on the flip side has the same. Back into mid. AG loves going into mid, and we haven't seen a punish here for the side of Burger.
Yeah, they're just not holding it all here because like, there's a lot of them
Wait,
walk
Bonnie's
in, but,
here.
I mean, it may be onto Bonnie, but they actually see him. Oh, the concussed is clean dunk traded, but it's just Duck with the 1. As Foreign holding strong, waiting to where they want to go with the rest of the team, but those Pangs are gonna hold their tracks.
So they contained them in mid. They kind of expected a mid fight, but instead of fighting into mid, they allowed them to walk up into a sort of trap. And now they know that it's towards A.
Yeah, speaking of traps, Duck so much better. Oh my god. Clears that another, but knows they can't necessarily brute force way into this. They'll be walking into another death trap. Burger Boys 3v3, and those are odds they like. Doesn't matter if they're down 1 or 2, they managed to fight their way back into this round so consistently.
Spike planted.
And Hi-Fi.
Last player.
Sci-Fi does just enough to survive, but no, gets caught with you. So I thought he managed to make it out. Doesn't matter.
No,
What's
doesn't matter.
happening, man?
I'm not gonna lie. Shoot good, shoot straight, get the headshot. This is 90% of what these games have been, and it's an even half. And this is the first time we've seen an even half. It's been 7-5, 7-5 consistently, and it's usually Burger Boys the team that's down. So the fact that we see Burger Boys going on an even number here, they're like, you know what? We're changing the narrative. We're changing the sauce. We're changing the buns that we're using, and maybe even the percentage of, fat to beef. I don't know what other, jokes or comments I can make about the burgers. But regardless, what I can say is that it's a good change. Bonnie coming alive in the first half, a bit more than what we saw previously. Not just second half Andes, but on the second half, they need to become second half Andes if they want to take it to bind.
It's entirely possible, right? We've seen Burger Boys come back from less, and the fact that we're finally seeing an even half is nice. From the 7-5s and 8-4s, but mainly the 7-5s and the previous 10-2 that we witnessed. But remember, Roy was saying before the deaths, right? They needed to be Burger Boys to show up on the defensive half, because right now for AG, their defense looks A-okay. They feel confident, but Cross running at them. This pistol made a side a lot. They're practicing the first once again. Poseidon shoots through the smoke as the rest of AG all up to walk in. Taylor disgusting with these shots. The classic are moving and clearing out backside, leaving AG just with 2. Poseidon and Doug have to find a way to either stop this plant or just run at them if they possibly can. But if looking with the rest of them with holding, this triangle hold is so rough. Spots him with the camera. And now AG, man. Right? They
not
just
much you can
can't do much. Yeah.
And I think at this point, it's a matter of waiting to group up and fight together.
Well, yeah, they run in, but look, Silo gets the first right away, right? Sees the smoke likely came from, spots the gun as well too. Easy. Oh, wait, Poseidon taking 2 quick succession. That was not unexpected. The double headshot is clean. Sees one more at the bottom. Runs up. His gun isn't out.
Expected Retro to play further
Unlucky.
back. Poseidon decides to go for the risky play, and it doesn't work. And yeah, they did a good job about grouping up together and deathballing. But one thing I want to highlight is I liked the beginning of how we're seeing Riker use some of the Phoenix utility, similar to an initiator in terms of the kit of using it to stall, right? Because you have that molly similar to Gecko or KO or some of these other initiators. The flashes are kind of there to support the players onto the fights. But regardless, at the end of the day, if you're just going to push in and take fights, it doesn't matter how much stall is going to be there because it's a pistol round. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's all about that gunplay.
End of the day ends, as a famous man once says. Nonetheless, we'll leave them to run into B once again. Full util paranoia and dart pushed out. No info gained here either, but spam is good enough though. Surmise where Poseidon was holding. Burger Boys doing enough to gain a clean bonus round. Exactly what you want. You do not want to let AG take anything away from you if you can.
Have all their players up. I mean, they try to go for something. No, Practo's just going to take fights, and I think at this point it's a matter of trying to find a consolation prize. Sci-Fi slips through the smoke. It's kind of silly. But Burger Boys picking up these first 2 is going to be huge, not only for the fact that it's going to give them a leg up here, one step closer to taking it the distance, but also the fact that Practo was able to find these really nice kills, really nice picks. An early neural theft can be crucial for them. It is going to be Tiller who picks up that spike, as he's 3 away as well in terms of the ultimates, but in terms of just the regular economy, it is a pretty nice buy-up. You have 3 rifles, 2, not Stingers, actually, Spectres. This is the first time I've seen a Spectre in a while in a professional setting. Alliance Guardian, though, this is the round that they are technically supposed to win, but they bought up a little bit in the previous round, so we don't have full utility. Foreign doesn't have the walls. Neon's wall.
I mean, we'll see if if they do actually get the gun round, right? Because like you're saying, AG, if they want to stop the momentum, the Burger Boys have built up, though it's been both pistols and bonuses that they've taken full rounds where they have to step up as in the previous half, you know, it's 4 rounds in a row for Burger Boys, almost 5 before the Alliance
There.
was able to get anything for themselves. Nonetheless, they'll look at the same sort of push that we've seen from AG to run through mid, and Riker now will be the one to watch them as they'll try to run on to be here.
Has to be a really solid hold here for AG.
Trying to find something. Oh, he's just spotted 1, but 2 taken away with that make that 4, bro. They spotted exactly where they're coming in from. Alliance shut down. They can't do anything against Burger Boys. We're going to bind, bro. We're going to bind. I'm calling it. We're going to bind.
I said, you know, fair enough. That's a fair call to make here. I will say one comment would be like a bit of recency, and everyone stopped. So I'm assuming this is going to be a timeout or a tech timeout to some degree. Regardless of what kind of timeout it is, there is going to be a bit of a lull within it. Racto, like I said, has been looking really clean. Bonnie set up for a lot of success. A lot of those storylines are starting to develop. But the thing that we haven't really seen much of is Riker popping off, right? Riker has been there, right? Kind of playing a more supportive role in some of these cases, but hasn't really had many pop-offs. And that's, I think, a really interesting way of how Phoenix is going to be played here, where you have that sort of 7 assists, right? Your goal is to use that ultimate to try and, you know, fight into stuff. I expected some of that kind of behavior, where it's like you're playing it kind of like a initiator in some cases, but Riker was really dominant on movement duelists. I'm surprised we see him on a Phoenix. It's a little interesting.
Like you're saying, it's just the content they have so far, right? They're I mean, we've seen the Neons, we've seen the Waylay as well too, but Waylay on Sunset, not bad at all too. I think it's entirely possible for them to play it, but nonetheless, for Riker, like you're saying, right, he has it's waiting for the ultimate, so they're just orb farming, make sure he's able to run to the site, or now from here they can at least find where they are, get some info.
And it looks like it's just going to be fast towards A, right, to some degree. As they have the setup, they're going to wait for some of the utility and maybe make a call off of that, but they have the stack towards the A site, and there's only 1 player there, so if they can take down Duck, it should be open for them.
Actually forced up here as well too. We see a double stinger buy from AG to see if they can get anything back here, but like you're saying, it's so far up here. Dunk has to clear out, elbow, get out, but the teleport misses.
Unable to get it.
Yeah, unlucky. Riker also falling. And now for 3 from AG. They want to stop it from getting it to 10, but I mean, it's a sliding away.
It's impossible. And even more than that, just the way that the amount of respect Burger is putting towards AG and not peeking out early is crazy.
Yeah, because they've been equal before, right? These rounds have slipped away from them so quickly within a matter of seconds previously, but this time, like you're saying, they're not gonna give them the chance to do so. 35 seconds remaining.
I don't know. This might be another Fnatic overcook.
No, I mean, this should be fine here. Max to get 1, Poseidon with 2.
Wow.
Util enough. Stop Sci-Fi from planting once again. And Burger Boys clean up.
That was so close, though. You gotta admit. The reason I bring up the Fnatic overcook is because the previous time Burger Boys went for a slow pop like that, it ended up not working in their favor. And in this case, it was a similar situation where they thought Alliance Guardian might rotate off of the site because they cut noise, when in reality, you're playing in a disadvantaged situation. You either hold towards B and pray that they are faking it, or you try and retake together with weaker buys and maybe even just die to the spike, maybe get a consolation here and there. So just a little bit of a misread. This timeout is going to be for AG to sort of reassess how they're playing, maybe try and give some confidence back to Foreign and Riker to try and work together. They have been playing pretty well. It's just they've been getting kind of lost in the fights. It almost seems like that.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. With how things have been, but it's a little bit rough, right? With what we've seen so far from these retakes or these kind of holds from AG, where they may get 1, but it's usually them holding pretty far up to try to get an initial pick. But Burger Boys have been given their respect, and usually even if they do lose 1, it doesn't necessarily matter because they're able to collapse so quickly on the defensive hold of AG. The retakes have kind of fallen apart at the seams, where they haven't been able to do a lot to necessarily dismantle the side holds from Burger Boys. So if I'm AG, I'm either playing all in or I'm playing all 5 up. I mean, it seems like right now they're playing all 5. They're gonna stack B, bro.
Yeah, I mean, might as well go for it. Maybe even retake a little bit towards A. You only have one player up here. They're also worried about this mid control, right? Because they were the ones that abused it on their attack side. They're like, yeah, we're gonna just keep going into mid. So now they're gonna be a lot more cautious of it. Regardless, there hasn't really been too much noise from Burger. They want to wait and see how AG's gonna play. They might have also been worried about early aggression from the side of Alliance Guardian.
Practo Retro just chilling around behind corners, waiting to find any sound cues if they can from AG. See if they actually try to flank around them, but for now though, it'll just be the lean towards A once again.
Yeah.
The smoke puts out into elbow, so it means they can't necessarily just run at them. But for Burger Boys, let's see where the mid rounding goes, because it's all up at 4. I imagine that they try to side hit here at 35 or 30.
I would not be surprised. The only thing is though that you have the Riker ultimate as well. You do have run it back
30
available
seconds
as
left.
well as a neural theft for Poseidon. So if they do decide to pop towards the A side, they do decide to go like right now that they're scaling, it's going to be a bit tough. They need to play anti for the retake.
Yeah, they'll just play contact all through elbow to just go ahead and clear out the rest of A, but the haunt is nice, so try to clear out one by one. And here comes the Hunter's Fury as well. The takes 2, Riker on sight! An incredible play past the ultimate to remove them. Poseidon finally have the support to get the rest of them. And Burger Boys cannot plant, they have to fight, but the 4 up strong. Alliance get a much needed round.
And comes immediately off of their timeout, right? They fixed whatever tech problems they had, and they immediately timed out right after to try and get some of the resets that they needed. And it felt like the entire game plan has shifted off. They gave a lot, like I said, if they gave a lot of, I wouldn't say even hype, but they kind of reset Riker and Foreign and said, hey guys, we're gonna have you do something different and go for those retakes, playing off of that ultimate. And I think all that stuff is really solid for the side of Alliance Guardian, making sure that their plan is good. As right now, they're going to be facing another alien.
I thought you said alien for a second. I was like,
Alien, the lean towards the, lean towards the, lean towards the A side.
But Foreign being taken away, very unideal for a G, and Poseidon is willing to show him propensity to move forward. There's so many there. He gets one. But every single time they tried to get out, it has not gone well for themselves. Neural theft also still available on Poseidon's side, but when is it able to find a corpse or not able to get out from that? Poseidon forced off sight. They'll finally get a clean plans. Paranoia disappears, but Natter's still good and ready. Poseidon not able to find it, allowing them a hold.
At this point, it's gonna have to be on the back of AG, really going for a miracle play here. Maybe even Sci-Fi finding his ultimate, but that's gonna be a big ask.
Ooh. I mean, honestly, what needs to happen though is we'll look at the rest of them, right? With the way they're holding, they gotta clear elbow and sights up top. As sight gone, Nanas and Retro have to look to hold this, do something, and as they'll push out the util, it's delayed if anything. He gets it to half, I believe, but Sci-Fi puts his life on the line, just not trying to fight up against it because they run out of time. Burger Boys, 2 away from pushing us to bind.
And no, did not get the half. I think they expected to get the half, but with, I don't know if it was a tick of damage that was done previously or what. Aftershock bites you and gets you. And at this point, Retro has his ultimate. Nanners has a TP on in to try and discombobulate them. It's a force up from Alliance Guardian. It's everything on the line here for AG if they want to bring it back. And with such an interesting composition as it was mentioned, it begs the question of, you know, is how much is it composition and how much is it just the way that they're playing? Because immediately after the retake strategy from Alliance Guardian, Burger Boys is like, all right, we'll just get the first picks and play a little bit overly aggressive further into it. Speaking of first picks.
Yeah, Foreign again caught out though, playing really aggressive. First, I'm trying to catch anybody mid, but leaves them listless. And now Riker, if you can find one in mid, then they have a chance to get back into this. But Doesn't seem to be the case. No ultimates on the side. No theft available alongside Nightfall. And a no theft early after a pay could be massive for themselves, but no one showing face and nobody around. Burger Boys, yeah, they could walk past.
They
Into
know.
the site, pass drone. And Bonnie first up, slides right in. Oh, they get the spike down. They cut out all the utility. The cam is actually huge too, because it sees the flank coming in for Riker, so they know they can stop him and have to face up against them. See, Riker still manages to get one. Like we're saying, it was a necessity. Flash clean. Riker takes 2. I'm finally able to play his agent like a duelist.
Just
And
play
get himself on the
retake.
board.
They're just playing for that retake. They're understanding that, you know, it's better for them to be execute heavy, where like we can execute re-clear into space because we have flashes, we have stuns, you literally have two flashes, one of the best near sights in the game for Duck, so they can play off of that so well and set up themselves for success. Another tech pause coming through, meaning that something's happened. That's really cool that the AG has the AG Classic. That's kind of sweet. Respect on the names.
I mean, like you might as well, right? Because like if you're repping a team, you might as well rep the same team that has your same acronym. I know I may have called them all gamers previously, but hey, it's because they're clearly repping the brand, bro. Clearly a big fan of BCTCN. Honestly, I don't blame them. Who wouldn't be?
No,
Really good
you
team,
see
great
what
personalities.
happens. We see what happens, bro. I mean, especially at champs right now, that's gonna be pretty exciting. Honestly, I have high hopes for them. But back towards this match, I mean, for the side of Alliance Guardians, this is an opportunity for them to close things out here on Sunset. They stop the, there's no, fake comeback here. They just come back. They manage to win it. We don't have to go about bind. They go 3-1. They take down the Burger. They manage to go through the challenge, whatever eatery you decide to go to. On the flip side, Burger Boys, they're 2 away from sending us to that decider and making sure that they are not going to go down in 4.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's weird because even after these kind of like tech pods and stuff that we've seen between the two of them, right? We can say it's like a momentum thing and delay thing, but hasn't really affected Burger Boys a lot too, because each time they've come back after tech pause, they've been perfectly fine.
The only time it really did anything was when there was a tech pause and then an immediate like actual timeout when they got to talk, when they got to talk to their coaches and talk amongst themselves. Because in the tech pause, you don't get to. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to talk.
Stop now.
Yeah, the refs are in there. They're like, you're not talking with each other about the game plan. During a timeout, you can, because you're able to like really work things out. But there's something to be said about the fact that the timer is ticking, the players are moving, which means that we're going to be getting this round started. Key notes though is that it's going to be a big ultimate round here for both sides. It is also a bit of a broken, maybe eco buy. No, it looks like it's broken. Practo going to go for that hero rifle, and that's going to set up Burger Boys for hopefully better eco, right? You want them to start to save so they can, just have good ultimates, win a couple rounds cleanly, and lock this game down. But if they don't, the snowball's going to start for AG.
I think if you're Riker, you definitely want to save your ultimate to ensure that you're not, you can at least use it to greater effectiveness on the gun rounds, because we've seen what Riker's been able to do in these retakes, right? And I think if you have the run it back, right, AG, you want to play all 5 up with as many as you can, allowing Riker to put his body in the line. But for now, though, A lead once more. They'll dodge the flashes previously, but they're still holding to.
They're gonna have to just take this contact, and
Duck?
the better weaponry is just gonna shine.
That's crazy, bro. Duck just takes 4. That's disgusting, and it gets denied the ace. They're all there in front of him. Some of them even had guns.
I mean, that's the eco. It happens with the eco. You have yourself. He had a phantom too, so homie just sprayed them down most likely.
Yeah.
We get to see that. I would love to see that POV. But regardless, this is what we expect. Boom East. These guys are some knowers here. These guys are some knowers here. Boom Esports. We have All Gamers Classic from the side of AG. Regardless, though, back to this game. This is the round where it's going to be really crucial. Some ultimates built up for side of Alliance Guardian. And on the flip side, we finally have rifles here from Burger Boy. And they are back towards the A site.
Smoke out early onto A. He's stuck in elbow again. Duck, dude. Gets TP's out. Saw caught in the corner. 3 there. Finally, his luck changes and Duck survives after on his 3rd try. Leading Riker run up. That running back we were talking about to make space for the rest of the team. And leave him stuck into elbow. Duck feels confident enough on 7 health to fight his counterparts. And the rest of them lined up. That could have almost been a collat, but it'll leave them in a 3v1 as they invest all those ultimates here. Run it back. And everything else left.
I mean, the fact that they managed to do that off the back of a run it back and an Earl theft, and now they still have an overdrive in their back pocket available, is a really nice little thing to have. The problem is Burger Boy has not expended any of their ultimates. This round, it could become lethal considering we do see Stingers, and they have a propensity to go on a bit of a rush.
Yeah.
Not stacking towards A this time. Instead, they are just working around the site, probably going to go for a bit of a default, but just the way that it was played here for the side of Alliance Guardian, you know, Duck learning from his mistakes, able to fall back. It's looking really good for them.
Yeah, they want to take this round here too, because like for AG with this, they tie it up, and the Burger Boys have 2 chances remaining, but as do they for AG. This is tough here, man. If you're Burger Boys, you get this round. Oh my god, you are flying high. But for the Alliance Guardians, they want to keep this track rolling along. They want to make it into challenges. Everything is on the line for themselves, for both these teams.
Would you say they want to go brick by brick for their brick house?
Sure. Yeah. Why
I said
not?
I said I'd bring it back at some point.
I don't even remember what it was for, but you know what?
Three
I
little
believe you. Anyways, we'll look for them to just run into the site. We'll put the aftershock as well in the corner. 4 in stock. That C's doing enough to keep him locked in as he tries to zap to try to get 1, but the other man concussed. At least it's Sci-Fi Poseidon keeping hold. But meanwhile, the rest of the team runs up. And Silo, okay, gets his 1. All right, at least he, you know, fulfills his duty. But like we mentioned, 11 and gun round for Burger Boys, a crucial round for both sides.
That was a bit of a Stinger eco. So now that they have a bit better weaponry, I'd hope to see some more. But even with the Stingers, you're right. They could have done so much damage, they just didn't. It just was a matter of the fact that they couldn't really invest those ultimates because you're getting so close to the end game. You can't just rip an ultimate because you're not going to have another Rolling Thunder later on. You're not going to have another Hunter's Fury. It's just a matter of finding the right timing to win and secure that round. Back towards mid we go, though. Burger Boys are ready to capitalize off of it.
Man.
What a move from Riker to just grab the orb. Just like, yeah, no, we can just take
He
this.
might as well. Yeah, he's following it up. He knows he has to, but put themselves right there. Just gotta try to find 1. All 4 with the op. Taking out Proctor. That's gotta be brutal. I would strike Riker as well here too. The flash pops to the molly. Baldley tries to make an aggressive play. The wall. He's popping around. Bananas at least gets it straight back. The action on elbow. And Duck has to decide where he wants to go. Doesn't manage to see where the rest of the team is and where they're looking to encroach upon, but they know A is the hit 3 strong from Burger Boys.
At this point, they're going to be just playing this retake. This is a position Duck has been in multiple times. Is he going to get red?
He has to do it by himself. He smoked off. But might be a fake TP. They just have to see this. He'll wait for them to all to walk in. Dart shot away, now they know where he is. And also the aftershock used to peer him out. Oh, they used to dump that Duck. The new player. And a savior in some of these rounds. But for Burger Boys, this has to be where you rise.
Fade's wrapping.
They get the plant around. This could be big. They could try to find them. Look at Poseidon as well too. Right. Cypher check the corner is the question. They have to clear out elbow, and they have to clear out Poseidon here too. 2 clean corners. Cypher with a massive pick. Elbow not gone. Nana's now low as well. Retro stuck in the corner. Poseidon clears them out. It's his series points for Alliance Guardians to get into Challengers.
Swarm and surround. Swarm and surround, and it works again. That's the reason I had to go for that ad-lib, Ravisha. You had to be like, Fade is rapping here. Because Tilo was not looking in the direction. He was looking in the right direction. The timing was caught off guard, and at this point, it's so crucial because this means Alliance Guardian is going to work their way into Challengers if they can just win this round. Now, the thing is, there are 4 ultimates stacked in here for Burger Boys. On the flip side, they don't have that much weaponry. So it's going to be a matter of how they use these ultimates and what position can they find themselves in to take this into overtime.
It's 3-2. Mid control seems to be the option. They'll trade the smokes and run through. But nothing found early on alongside the cam. And again, look, AG, they actually change up their defensive side. They'll stack all for A, and they're leaving Sci-Fi by himself to see where they are. And they made the right choice here. That's the best part. But like you were mentioning, massive site-wide ultimates. Bonnie is dead to Duck.
Oh,
this
huge.
is big.
This
Duck.
opens up the B site.
This is nice. Look at the corner there. Riker with one more. Beside against his counterparts. And I knew I should have changed my prediction. Sci-Fi, that is it. He clears 2 outs. Alliance Guardians punch their ticket to Challengers. An incredible feat all the way from Premier. Oh my God.
I know my brain is fried when I said the wrong thing. The site's locked down. I think I said in the middle of it, the site's open. No, the site's entirely closed. I misspoke there. Because they had it locked down, they got the first pick. They managed to capitalize on the rest of it. And huge ups here for Alliance Guardian as we get to see this final round again. Beautiful stuff. I mean, they honestly played really well themselves, and more than just playing well themselves, they managed to, you know, I guess upset, considering we all predicted against them except for Liz, who seems to be the knower.
I'm so mad. I wanted to production, hey, can I change my prediction at the beginning? But then I was like, I don't want to have to make them change the graphic. I felt bad. But
you didn't. Come on. But to be fair, though, I do think that Alliance Guardian did a really good job. And we talked about it in the pre-show, like when we all talked about it together, that it was very much like a coin flip. It didn't feel like it was truly favored for Burger Boys. And a lot of us put it just based off of some statistics and the fact that they were in Challengers. But at the end of the day, one's going to stay and one's going to go.
Exactly. Yeah, it is rough here as well. I mean, for Burger Boys, you gotta feel for them. They've consistently racked up, you know, phenomenal placements across all the splits Challengers, like third just last split. But for them to fall here, definitely a heartbreaker for their end, right? But I mean, for Alliance, they are on top of the world for sure. They are looking good. They're feeling good, and I know I am too. But I think for now, though, you know, what we'll do is we'll probably take probably a minute or so. You know, like we'll get an interview going from somebody from Alliance, right? Have them hop back in. So y'all stick around. Let's hear from these heroes of Premier as they move them into Challengers. That's it for us for now, though. Stick around for a bit more. It's Liz and Roy to talk about the rest. Back to the board. Yeah, it's
Well, folks, congratulations to Alliance Guardians for making it to Challengers and promoting into the league. I mean, Roy, what a little clap.
Yeah, big
for
clap.
the gentleman. Big clap for the gentleman.
Big
I mean,
claps.
what a way to do it too, Roy. That comeback was nothing short but like chef's kiss perfect.
I mean, we got to see everything from Alliance Guardians, right? Like, whether it was the comebacks, whether it was defending against it, whether it was, you know, like just having a dominant, you know, halves. They kind of showed it all. They showed the strategy. They showed the mechanics. They kind of displayed everything for us. And I think this was a great introduction for Alliance Guardians into the league. To be honest, I think what we saw from them has been very eye-opening, and I feel like this win was extremely deserved. And honestly, they kind of remind me a little bit of Envy, where like they have their own unique identity. They don't really conform to like a quote-unquote meta, right? Where they kind of just have their own little playstyle, and they execute it very well. And despite them having 2 duelists, Liz, I still feel like they're executing fundamental ideas, like macro ideas, like, oh, they're coming into market, let's push into B main. Like the timing and like the execution on these like fundamental map control ideas is just so on point. Like they're actually playing so well, and this was a great win for them.
I mean, yeah, I think to your point about Envy, they're Envy are so much fun to watch, but Alliance Guardians were like a treat to watch as well, with those kind of like untraditional comps that you see, and like you were talking about, I believe, after map 3, kind of like how they work together, and or excuse me, after map 2, how they set up the util for like people like Riker. And I was taking a look at like some of their VLRs. Like again, I think we call them amateur in the way, the sense that they have not come to challengers. But these folks have been grinding for so long, and all of that work has paid off, and it is so exciting to see them kind of qualify in this way, Roy. I mean, just guys, please, everyone, look at that timeline at the end. They strung together round after round after round, and that final round was flawless nonetheless, which I think is just so fitting, Roy.
And I think just overall the form that they brought today was just so good. Like they were getting a lot of first kills. You can see it on the scoreboard. Like they're 15-9 on the openers. They're doing a great job in the pulse plants. And honestly, they have like an odd amount of discipline where like they're running this double duelist, but you don't really catch them overheating that much. Like they're playing, they know when to slow down, they know when to play together, they know how to like brute force unfavorable situations, like whenever it's time for them to go through smokes and stuff like that. Like they're just honestly just an overall solid team. I was very impressed with what I saw today. It's very obvious that they're drilled. They're definitely not like a puggy team by any means. They're all on the same page, and overall, I'm kind of a big fan of this introductory lesson class, whatever you will, for AG, and I'm excited to see them in VCL.
I know this is such a treat, and it's so annoying that like this is where we get to in challengers. This is kind of where their story ends for now, because I was like in my head, I was like, oh, I can't wait till they play tomorrow when we watch them play, and unfortunately that is not the case. But I love, I'm seeing you guys in chat. You're like picking players like Foreign, like Duck. You're picking out your two favorite players and that people that you love to watch, and that is exactly what you want to see. This is like again, like Roy was saying, that introduction that we were looking for, and you guys becoming huge fans of everyone. I mean, be a big fan of Duck, because 25 and 15 on the Omen, Roy.
Yeah. Honestly, I might, hey, call me crazy, but I might even give him the match MVP.
Okay.
I feel like he had insane performances no matter what role he was on. He was playing well. He had a lot of impact. He showed insane clutch factor and a lot of, like trading, and kind of a lot of the utility was on point. Everything was just so rock solid from Duck. It's either that, or it's either between Duck or Riker, but a part of me is just kind of leaning Duck. I feel like the flexibility that he showed is just so sick.
Obviously we highlighted Riker, and for good reason. He went absolutely insane, and especially on some unconventional duelists like Phoenix, like Waylay, who is becoming more conventional, as you were talking about. But I mean, my eye just kept getting drawn to Duck, like you're saying, like what he was able to do and what he was stringing together. Just kind of this clutch factor that we're talking about. I mean, 5 first kills on Omen.
I mean, come on.
As a controller main, I can tell you that is not normal. I mean, also commiseration to Burger Boys, who've been such a mainstay of challengers. It's sad to see them go out in this way, especially in such a close manner, but it's been such a pleasure to watch them as always. And I'm sure, Roy, that we will see them soon eventually. This is not the end of their story.
Yeah, I have zero doubts in my mind that we'll be seeing a lot of these players return to VCL in one form or another, whether it's as a team or individually. I'm confident we will see a lot of them obviously come back. There's just so much talent on that roster. There's no way it would go to waste, to be honest. But yeah, ultimately this was a great display. Again, congratulations to AG. I was very impressed with what I saw today. They played great Valorant. They have good fundamentals. They have a lot of individual talent, Liz. They have passion. I mean, come on, Liz.
More passion, more energy. I mean, I love the Envy comparison, but at the same time, I want us to make sure we don't compare and contrast. Like, I have a degree in comparative politics, so I'm going to push that aside, because they are their own team. And we're going to highlight Duck, as I know the chat is very happy to talk. I mean, 287 ACS, 2.1 KD, damage per round. It is, I mean, what? A monster, Roy. Like, he's just a monster.
I mean, I'm telling you, everything that he showed today was just so rock solid. Like, the damage per round, the KDA, the utility. It's just so awesome to see from him, and honestly, I was just very impressed overall with the form that he was showing. I feel like he's a great piece to this roster, and he was definitely a critical piece for their victory today.
I mean, I again, like I said, I like seeing in chat all of you guys just finding your new favorite player and finding Duck and being super excited to see that. Even my cat has decided to join us when she heard Duck's name, because she was so excited, because she is now turning into a giant fan of Alliance Guardians. And I would like to correct myself. It is Alliance Guardians. And I made a whole big deal about there's no S, there is an S. But two, I think this is exactly what we need. Forgive me, please. I think in Challengers is exactly what we need, because this is the kind of the new lifeblood, the new energy. And while we have a lot kind of like, you know, like seniors, like with seniors and it's like terms of experience where they're like not like age, obviously, but everyone's really young in Challengers besides like Nismo, and that's fine.
Wow.
No, I'm
Okay.
just saying, I'm 26, it's fine. You're old too, it's fine. But it's good to see the kind of like new exciting energy in Challengers that, you know, exactly what we were talking about in the beginning, that go into VCT and Tier 1, that again, like you're watching, that 1,000 of you are watching, you know, watching this moment where Lion, you could say you knew them when, and that is exactly what we want here. Where we do have a post-match interview with one of the Guardians of Alliance Guardians. It is Foreign. Please, sir, join us. Come to the front. I mean, congratulations, first of all. What an incredible performance from not only you, but your team. I mean, I mean, just talk to me about, like, what was the conversation before today when you found out you'd be facing Burger Boys?
Well, honestly, I could say that we've been waiting for this day for so long. Everyone has been talking about what it would feel like to win, and to come in and take, you know, the first map loss. We were a little bit sad, but then we just 3-pieced in a row, took them out of Challengers, and like, we were just talking about how excited we were to win.
I mean, it's such a basic question, but feeling excited. Like, to be very, very clear, you're joining the ranks of some of like the teams, like the tier and the teams that like people say can be Tier 1 teams, right? And the way you play, I mean, I don't know if you heard Roy and I talking about it. You guys are such a treat to watch. You are so exciting to watch. How would you describe your style, like the Alliance Guardian style of playing?
Honestly, the biggest word I could say is aggressiveness. We're very confident, and especially if we get up rounds, we just absolutely disrespect teams, put them down early, and we love being aggressive.
I mean, that was clear. I mean, we saw it in your comps, your double duels, obviously you on the Neon as well. I guess like, after the first map, it was very, very close. Obviously, could have gone either way. What was the conversation afterwards when you lose that map, 13-11, so close? Obviously, you could have taken it. What was the conversation you guys had?
Well, for one, that was the one map in the entirety of maps that we picked that we knew that they would have a highest chance of beating us. And when we brought it to 11-13, we just knew that we would smoke these guys and anything else, because to be honest, to play on your own map, you practice a lot, especially with Bonnie being only good on Neon. It's just like, to be 11-13, our conversation after was just, yo, keep composure and we will succeed.
I mean, well, to talk about kind of this composure, on Ascent, they were making a very, very strong comeback. At one point for you guys, it was 11-2, and we talked about, me and Roy, how we wanted to see your attack, and we're like, oh, I guess we're not going to see it. But then we got to, because Burger Boys were stringing together round after round. What do you think happened there, and how did you eventually take that map?
So, honestly, us as a team, we know what we're doing wrong, and obviously it may not have seemed like that for, you know, the comeback for them, but we know what we were supposed to do. We just needed time to kind of just get everything down. And a lot of pre-rounds can be very, you know, people making plans when we just need to listen to one person. And once we finally did, we kind of just all said, guys, listen, we know we're going to take this map. We're just losing. We're doing simple mistakes. We'll fix it. And we did.
I mean, for just looking at your VLR and your just kind of like the experience that you had, Alliance Guardians have been grinding for so long. Now that it's all paid off, in a sense, or at least the first step of it paying off, where do you guys go from here? Do you guys continue to grind this hard? Do you guys take a break?
I could see us taking a week break just to kind of let the wind set in, know what we've done here today. But I can definitely say that we will be grinding extremely hard after this week break.
I mean, just talk to me about you, because I mean, you have been, I'm looking at your VLR right now, you know, your first match I can see is from 2024, and it just goes on and on and on, and you've been non-stop. Why continue? Why continue the grind? I've spoken to people like GMD. He says, I've just sacrificed too much for this not to continue to grind. What is your motivation?
My biggest motivation is my dad. When I was 10 years old, he passed away, and he essentially told me, like, before he died, he's like, all I want you to do is keep doing what you love. And he bought all of my first equipment for, like, my keyboard, my mouse, my microphone, a huge green screen, and he was just like, if you want to do gaming and you're good at gaming, just keep gaming and all of that. And I think at this point, like how GMD said, he sacrificed too much. I've done a lot of things. When I was 15, I kind of took the time off school to just be grinding constantly. It wasn't the greatest idea, but yeah, there's a lot of things that I've purchased to kind of be the best at my house, like all the monitor, the keyboard, all that stuff. So yeah, but biggest thing would be my father for sure.
Do you mind me asking how old are you?
I'm 17.
17, right. So this is obviously just you've been grinding like 2 years between 15 and 17. You're still very young. You still have your whole career ahead of you. Where do you think your kind of like skill ceiling is in terms of how you can get better?
Well, I'm very humble. I have a lot to work on. I'm very like, sometimes we just have to run it down, all that stuff. So there's a lot of, micro things I could work on, but I think my skill ceiling right now is belonging in tier 2 and making an impact, and that's what I want to do.
You obviously have. I think I saw some people in chat who were just losing their minds over you, Foreign. And my last question for you before I let you go to celebrate is, this is a lot of people's first time meeting you in Challengers, and so I would, within reason, I like to give you the floor. If you'd like to thank anyone, shout out anyone, talk to any haters, the floor is yours.
Well, to talk to the haters, to everyone who is thinking I'm hacking, it's just completely wrong. You saw my performance at LAN, it was huge, but to everyone who was in chat supporting, people that weren't even watching, there's a lot of people that I've talked to that have, uplifted me to be the confident player I am, and I just want to thank everyone for my close friends and my family and all that stuff.
I mean, Foreign, you absolutely killed it. It is such a pleasure to watch you. I'm gonna let you go celebrate, but thank you so much, and I'll send you on your way.
Thank you.
Awesome. Have a good one, Foreign.
Yep.
I love that interview, Roy. Oh my God. It's hard not to get emotional when you hear something like that. When
Yeah, right?
Oh, sorry.
Unexpected wholesomeness on the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm gonna stop talking before I cry about it, but yeah, it is definitely when it's more than just a game. I feel like we always need to bring that up. This is these players that you are watching put so much into this and so much on the line, and for it to kind of be broken down into like one VLR forum post does not do it nearly a morsel of justice. And so it is such a pleasure to get to know players like that and just to be able to talk to them and be able. Oh, that was a very Jersey talk. Be able
I'm glad you're tuning into it.
Be able to get to know them on a more kind of intimate, sincere level. And I mean, just huge congratulations to Alliance Guardians. I am so excited for them in Challengers. I think they're going to be such a treat to watch. And to give anyone an update on the other game that was running concurrently, SAT Esports have now, I guess, stayed in Challengers, have promoted in a sense, taking down Team Slat 3-2-1. So Challengers is shaping up to be kind of spicy, I would say. I would say, like, this is, if you're moving forward in Challengers and you're not, this is your guard is not your guard, but you're kind of
Alliance guard.
You're certainly aware that things may have just gotten that much tougher, Roy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, tougher, but also a challenge, right? Like that's what it's all about. A lot of these players are just this is the environment for them to start growing and starting to get. The other actually kind of like low-key benefit of being in VCL is the fact that you get so much better practice from now on. Like, as soon as you enter tier 2, the quality of practice, the quality of scrims that you have access to just goes up so much, and that honestly alone sometimes accelerates a lot of these teams. And considering how young and also well-spoken that foreign player was, that's cool from hearing from him. But it's great. Like they're very young. They're going to be learning very quickly. The level of play that they're showing at such a young age is honestly just insane to me. And I feel like their growth is going to be quite crazy over the next few months.
I was not good at anything at 17. The only thing I was good at 17 was like ignoring my homework. Like it was like my undiagnosed ADHD, man. Like there was nothing that I was doing as well or even like as passionate about. And like being able to like put that skill into it and to see that maturity come out from Foreign and many other players that we have talked to over this weekend and just over the course of Challenger is kind of just the quintessential thing. And I'm so glad you brought up the quality because that is exactly what these folks at and that people like Foreign, people like Duck, these are folks who are going to get even better. And that is a scary thought to think. And also a very encouraging thought for the kind of the face of North American Valorant. I know there was the allegations of North American Valorant's death not too long ago. Brother, what are you talking? Literally, literally, what are you talking about? We have never been more alive. And if you don't believe me, go back and watch this weekend because we have some insane talent here, which is so exciting to see for Challengers. But folks, we've made it at the end of the week. We did it, and we have made it at the end of Challengers for now. So for now, I'm going to bid you adieu, goodbye on behalf of the casters, Roy, production, and myself. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to SAD Esports and Alliance Guardians. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and be nice to your ranked games. We'll see you next time.
A stack little trap here. Bonnie's gonna be caught.
To the crossfire available. Right to our entrant to no support on his end. Unlucky take. Oh man, it's won by Stingers and Sheriffs to be able to take away from Odins and Ops, but I missed no flashes, no util. Have to clear out the second, don't clear in the corner.
This is so interesting because it's like a double flank on a flank.
He just was wrapped right off the rip to just remove them from them. They've put down just so much pressure now here, but right, you got a sci-fi, but still the man's fine that is keeping it closer. No trade necessarily needed. This shows what we're talking about. The AG to kind of move against them.
Record.
So just managed to take them. Nice paranoia. So the corner, the flood. Thank you.
They're playing it a lot slower here for AG's back. Okay.
The rest of the team does come in. Here's the
But I feel like the Ares does not get discussed enough here.
Lane 4 in there. Riker first stop, but they'll actually check the. They'll just leave Nanners alone. Try to delay, but convert. There you go. You're good. We both also swings. The shot full close, and he's
Has to be a really solid hold here for AG.
Gotta find stop. Downcast it, clear out, elbow, get out.
Might be another Fnatic overcook.
Nah, I mean, this should be fine here. Managed to get one port to get the rest of them, and Burger Boys cannot plant. They have need to move forward. There's so many plans. Paranoia disappears, but Natter's still good and ready. With the way they're holding, they got to clear elbow and sights. Puts his life on the line, just not trying to fight him against it. Riker takes 2. I'm finally able to play on his 3rd try, leading Riker run and leaving him stuck into elbow to fight his counterparts, and the rest of them lined up, locked in. As he tries to zap to try to get one, but the other man concussed. At least and Silla, okay, catches one. All right. They have to clear out elbow, and they have to clear out Poseidon here too. 2 clean corner. Elbow not gone. Nano's now low as well. Retro stuck in the corner. Poseidon clears the
This
huge.
is
Big.
This opens up the B site.
This is nice. The corner's there, and I knew I should change my prediction. Sci-fi.